coming close. All the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
We need a sexier word than dumping, 'cause, yeah.
All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull it much quicker. It's never...
Hey there, darlings. Before we get started, I want to say this one thing really quick. Erotica and sex scenes or sensual scenes are not the same thing. Yes, sex is erotic, but having a sex scene in your tale does not make it erotica. There are many, many, many books that will have an explicit sex scene in them, but the work in its entirety is not erotic. For example, in George R.R. Martin's books, he describes sexual acts in great detail, but this does not make his books erotica. So to be clear, having a sex scene in your book does not make that book erotica. Erotica is a story with stimulating or sexually arousing subject matter where sex plays the central role. Okay? Second, if you are not comfortable with the subject matter, here's your chance to bail now. It's okay. Just like with any genre, everything is not for everybody. For those of you still here, let's go. Well, obviously the first thing that you're going to do is dump. This is where you write down all the snippets and tidbits and ideas and anything that comes to you. No matter how random they may feel, you just dump them. Just do it. Just get it all out. You don't have an idea? You just want to be smutty? Well, here you go. Consider, since you are just trying to get your toes wet, doing a sensual retelling. Mythology and fairy tales are a great place for inspiration. And don't let folk tell you it's been done to death. No one will tell the tale the way you will. So yeah. After you've done all the dumping, let's just stop right there. Put your notes away. Just put them off to the side. And let's start fleshing out some main characters. There's a link in the description with a cool character chart that I created that you can use to help you out. Doesn't matter if your characters are human or other. You can use it to really dig deep. A while back, we did a live stream where we randomly created a character for Tamara Woods, just for fun, just to have fun with. I will leave the link to it below as well if you want to check that out. Now, if after you created your charming characters and that leads to more ideas, go back to your original document and dump some more. Just add it on to it. Just for fun. Keep going until the ideas just stop coming to you. When the well runs dry, then we get to move into phase 2. Be sure to join me back here on Saturday for our dumping clinic, where we're going to share and dump and give each other feedback in real time. We are going to put phase 1 into practice. See you next time. Until then, kisses.
Just let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow. Just let your mind be free and come in close. All the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
Second base already?
All the the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull it much quicker.
Hey there, darlings. If you had been following along with the series, you would have dumped all your story ideas and all that. You would have created your characters, or some of them, and you would have an outline. So now you are just tingling all over to write your tawdry tale. Congratulations, because you are now on the verge of making that happen. Oh, and if you haven't been following, no worries, I got you. Go check them out, catch up on everything, and meet me back here. Okay, so creating your blueprint does have a few steps to it, but they are easy steps, so don't fret. There is a link below in the description with a sample blueprint based on the previous outlines and stuff that we have been working on the whole time. Be sure to download it so that you'll be ready for the clinic that we're going to have on Saturday. The cool thing about the blueprint is you get to totally tailor it to your needs and how you roll. Pat yourself on the back if you got this far, darling. Commitment is the key. And making the time to write is the prime directive for success. See you next time. Until then, kisses.
It's never too late to get down and party. Switching from good to bad, cause you're not a feel it inside, oh inside your body. Let it come out with shots of Bacardi. Just let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow. Just let your mind be free.
Such a naughty word.
Yeah. All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull it much quicker. It's never too late.
Hey there, darlings. First, if you missed part 1 of the series, go back and watch the first 2 videos so that all this makes sense to you. Then come back and, hang out with me. The links to those are below. Okay, moving on. So after you have the idea for your story and you have fleshed out most of your characters, maybe even wrote a scene or 2, it happens. It is time to create your outline. Yes, I felt the cringe from the Discovery writers. I understand that outlines to you is like garlic to vampires, okay? I get it. You have to do what works for you. But for the rest of us, or for anyone who wants to experiment with writing an outline, this is what we will be doing next. My outlining process is really, really simple. And for me, it's one of my favorite parts of the process. We are going to go deep into the process on Saturday's clinic. I created an example of what I mean by outline so that you can see what we're going to be doing next and just have a general idea. The link to the PDF is below. I have been looking so forward to this clinic that's going to be coming up for so long. I cannot wait to work this out with you all. We're going to be doing this together as a collective, helping each other out as we go. So be sure to get here with your sleeves rolled up, because we are going to be working. See you next time. And until then, kisses.
Just let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow. Just let your mind be free and come in close. All the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
I'm not ready yet. Talk amongst yourselves.
I used to hold my freak back, now I'm letting go. I make my own choice, bitch, I run this show. So leave the lights on, no you can't make me behave.
Stop. I gotta say it, I'm pretty proud of my accomplishments for 2018. I set a bunch of goals and I met all but like one. And that one I just deemed not as important anymore. So technically, I met all my goals for 2018. Also, I must admit, I was kind of a punk last year when I created the goals because even though I had to put a lot of work behind what I did say I wanted to do, I still kind of felt like I would get them done. I didn't make them, so out of the way that they couldn't be accomplished. So I was a wuss. But still, I got them done. I got them done. So I'm going to take that as a win. Since I'm really new to AuthorTube, which even saying it still makes me want to like jump for joy. I didn't have a channel back, last January. So I don't have a vid to go back to kind of, see what I got done. But thankfully I do now. So without further ado, I am going to share my 2019 goals with you. The way I start my process is pretty basic. I determine all the things that I want to do for the year and list them. This year, I got 19, which is more than double last year's. After I create the list, then I pull out anything that is time sensitive and I mark those things in the calendar. They have a different kind of priority, so I make sure that I stay on top of those. I then color code all the other goals based on the categories in which I put them in. Next, I take those goals and I divide them into the 4 quarters, which I label earth, air, fire, water, because that's how I roll. So what I will be sharing with you are my first quarter air goals. Okay? So for air, I have 4 goals. These are my concentration for the entire quarter, and they are the only things I will be doing for the entire quarter. No creepers, no other stuff kind of step in and push it out the way. Boom, this is it. This is what's getting done. Now from here, I take these 4 goals and I break them down further into projects. Now these can take me a while to figure out sometimes because you don't always know what you're going to need to get something done. But I try to be as thorough as possible. That way, if I do need to incorporate something additional in there for the projects, then it's not such an abrupt, like, oh my God, I really messed up my whole schedule kind of thing, Now, the really crazy part is once I absolutely know what my projects are, I then break the projects down into tasks. I cannot say that word. TASKS, that word. These are the things that go up on my Kanban board. Now let me tell you a little bit about that real quick. The Kanban board is a new thing. I never used it before. I always kept all of my tasks and stuff in my little composition notebook. No big deal, bullet them, and that was it. I never worried about actually putting them on a board. I must have watched a million YouTube videos on the Kanban process and just fell in love with it. It was so close to what I already do, but yet it was an additional step that made it all better. My favorite video was from Sarah at Heart Breathings. I'm going to make sure I put her link below. Check out her process. You will love it. You'll love it. She's amazing. Before the Kanban board, I would just have, like I said, all my stuff in my notebook, and then I would put Post-it notes all over the wall of projects I was working on at the time. But it wasn't like the best way of tracking it. It was just when I see them, I would be like, oh yeah, work on that, So this was a great addition. So as you can see, these are a lot of tasks to do, and they're already color coded into the category which they fall into. I didn't count, but it's like 50 things that I got to do. That's okay. So that's pretty much it for my first quarter, and it's enough, as you can see. When I move into my fire quarter, I will update you on what got done for air, and we'll go from there. So guys, please share your 2019 goals with me in the comments. I would love to see what you guys are up to. And until next time, you know what to do.
So you say I'm complicated, that I must be out of my mind, but you had me underrated, rated. What's wrong with being, what's wrong with being, what's wrong with being confident?
Well, I could choose to wait until I find the tripod, or I could hold the camera in my hand like I did last week, which sucked.
I remember when I lost my mind.
Stop. I already know that my arm's going to be too tired to hold this camera, basically my phone, up in the air at this height for the entire video and try to read and try to go back and forth and blah, blah, blah. So, my avatar is going to be taking over soon. But as I'm sure you already read, it's time for me to do my air goals update and my fire goals to show you what's going on for my next quarter. I am super excited for this quarter, to say the very least. Let me start off first by saying that my air quarter went great. I completed every task with a lot of time to spare. A lot. Like, way ahead of schedule, time to spare. So much so that I actually took kind of a writing break and concentrated more on some research and took the time to be mundane and, adult stuff. I pretended to like people, and I went outside and, yeah, the world's still there. I'm not impressed. I like the worlds I create a hell of a lot better. Just saying. Well, I guess first I should do a recap of how I do my goals. So, as I stated in my air video, the way I start my process is I determine all the things that I want to do for the year, and then I list them. This year I have 19 or so goals, which was double from 2018. For more details about that, just check out my air video. After I create that list, I take out anything that is time sensitive and I schedule that right away. I put that where it needs to be, when it needs to end, that kind of thing, so I don't mess up. Those have a different priority. I then color code all of my goals, and I put them, based where the categories that I want them in. After that, I break the goals down into projects, which are what you see here. And these are the things that I know that I have to do to get done in order to achieve the goal. I go one step further and I break those projects down into tasks. Again, don't get me on that word. I cannot say it. I never could say it. I can spell it. TASKS. I think I spelled it right. Anyway, y'all know what I'm talking about. Some of the goals that I have for the year are ongoing, so they will show up in each of the quarters. So like YouTube and my weight loss journey is always going to be there. So I'm not going to focus so much on, detailing those again. They don't really change. It looks like I have fewer goals for this quarter, but I actually don't. They're heavy. They have the tasks that go along with them are pretty heavy. So Even though it may seem like I have a few less, some of those are like 3 times longer to do. I haven't put together the Kanban board yet because I'm still working on redoing my studio, but I'll get to it. I'm not worried about that because I always have them in my notebook anyway, bulleted. I'm going to be very busy. It's going to be crazy, and I'm going to love every minute of it. When you get the chance, please share your goals with me. I would love to see what you're doing for this next quarter. Even if you don't go quarter by quarter, maybe you go month by month. I'd love to hear from you. So, hit a girl up. So that's going to do it for this one. Until next time, you know what to do.
Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Does that make me crazy? Possibly.
I'm not too sure how awake I am right now, so yeah.
Here we go again. I kinda wanna be more than friends, so take it easy on.
So, I was in the middle of doing my next quarter goals for you all, and then I realized I hadn't uploaded this quarter's goals, the water goals. I'm like, what the fuck? So, I'm going to do that today, and then don't be like, why is she doing double goals thingy videos? Ignore that. Just understand that you were supposed to get this one weeks ago. So pretend like you did, like when you're watching it, like, oh yeah, Aphrodite, she is so on time with her shit. And try not to judge me. So before we get into the water goals, let me do a quick update on the fire goals. I did manage to get them done somehow through the grace of the gods, but it was not an easy breeze through like it was for air, which is funny. Like I breezed through air and fire lit my ass up. But I got through it. Through the fire, to the limit, to the wall. No, I'm not going to do that to you. I'm sorry. Forgive. For any of you who missed my goal setting process, be sure to watch my other 2 videos as well. But basically, I determined everything that I want to do throughout the year. And this year I had 19 things that I needed to accomplish. After I solidify the list, I pull out anything that's time sensitive and I get that into the calendar right away. They have a different kind of priority, so I make sure I take care of that. I then color code all my goals based on the category they kind of fall into. I then take all those goals and I break them down into the 4 quarters, which I label earth, air, fire, water, because that's how I roll. Which puts us now in water. Or actually, we're in the last part of water because, again, I'm stupid and didn't load this when I actually made it. Crazy. I did all the cards for it. I did all the paperwork. I wrote everything out. I got the script ready. And somehow forgot to record it. I'm old. Maybe you noticed, like in my air stuff, I had a lot of stuff I had to work out, really think about, get done. So, which is kind of, akin to air. And then fire was stuff that I had to really burn through kind of thing and really make sure I kept my fires going in order to get through some of them, which turned into such a challenge in and of itself due to stuff that was outside of my goal crap. So, it was a trip. And fuck my neighbors, okay? Fuck them. They have to move. They gotta go. My water goals were more of a time for me to reflect and regroup, clean up anything that hasn't been taken care of that needed to be, and just gear myself up ready for the very last quarter. which is Earth. I'm so looking forward to Earth, but we won't go there right now. As always, I have a lot of personal goals like my weight loss journey and such that you won't see listed here. I don't really share those so much. Like, I will share the weight loss stuff. I mean, you're going to notice the difference as I go, but y'all know what I mean. I say that just so you know that there are more goals than what you'll see listed. A girl has to have her secrets. For water, I have 5 main goals. These, along with my personal ones, are my main concentrations and the only things that I will be working on throughout the water quarter. Oh, look at me, I'm rhyming. I'm a poet. And you know it. Oh shit, look at me. Oh. I do give myself a little bit of a window in case of an emergency that may come up and slip in and kind of throw things off so that it doesn't get so thrown off, and I'll be able to take care of it, incorporate it without losing any of my ground. But for the most part, yeah, that's it. That's all I'm doing. Wherever I put it, I don't know where it's at on the screen right now. I don't know if it's still even on the screen because I didn't mention that I may not be awake at the beginning of this, right? Okay. It's still true. After I know what projects I'm going to be doing for the quarter, then I break those down into tasks. That word again. TASKS. I think I'll just spell that one from now on. And these, wherever it is, are the things that go up on my Kanban board. So as you can see, there's about 30 or so things that I got to do. Some heavier than others, and I'm honestly not sure if I'm going to pull water off. We'll see. I always get nervous, and then I always manage to do it. And being that this is the last month of water, I can tell you that I am really, really far behind. So we'll see. I'm a Ravenclaw, so I'll be clever enough to figure it out, right? Pray for me. Prayers work. And that's pretty much it for water. When I move into Earth, and I'm so looking forward to Earth, I will give you an update on how I did in water. And yeah. Not looking good at the moment, but I'll let you know. There's still a final stretch I can go for, and yeah. If you haven't already, please share your 2019 goals with me. I would love to know what you got going on, or what you want to have going on, or what you're planning to have going on, or what you didn't get done, but you wanted to have it done. Just talk to me. Share. And until next time, you know what to do.
Oh, I want some more. Oh, what are you waiting for? Take a bite of my heart tonight. Oh, I want some more.
Prognosis is you're doomed. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's our time to shine. Show that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock.
Sup? Yet again, I am under the weather, but I promised myself that in 2021, being sick was not going to stop me from getting stuff done. Somehow, I will find or make a way. So while I take a break from reading every book I can get my hands on to help cure what ails me, today I want to share with you how to get that book written, according to me. Tips that have changed the game for me that may just help you as well. Use what works, discard what doesn't, and modify where you want to. These are in no particular order of importance, okay? Let's go. Number 1, dedicate the time. This should be a no-brainer, but I always hear folk complain about not having time or how they can't find the time. What I believe to be the problem is people get it all caught up in their heads that they have to write for hours and every day in order to get the writing done. Well, that's not true, my lovelies. Take a breath. I promise you there is time to write no matter who you are, but you're never going to just find it. You have to claim it. Steal it if need be. I wrote one of my novels 15 minutes at a time while at work on breaks. Yup, sure did. Wrote another one only on Saturday mornings because it was all the time I had. If you pay attention to your daily existence, I know that you can make time to write. In fact, if you are watching this video, you had time to write. Just remember, it doesn't need to be how someone else has done it, but it does need to be dedicated. Once you have figured out just when you can write, do not let any other activity steal it away. Don't make your book a back burner project. Give it priority. Number 2, find an alpha. No, not a wolf. Although, hey, do you, boo-boo? If you've never worked with an alpha before, once you do, you will wonder how in Hades had you managed without them. The way writers work with their alpha varies from writer to writer. Once I start a new project, I let my alpha know so she can be prepared for my madness, as much as anyone can prepare for my madness. As I complete a chapter, I send it off to her, raw. No edits just yet, just how it came to me. While she is going over it, I am off writing the scenes for the next chapter. I may get a few chapters in before I get my first notes back from her, but when I do, I go over them, fix what needs to be fixed, do a very mini self-edit, then right back to writing. The process continues that way until I have my entire rough draft complete. After that, we move into the next phase of our process, which I will go into details about in another video. You may choose to work altogether differently. Some writers complete their zero draft and do a self-edit before sending it off to their alpha. How you work with each other will totally be your decision. The point of it is have an alpha. Have someone you trust to not only read your stuff, but truthfully share their opinions, good, bad, or indifferent. You need this person like you need your keyboard. Now, I prefer an alpha who is also a writer, and my betas are strictly readers. That works for me. More about that to come as well. Number 3, have a clear plan. Before I sit down to work on a new project, I do a lot of pre-writing as well as blueprinting my entire schedule out so that I can get it done. Not saying that you have to do that, but you will need to have a clear plan of some sort to assist you in getting your writing in. There are so many ways to do this. So many. Like I said, I have my outline sorted, character bios, time and dates that I plan to write, soft deadlines, etc. If you would like to see a video on my prep process, drop a comment below and let me know. Go at this creative endeavor keeping in mind that it is still work. Fun work, rewarding work, but work. If you were going to bake a cake, you would need the recipe, ingredients, and the appliances as well as the time in order to get it done. You would not just walk into your kitchen and stare at your oven waiting for it to tell you what to do. Well, I will tell you a little secret. Your keyboard hates when you do it too, so don't. Number 4, motivation schmotivation. As creatives, we are always waiting to be magically motivated. Luckily, that does happen. We're weird that way. But my lovelies, listen to mama. There will be days when magic just isn't there. That does not give you an excuse to just throw your hands up and binge watch Bridgerton. Unless you are writing something steamy and you need a little rage in your life, I'll allow it. Other than that, sit your butt in a chair, pull out your outline, and write something. And for the discovery writers who choose not to outline for some reason, sit your butt in a chair and write something. No free pass for you either. Just trust me on this one, guys. Let your characters speak to you. Let your settings fill your senses. Write it even if it feels like garbage to you. It may very well be, but a page full of words is easy to fix or build on. A blank page is nothing. If you get in the habit of writing come rain or shine, you will discover the ritual of writing will become its own motivator. Ha. Number 5, do not rewrite. You know what stopped me from completing my initial works? The urge to keep going back and rewrite stuff I'd already written, trying to be perfect. Don't do that. Sure, make changes here and there if you need to. Make notes that remind you to fix that part in chapter 3 that screws up what you just wrote in chapter 8. But please do not halt the process by getting so dragged into the perfection hole that you never even get to write the end. Finish the manuscript. Then you will have the chance to work on that all-important second draft and legitimately get to enter the world of rewriting. Number 6, create inspirations, because you may need more than one. This one can be a bit of a trip to Wonderland for some people, myself included. I have let myself fall deep into playing around in my novel's world trap. Trust me. Speaking of, I have recently come across this awesome new playground called MyCast, where you can literally cast the people that you could see playing the characters in your novel. Not only that, other folk can come stop by and make suggestions for who they think would work as well. Blame Jenna for introducing this bad boy to me, y'all. Not my fault. If you want to see my dream cast for Shattered, I put a link below. Feel free to suggest who you would like to see in the roles. Anyway, back on task. All that said, set yourself up with stuff that will keep you inspired and keep the words flowing. I've created soundtracks. Okay, they're playlists, but I call them soundtracks for each of my projects, and I blast them while I write. I even go so far as to make them a certain length, so I know when the first song makes its way back around, then I wrote for the amount of time that I slated to do so. I make Pinterest boards and even draw sketches of my characters and the world that they live in, then place them all around me. It's a fun way to stay inspired. Give it a try. And finally, number 7, don't start something new. This is the writer crime of the century, and I doubt if anyone has done more time for it than me. That shiny new tail is just so hard to resist. But resist, I tell you. You have my permission as the daughter of Zeus to spend a few minutes with shiny new tail and write some notes and dump a bit of juicy tidbits. You're welcome. But that's it. Put it away and finish what you are currently working on. Shiny new tail. I am trying so hard not to laugh every time I say tail. Will still be there ready for you to take it out and have at it when it is its turn. If it's just killing you to write it, then let that be the motivation you need to finish your current work in progress. Those are my 7. I'll share more stuff with you as I go. Hopefully, I will be well enough to share more stuff with you. Be sure to click the like and subscribe if you aren't already. And until next time, remember, you hold the power as long as you are driven.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. so hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere to be. Always on the grind, yeah, you know me. Hold the crown will be mine, you can call me king. A matter of time for you all love me. Finally at my prime, right where I wanna be. I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. Put my money where my mouth is, I'ma get it now, kid. Heard around town this.
I am trying so hard to sit in this chair and just be still and talk. I'm so happy and excited right now. So, hey, during your writer's journey, there are going to be a lot of people who come along and get to walk the path with you. I want to talk about some real important ones, and they are your alpha, your betas, and your ARC readers. I want to get into a little about who they are, what they do, and why we need them as writers on our path to become authors. It is super important that our readers know what we expect from them and what their role is in our process. What you're going to need from an alpha will differ from what you need from your betas. Same with your ARC readers. It's going to be different, across the board. Those differences need to be clearly defined and clearly expressed at the beginning when you move into each stage. So let's start from the beginning, shall we? Alpha readers. An alpha reader is that special person, usually just one person. Some people do have more than one. I only have one. I recommend one. And at the same time, whatever works for you, boo-boo, please do. He or she is the person who gets to read your manuscript in the very, very beginnings, like the raw material. Now, when you choose to share your manuscript with your alpha, certainly is up to you. Some people do it as they go. Hey, I got some more chapters done, check these out. Or passages, pages, however they roll with it. Whatever arrangement they made with their alpha is what they go with. I generally send chapters. So I write a chapter, I send the chapter. Other writers send their first draft is what goes to their alpha. It doesn't matter. It is totally up to you how you roll with that. A lot of people are kind of scared to share their initial stuff. I was terrified, actually, which is why I was real careful on who I chose. And my alpha is amazing. She is an alpha. Now, the purpose of your alpha is to pretty much read for story. They're the ones who are going to find the first little mistakes as far as the story goes. I'm not talking about grammar errors and typos and such. They're going to find them, because I doubt if your work is so pristine that you don't have any. But that is not their purpose. Their purpose is to find problems with the story itself. Your alpha has to know that this is all you're asking for. They have to fully understand and grasp that you do not want them to report back to you that on page 22 they spelled gender wrong. That is not why you're there. Tell me that gender shouldn't be on page 22. That's a little different. I like to say that your alpha gives you your good, your bad, and your ugly. Like, oh, I love this. This is working. Not feeling this. Or, girl, what was you thinking? A lot of times when you're writing your story, there are just going to be holes or blind spots that you don't realize are missing, that they will probably catch. Probably. Sometimes in the beginning stages, they may not catch it either, but if somebody else is going to catch it, it will be them, because they are not married to the story the same way you are. The reason why I say get one person instead of two or more, please don't get more than two. Please. Yes, I am now telling you what to do. Please don't do that. At this stage of your writing, you don't want a lot of voices in your head. You don't want a lot of people telling you what to do, what not to do. You do not want a lot of opinions. You're still trying to flesh the story out yourself. You just kind of want somebody to ride along with you. You know what I mean? That's your alpha. And you can't have mine. The takeaway for this is simple. Just have that person reading for story. Now, beta readers, you want plenty of beta readers. You want as many as you can get. We'll talk more about that shortly. You will be enlisting your beta readers when you have a more polished edit or version of your manuscript. One that you've taken as far as you can in rewrites and revisions and self-edits. One that you think is pretty good, but you don't want to run it to your editor just yet. That's the manuscript you want to get to your betas. Here is the point where you want a lot of eyes on your whip. Let it whip. A tip that I learned from the cyborg queen herself is once you have enlisted your beta readers, you want to dole out those chapters one chapter at a time. You don't want to give them the whole manuscript. Don't do that. One at a time, and then immediately query them after it is read. As soon as possible. You don't want them to read it and then it's out of their head for a while. You want to get them as soon as it's done. That has worked amazingly for me. Thank you, Jenna. Now, what your beta readers are going to do is give you feedback on specific questions that you want answered. Questions you will determine based on your particular needs at that time. I have to say that the most important part about this process is making sure that your betas know exactly what you want, because I promise you, you're going to get some crazy people. At least one. One of them is going to be a nut. That person is going to have you wondering, what book are they reading? And are they listening to the questions? I asked a couple simple questions on some of them, and one of the questions was what a character that they didn't like. And her answer was Snotty McSnot Snot. I can assure you I do not have a character with that name. Clearly they are talking about a specific character, but that name could have been any one of them because it's a prep school full of rich kids. So, yeah. And she was a harmless one because there were more. I got so distraught at one point that I actually had to hit Jenna up practically in tears, like, please help me. And she did, because she's amazing, okay? And she just laid it out there like, they're not working out, drop their ass. And I'm, okay. And I dropped her. Not the person who, in the example. The person in the example, it really wasn't that bad, just that particular question. But, yeah, I dropped somebody. Ooh. So, don't waste your time. Don't let them waste your time, I should say. Okay? This is important. You're trying to get your book done, and you're trying to get it to the level to where you're going to be published. Don't let crazy people steal your time. You put way too much into making this book come true. No. Now, remember earlier when I said you need a lot of betas? You do. You need a lot of betas because the amount that you start off with will not be with what you end. I started with 21 betas. 21 people filled out the form, said they wanted to do it. 21 people got a chapter. And as we went along, I ended with 3. Actually, I did wind up with 4, But by the time the fourth person actually got around to finishing, I'd already moved into a different phase, so their information didn't even really get to count. So, but I just want to be clear. Started with 21, ended with 3. Had some people who made it, I think, to chapter 7. It was 21 chapters at the time. I had some people who only made it 3. Most only made it to 1. 3 made it to the end. And then the 4th straggler. So you may want 5 betas. Let's say 5 is what you really want to get 5 people's answers. Then ask 25 people, because that's the only way you're going to get the 5. Okay? Trust me. Trust me. One thing I did allow in this stage, though, which, is always a matter of choice, I did leave room for people to tell me if they found mistakes that were typos in grammar, but not so much like, oh, I found a typo on page 10. Not that. But if they found the same mistake being over and over again, like you keep spelling parcel wrong every time you write parcel is incorrect, then that's not a typo. That's me being a dummy. So I told them if they came across stuff that was consistently wrong, that was the same thing consistently wrong, then yeah. You know that you don't capitalize your words at the beginning of your sentences all the time, girl. I'm like, okay. Then yeah, tell me that. I don't do that, by the way. Computer won't let me do it anyway. It automatically capitalizes shit when you start off sentences, but that was my bad example, but I'm just saying. So if anybody is interested, I will share the link to my form that I had my betas fill out to apply, so to speak, to be a beta in the description box. So you can click it, check it out, see what I was, what I was up to. If you are also interested in seeing the actual questions and stuff that I use, hit me up. I'll send them to you. No problem. They're specific to the book, but I'm sure that anybody could tweak them for their own, or at least be, get an idea for what you may want to ask. So yeah, I'll do that. I'm in a giving mood. It's the holidays. So now we get to the ARC readers, the ARC readers. ARC stands for Advanced Reader Copy. The purpose of your ARC is simple and plain. They receive an advanced reader copy of the book. All they have to do is read the book and then give a review. The version of your manuscript that the ARC gets is the version that, as far as you are concerned, is ready to be published. You have gone through all the other phases. You've done everything that you can do with it. You've done self-edits, you've done revisions, and you've had a professional edit. I hope I stressed that enough. Professional edit. Get it edited. Don't rely solely on just your edit. Please. Your ARC should be what you feel is ready to go to the world. This is one of the things that I'm so excited about now, because I am finally fast approaching that stage. I got my edit back. I'm making my revisions based on what my editor said. Oh my God. Whew. Please get your work edited. And that's going back to him shortly. And I'm going to be looking for my ARC readers. And speaking of, if you would like to be an ARC reader, oh my God, I can't believe I'm saying this. If you want to be an ARC reader for Shattered, my book, I will leave a link below for you to click the form and, sign up. I'm not doing a lot of them. So if you're truly, truly, sincerely interested, please hit me up fast. Oh my God. I can't believe it. I want to pinch myself, but I don't want to pinch myself. I've dreamed of myself being pinched plenty of times. It hurts just as much as when I'm dreaming. So I'm just going to say no to that. Also, if you want to be a part of my street team, who am I? If you want to be a part of my street team, there's an option on the ARC form to, opt in if you want to do that as well. So please check it out. Please consider. Please talk to me. There's so much more to come, guys, but I'm going to stop here and I'll update you as I go, okay? So,
Yeah.
until
It's our
then,
time to shine.
you know what to
Yo,
do.
that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock. Got a new clock and a new stock for this new rock. Just let your mind loose from the new stock. Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm too pop. Getting caught with a few thoughts cause I'm too lost. Off. Speakers can't even handle me. Giving what I got, nobody's gonna drain my energy.
All the good girls go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
Yeah. All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger.
So, today's tips are going to be formatting dialogue and dialogue tags. First off, it is really important for me to point out that this information is based on American English and not so much for anywhere else on the planet. Yeah, we're strange. Also, I have noticed that a lot of people don't actually follow these rules, and partly because of style choices, so to speak. But I am a firm believer and know the rules first before you break them. So I figured I would bring this information to you and then you do you, boo-boo. So let's start with the basics. All spoken words are enclosed with double quotation marks. Let her go. Period at the end, quotation marks. Is a statement. Notice that the punctuation is inside of the quotation marks. The punctuation is enclosed inside of the quotation marks. I tell you, every time I see people put that darn period on the outside of quotation marks, I want to scream. You want to get into my peeves? That's one of them. And also notice I didn't say pet peeve. That's another video. If you need a dialogue tag, like says or said, depending on your tense, or asked or asks, don't come from me. I cannot say that word. Those are placed on the outside of the quotation marks, which will be separated by a comma. The comma, being the punctuation in this situation, go inside the quotation marks because why, class? Punctuation. Very good. Gold star for you. Let her go, she says. Got it? We're good? Moving along. Now here's where a lot of folk get confused. So let me help you out with that. Actions that happen before or after the dialogue are their own separate sentence. Aaliyah screams, "Let her go," she says. On a side note, don't come for me on how corny these sentences are too. They're just used for, the purposes of the video. Nothing more. Now, there is a difference if Aaliyah was screaming the words, "let her go," as opposed to she screamed and then she said, "let her go." Okay? So let me make that clear. So if she screamed the words, "let her go," that would be one sentence where we get to use our trusty comma instead of the period. And it's written as Aaliyah screams, "let her go." Again, I want you to notice that the punctuation stays inside of the quotation marks. Inside, people. It's inside. Okay, thank you. And no matter how it's said or what punctuation is used, it is inside. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go. Let her go, she says. Punctuation inside the quotation marks. Have I emphasized that enough? I think I have. I think you get it. You're all smart cookies. And for an additional note, if you use ellipsis points, and I tend to be a very ellipsis point heavy chick working on it, do not add an additional comma. I've seen people do that too. Don't do that. I don't care if that's even your style. I am telling you personally not to do that anymore. Here's another really big one that people get confused with. And I understand why it can be confusing. I still screw it up when I'm working my first drafts. Go back and fix it when I catch it. But here we go. If the action interrupts the dialogue, which is fragmenting the sentence, then write the second part of the sentence still in lowercase, just as if it had never been, fragmented in the first place. So for example, you have, please let me try. The second example, please, he says, voice cracking, let me try. Do you see where I'm saying with that? So think of the sentence as it never being chopped up to begin with. But it was a whole sentence that you fragmented because you put the action in the middle of it. Then treat it as if you didn't put that action in and just keep everything lowercase. Okay? Now, let's say you need to write a direct quote within your dialogue. Always good times. I swear I do everything I can to get around these particular sentences, but okay, they are necessary sometimes. This is where your single quotation marks will come in. For example, had mistress said, "You're a bad influence," then dismissed me like I was garbage. The part where you're quoting what the headmistress said goes into the single quotation mark. And again, pointing out that this is American English, because the complete opposite is for other places. Like, really, America has to be different with everything for some reason. I don't know. Makes it all confusing depending on who you're reading. But again, I digress. A more direct approach would be to simply say, had Mistress Kyriakis said that I'm a bad influence and then just dismissed me like I was garbage. That's usually how I do it. Because doing the quotes and then the quotes inside the quotes, rarely do I do that. So that's two ways of handling that. They both work. It's your choice. Now, if your character performs an action that is directly connected to your dialogue, keep it in the same paragraph. This is another thing that I would screw up on a lot while I'm doing my draft. I'm so quick to hit return every time I type a sentence anyway. I always have to go back and fix that. Going back through my manuscript, this was probably the thing I edited the most, the thing I had to fix the most. The reason you want to be really careful with this is you don't want your reader to not know who's speaking at the time. Especially if you have several characters in a conversation. You don't want to make them have to go back and figure out, wait, who's talking? Okay? And in the same vein, you always start a new paragraph when someone else speaks. Never have two characters speaking in the same paragraph. Boy, have I seen that. Like, really? What were you thinking? Don't do that. That is really, really wrong. That doesn't even get to play in this style. If you do that, that is really, really wrong. Okay? Thank you. For instance, I'm going to read this. Baron leans in and kisses her lips. I love you, sissy. He claps her face in his hands and kisses her again. I love you too, she says, trying not to start crying again. Boy, Boy, that's cheesy. Oh my friggin' God. Yeah. Again, don't come for me for my examples. Here's one of those rules I hate so much. I think it looks so stupid. It's so dumb. I don't know who decided this rule, but it is a rule, and you should know it. If your character talks so damn long that it does need to start a new paragraph, put opening quotations at the beginning of each of those paragraphs, no matter how many there are, but do not put closing ones at the end of those paragraphs. You did not put the closing one until the character has completely stopped talking and something else is going on or another character starts to speak. So, as ridiculous as that looks, that's what you have to do. Yeah. But that's the rule. I wrote an example that's up on the screen that you can read. Pause to do so if you need to. Other than that, we're going to keep moving. And finally, the demon that is interior dialogue. I couldn't even find a concrete true, this is the rule of rules for this, because it has been done in so many different ways that I'm not sure that people really remember the original rule. Of course, now that I said that, I'll either discover it or someone will point it out to me, which both are fine, but damn. Since the choices are so many, the only rule here, in my humble opinion, is to be consistent. So whatever you do choose to use, keep using that. So a couple of rules, or I like to call anti-rules, that do apply. Do not use quotation marks. Don't do that. Inner dialogue doesn't require it. And try to remember that you don't need to capitalize, after the thought. Treat it as just part of the sentence because, well, it is part of the sentence. It's just the part that isn't said out loud. It's inner dialogue. And don't let the punctuation that it'll need throw you off. It looks weird. It does, but it just is what it is. I mean, seriously, what can we do? Other than just not have inner dialogue. So here's what it should look like if you use italics as your go-to for inner dialogue, which I notice a lot of people do. It's what I do. It's what I plan to always do. Makes the best sense to me. And when I see it and it's all its weirdness, it doesn't throw me as far as the rest of the stuff that's in the book. Inner dialogue just looks weird to me in general. So this is the least offensive to my eyesight, what little I do have of that. Well, I hope these tips helped you so that you at least know what to do when you decide that you're not going to do it that way. I don't care. That's up to you. Until next time, you know what to do.
It's never too late to get down and party. Switching from good to bad, cause you're not a feel it inside, oh inside your body. Let it come out with shots of Bacardi. Just let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow.
I've seen some things, man. Can't unsee them now. Stop. Oh my God. Did I fall down a rabbit hole when I was doing the research for this bad boy? And I'm sure this comes to no surprise to anyone else who's done research, but a lot of it contradicts itself. For whatever reason, humans just can't seem to agree on what's what. So of course it's up to me to break it all down, make it all clear, Nah, but I'll do my best. Basically, fiction genre is determined by narrative, tone, content, and sometimes length. Although you will always find works that don't fully comply to the definition. Just how it is. I was going to comprise an entire list for you all of every genre there was out there. But that is when I fell down that hole and my time in Wonderland happened. I soon realized that that information would make its own book. So, yeah, no. Genres and subgenres and subgenres and blended genres and damn. We're all mad here. I mean, look at this bad boy on horror alone. Don't even get me started on sci-fi. So for the purposes of this video, I'm just going to list the big guys. And a couple of the medium guys who like to hang out with the big guys, you know. It's like they get together, make little hybrid babies. So don't get mad with me if you don't see your favorite one on this list. There were so many out there, I didn't even try. Them big genres, okay? Moving right along. Let's talk category. This is where I've seen a lot of folks get mixed up and actually refer to these as genres. They are not genres. Categories are basically your reader target. Sort of like who you wrote the book for. Now that in no way means that if you wrote like a middle grade book, that someone in college wouldn't enjoy it. Nothing to do with that. What it does do is it lets the reader know ahead of time what to expect and how the story will be told. Now, to be clear, genre does not dictate category. Any genre can fall into any category. For example, these are all coming of age stories. But I would lay odds that the person reading Bambi ain't as interested in reading Lord of the Flies. Could be wrong, but I'm just saying. But Aphrodite, why does all this matter? Well, it kind of does, as you could probably tell from my previous example. Genre and category is your way of fulfilling your reader's expectations. Yeah, okay. Me personally, I write in the new adult and adult categories regardless of what genre I'm writing in. And I really would not want like a fifth grader picking up my book and reading it, at least without knowing that he's reading something above his grade. You know what I mean? I read all sorts of inappropriate stuff when I was a kid, but I knew they were inappropriate. I didn't pick them up thinking that the book was meant for me. You know, I snuck the book, sat in a closet somewhere with my flashlight, read shit I shouldn't have, with the full knowledge that I shouldn't be. Now, even though my current work in progress, which by the way I'm on final edit, is a coming of age new adult novel, I mainly write in one of those glorious hybrid genres. So, genres, fantasy and romance, with the subgenres of paranormal and erotica. You heard me. It's not all I do, obviously, because the book that I have coming out in 2019 is not paranormal or erotica. But, hey, for me, the term paranormal erotica covers enough of my bases. So, good enough for me. So, hopefully, I cleared up a little bit and didn't actually add to the confusion. Until next time, you know what to do.
It's our time to shine. Yo, that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock. Got a new clock and a new stock for this new rock. Just let your mind loose from the new stock. Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm too pop. Getting caught with a few thoughts, cause I'm too lost. Off, the speakers can't even handle me. Give it what I got.
As promised,
Yeah, let's go. I'ma make a couple stacks, do
so
exactly.
for a very long time, I've been promising you all that I was going to do a my writing process video. And as I was putting it together for you all, I realized it's a lot of information. And I wasn't sure exactly how to break it down to the smallest it could be. So this actually may be a little long. I don't know. Maybe what I'll do, sorry for the shaky camera, because I still don't have my tripod, because I still don't know what my grandson did with it, but that's another story. Anyway, so I might break it into 3 parts. I don't know yet. Not making any promises. Or this may just be a long video where you can decide to break it yourself into stages to watch. Because why not, right? I think that's what I'm going to do. We'll see. Maybe I'll do both. Maybe I'll make a long one, and then maybe I'll do bite-sized one, and then you can decide how you want to roll. You feel me? Okay. Let's begin. So let's call the beginning of my process Act 1. Makes sense to me, right? So first and foremost, an idea is born. For me, 90% of the time it's plot-based more than character-based, but there have been exceptions, and there's never any one way specifically that it goes down. But as with any story, the idea. Number 2 is I tell folk about my new idea. This is me at the ridiculously excited stage of the process, and it is one part of me that I'm trying real hard to stop doing. Like, I really am, but I get so excited. I mean, I must admit that as soon as I have the idea for the story, I'm calling everybody and I'm telling everybody, hey, blah, blah, blah. Oh my God. And then I'm going to do this. And then, oh yeah, and there's this part. But I want to point out that I do not recommend doing this. Be excited. Talk to yourself. I'm really fighting that urge to do those things now. But for a long time, it was a really big part of my process that I regret. So, number 3, place the characters in the mix. Even though I said previously that my ideas generally come to me plot-based, I still see some characters as I'm going along. I mean, it's just only natural. They're just not evolved yet. I give them what I call non-concrete attributes so that I can keep playing around with the plot idea. My shadow characters, if you will. This is also the point where I may add more characters than initially came to me. Not always, but this is, if I'm going to do it, I usually do it right about here initially. I mean, there's more shit to come. Number 4, I imagine situations and scenes. Once I have the shadow characters, I start placing them in situations and just general craziness that go along with the plot idea. Usually just boring day to day stuff, but every once in a while, something really like crazy or genuine or just a great gem will come up that is like story altering. I love when that happens, which is why I do this part. Number 5. Here's where I start to flesh out the characters. Once I've done all the dumping and ideas and shadow characters and all the stuff that I could come up with, this is when I go back to those characters and now I give them real life. So this is my character building stage. I will go into more details about how I do that in a separate video. We ain't got that kind of time. Number 6, let the story marinate. That's right, you heard me. I let it sit. I let all those groovy characters who are now no longer just mere shadows walk around in their world and just do whatever. You know, they have a life, they have backstory, they have this, they have that. And people can only be who they are. So I let them. Story time. I remember back in the day when dream books were all the rage. And in those books, they would tell you that, like, for instance, if you dreamt about a dog, that it would mean blah, blah, blah. But that crap never sat right with me. I mean, sure, there are certain things that will come to mind that the general populace will agree with. Like the color yellow meaning cowardly, or the color red meaning caution, or beware, or stop. But if you really think about it, the same things don't mean the same thing to everybody. So, for example, let's say you have 3 people, and those 3 people go to bed and they dream of a dog. The dream book will give you something basic, generic, and probably incorrect as the explanation for you dreaming of said dog. But what if dreamer number 1 loves dogs and dreamer number 2 hates dogs and dreamer number 3 is terrified of dogs? So those 3 people dream about a dog, it's going to have 3 different meanings for them, right? Just saying. So keeping that little story in mind, this is why it is important to really, really, truly flesh out your characters. Really, like, get them in good. Because once they exist, once they have all the things that they need and who they really are, they can only be who they are in certain situations. So when you're writing your story, it really does make your story move a certain way because people can only be who they are. Okay? So do that. And then drop those glorious people you created into their situation, into the plot, into whatever the fuck, and let them do what they do. It's fascinating. Number 7, listen to music for inspiration. Usually I will happen upon a song that just gives me inspiration in general for the plot or scene or subplot or something that's going on with it. But when that doesn't happen, I will search for songs that I think suits the mood of the story I'm trying to tell. Yeah, that's it. Number 8, the plot thickens. Now that I know my plot, now that I know what everyone wants, now that I have all the players in place, this is a time where I concentrate on fucking it all up. I stir up shit here. My favorite thing in the world to do is to give the protagonist everything they want and make them pay dearly for it. I get chills. And number 9, 'tis time. I solidify it all, collect my thoughts, and get ready for Act 2. So now we're at Act 2. Number 1 is I write down notes. And it's just simply that. I write down whatever comes to me, just making notes on stuff that I want to do moving forward. Number 2, outline. I have a video coming out soon on how I create my outlines. So, we're not going to include all the details of that here, but just know that this is when it happens. Number 3 is the breakdown. This is another part of my process that needs its own video. But basically, I take the outline and I use the outline to create the blueprint for my writing schedule of that particular story. More to come. Number 4 is I create my folders. This takes a few minutes to do, but it's crucial in my process to keep me keeping stuff straight. So the first folder I make is my main work in process folder. So whatever the title is, and I always give my stuff a title. Even if it's just a working title, I title it. I do this in Word since I no longer trust Scrivener and never will. Scrivener, y'all know what you did to me. I ain't gonna forgive you. Once that main folder is created, and again, I will have another video on that process. I've been working for you guys, I really have. I create the chapter folders based off the outline. It may seem like a convoluted way to work, but trust me, it will make your life easier. So just to be clear, the main folder, inside the main folder, I have the individual chapter folders. I know what those are based on my outline. They're not written in stone. Don't panic about that. Just start this way. And trust me. Number 5 is I create my files. Once all the folders exist, I create the individual files based off of the outline. Okay, again, I will explain that better. I just don't want to take up the time here. So basically what I'll do is I'll do a Word doc and give it its Borg designation and put it in its proper folder. This will all make more sense to you when you see the breakdown video. Right now, this is just me telling you my order of operations. Number 6, I create the soundtrack. Yes, I am that person. I picture everything that I do in life as a movie, including my writing. Everything. I kid you not. It's actually sad. I choose the songs that are 100% perfect for my story, collect them all in one place, make them long enough for me to write at least 2 hours at a day before I hear the same song again. Yeah, that's me. And I do that because 2 hours is the least amount that I will write on any given day. Generally, no kidding, I may hear that playlist 3 times. I can, go 6 hours and keep writing. But 2 hours is my minimum per day. Number 7 is Pinterest. Yeah, Pinterest. This is the time when I start making Pinterest boards and, for the tale. And those Pinterest boards don't just stop at characters. They go everywhere from the mood and setting to different places and areas and towns and buildings and clothes and whatever. I go hog wild. I give myself permission to do this because it also adds to my writing experience, and it also adds to, oh yeah, this person's favorite color is blue. So blah, 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 I know people may look at it as a nonsense step, but I look at it as a world building step. So I build my world on Pinterest for everyone to see. A bit of advice, or maybe a cautionary tale, so to speak. If you're the kind of person who gets easily distracted or caught up in shit, you may not want to include this in your process. You will fall down a rabbit hole dealing with Pinterest. It has happened to me. So I'm just saying, if you're that person, give yourself a time frame in which to fool around with if you're going to do this. I recommend doing it, but I also caution that you can get sucked in. So beware. And don't let that fucking shit stop you from writing. Like, don't be that person. Number 8, determine the time that it's going to take. You'll get to see this in my breakdown, how I do it, but this is the part of when I do it. There are a few steps to this part of the process. Easy steps, but steps nonetheless. But this is where I determine exactly how long it's going to take me to get that first draft done. And I got this down to a science, folk. I do. So number 9 is schedule. Part of the breakdown, yada, yada, yada. More to come. But here's where now that I know how long it's going to take me to write the first draft, this is where I schedule it out on my calendar, the times and blah, blah, blah. This generally only takes me a few minutes. The most important part about this is blocking out the times that I'm not going to write, that I know that I'm not going to write, and I block those out so they don't accidentally get scheduled in. But yeah, more to come, more to come, more to come. I know. Take a drink every time I say more to come. The thing about Act 1 is the unpredictable act. You never know how long that part's going to take. It has less steps than Act 2, of course, but it could be 1,000 times longer or 1,000,000 times shorter. You just don't know. The idea comes to you, you work it out, you plan it out, you dump. You don't have any power over that. Act 2, on the other hand, is way more structured, and the planning process is just way more easier, in my opinion, to do than the preliminary part where you're just still working with the great idea that's going to change the world. Number 10 is the checklist. And it is just that, it's a checklist. From the blueprint that I put together, from the breakdown, all that stuff, I put together a checklist. And it's a physical, printed out checklist where I check off the stuff as I go when the time comes for the writing. I keep this, it keeps me in check. It helps me out too, because there are times when I like to jump around. I am a chronological order writer, don't get me wrong. But there are times where I'm like, you know what? I do not feel like writing this scene. I ain't feeling it. But I do want to write that other scene. And on my checklist, I make sure I check it. I make sure it's in the right folder and all that other good stuff. And I write that bitch. And then when I'm ready, I go back. So it's a great tool. Number 11 is day 1 of writing, which explains itself. It's the first day that I write something connected to the story. That's legit, not notes, blah, blah, blah. It is, I sat down, I dedicated myself to the at least 2 hours on the day I said I was going to start, and I write. Number 12 is end of chapter mini edit. Once I've written all the scenes that go into one chapter, I do a mini edit on it. And I mean mini edit. Like, I don't go to town on it. I don't do that because I don't want to spend a bunch of time revising and fixing and all that other stuff and not moving forward. Number 13 is I send that chapter to my alpha. Whew. This is when shit gets scary because I'm sending a brand new raw story, piss poor edited, to my alpha, basically to get judged. No, but send it to my alpha. And I do this, one, because it makes me move forward. For one thing, I don't sit on like, oh yeah, blah blah blah. I don't give myself any kind of reasons or excuses to not keep writing. So now, in that step, as scary as the fuck it is, the alpha gets the first chapter. Step number 14, write the next chapter. What? Really? Is that what happens? Yes, I write the next chapter. So while my alpha is doing her thing, I'm I'm writing all the scenes that go into the next chapter, and doing all that good stuff that we talked about previously. All I'm doing now is rinse and repeat. Write the chapter, mini edit, send it to the alpha, do the next chapter. And I continue with that until I reach the end of my checklist. A quick note on that, if I do write a scene or a chapter that's out of sequence, I do not send that to the alpha. That sits and it waits until the time comes where it's supposed to go. But other than that, everything else is, like I said, rinse and repeat. Number 15, finish the first draft. Yeah. First draft is done. It's been alphaed. I buy some cake, buy a balloon, drink something, celebrate, breathe. Because I probably haven't breathed the entire time. Now it is time to move into the final act, Act 3. Act 3, y'all. So we went through all the crazy and madness of Act 1. We went through all the order and construction in Act 2. So now we get to the polishing and additional madness that is Act 3. Number 1 is another edit. I like to do another read through / edit, based on notes that I've taken along the way, because I don't stop myself in the process. I take the notes, I keep moving, and anything that my alpha may have given me that I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense, so I do a quickie edit. This is one of the parts that I hate. In fact, I hate anything that has to do with editing. And for all those lovely people out there who love editing, good for you. Can't relate. Sometimes at this stage I will do a rewrite, but that's really rare. Very rare, actually. I think I've only done it twice. I saved the rewrite or the second draft for another time. I mean, geez, I just wrote a friggin' book. I want to step away from it a little bit and just do some minor fixes. Number 2, I set up my beta process. Here's another one that is going to be coming for you later on with all the details to it. Take a drink. Yeah, take a drink. But basically, this is when I work on the forms and all that stuff that I'm going to be sending out to the betas. It gives me a little bit of a chance to step away from writing the story, but I'm still working on the story because the questions and that sort is based on the book. So yeah, so this is what I do at this point. It's also the time that I start recruiting betas. Like, hey, y'all, you want to be a beta for my next book? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so it's that time too. So this is the beta, the initial beta stuff, I should say. Number 3 is I send the chapters out to the betas. Obviously based on the fact that step 2 is complete. I found betas and I have the questions and stuff that I want answered. Then I send the chapters out to the betas. And I send the chapters out piecemeal, one at a time. I do this mainly because I'm not sending anybody the whole thing at one time. It's overwhelming, plus people rarely even make it to the end. Like, you may have 20 betas when you start and 4 when you finish. So that's why I work that way. But again, that's more in the process in a video to come. Take a drink. Number 4, I gather all the information that I got from my betas. I must admit, after the initial terror of actually sending these stuff out to the betas, this is the part I like. I love getting all the feedback and hearing all the stuff that people say, especially with the questions that I ask. I love the answers love seeing rather the answers that I get, because you never know what they're going to be, but I love seeing what they are. So I dig this part of the process. I take that information and I use it accordingly, depending on, what I need, what I don't need, blah, blah, blah. In the other video, take a drink. Y'all probably stupid drunk at this point. Number 5, I put together the new outline for the second draft. The process of creating the outline for the second draft is a little different than the first, because the first you're kind of working from nothing and you're bringing something to life. The second one you're working more from revisions and stuff in mind and changes that you want to make or fixing shit that you fucked up, that kind of thing. I love writing the second one. It never takes me nearly as long to do. And usually while I'm writing, if I come up with something that I know I want to incorporate that wasn't in the initial one, I have the note to the left anyway. So this doesn't take me long to do. Fun part. For me. I realize that it isn't for everybody. With that outline, I go right through like I did in the beginning. Go through the checklist, right. Again, this usually takes like a fourth of the time, if that. I've never had anything take more time to do the rewrite, because come on, you got a whole book that's done. Unless you have like major issues and flaws and craziness and madness and stuff like that, it pretty much is your guide to do what you got to write next. You know what I mean? So that's what I do. I go through and I complete a second draft. Number 6, I reread the entire book. Yep. I read it just like I bought it from the store, and I just go through it like reading it for story. I reread this like it's something that I'm planning to give to the world. Hey, yeah, this is how it came out, blah, blah, blah. And I try to just enjoy it. Number 8, I take a break. I take a break from it entirely. I do not have a set time for my breaks. One book, I took a break for a week. Another book, I took a break for 6 months. It just depends on how heavy it is, how much it's hitting me, and what all I got to get done. But I take a break. Number 9, I listen to the final notes given to me from betas. Now, unlike the previous beta run, I don't do a big, giant, the whole chapter spoon-fed. The ones, the 2 or 3 or 4 betas that made it to the end, I give them my second draft, which in my brain is the last draft, but we know it doesn't work that way. The second draft, they go through it and I collect any other things that they have to say about that. Number 10, the final draft. Here's where I make all the changes that I'm going to make. Not necessarily fixes, but changes that I'm going to make. I shouldn't say fixes, not necessarily corrections. Like I don't proofread it. I write pretty clean, but this is where I just do anything that's going to be like an overhaul, or like, oh yeah, I want to add this scene to make this make sense. So whatever. This is where I write that draft. This is the part where it really starts to look like a book, like a legit, this could go out kind of book. Number 11, I format it. I format the book. Yeah, I do that, but I do that for me. I format it in a way that I'm going to just go send this on over to KDP. I'm going to have me a novel. I'm going to have me an ebook. Yeah, I do that. I do it. It's just part of my process. You don't have to drive yourself crazy and do such things. I need to, for whatever reason. Number 12, yeah, I actually make a KDP version of it. Like I put it up there the way it is from my formatting skills, which I will say are pretty on point. Pat myself on the back if I didn't have to hold the camera. I do this because I like to print a copy of the book. For whatever reason, Doing that makes it real to me. And I'm not saying that you should do this. I'm just saying that this is what I do. And then I wait for said book to come to me in the mail and I pick it up and it's like, yay, I have a book. I have a book. But trust me, there is a method to my madness, I promise. I take said book, ink pens, and highlighters, and I go through the book and I look for mistakes. Maybe it's a pricey way to proof, but it works for me on so many levels. For one thing, for whatever reason, I can't seem to find mistakes on the computer, but I find a million of them in the physical book. So, yeah, I do my proof with a physical copy of the book. Again, suggestion, not a recommendation, definitely not a rule you have to follow. It's just something I do, and I like doing it. Plus, it just feels real when I do that. Number 14, I send it to my editor. Not the physical book that I wrote all in, but the corrections that I made on the last version of the book, including the stuff from the physical book that I changed, fixed, corrected. I send a Word doc to my editor and I just hang my head and wait for all the red marks to come back. Number 15, while I'm waiting for my editor to basically make it look like a bloody horror show, I commission formatters, I commission cover artists, I even commission people to do character sketches, all that good happy stuff. Anything connected to the book being done, but not writing. I recommend that highly. And number 16, while I'm waiting for the editor to send it back, and after I've done all the other finding people, cover artists, that sort of thing, I get with my collective and we just have fun. We have fun. My collective are the people who are my betas and my alphas who've read the story. They know the characters inside out. I put together lots of games, fun stuff for them. All sorts of things that I will talk about in another video. And just kind of defrag. Stay connected to the story, but defrag a bit. And plus they love it and they're invested in the characters at this point. So I always come up with groovy little contests and things to do with them. It's a lot of fun. I definitely recommend doing that. A collective story for you. One of the things I did with them was I asked each one to choose their favorite character from the book and then create a mood board for that character. So they created a mood board that had what they thought the character looked like and things about the character that stuck out to them. And then they had to share theirs with the group so everybody can see. That was so cool to do. Especially first you get to see which characters they were gravitating towards. And then the things that they may have picked up that how you felt about the character and then things that you saw that really. And it's just so telling. And then they compare with each other. It is amazing. It was so much fun. Anyway, just thought I'd share that one. Number 17 is I have my book back from my editor and I analyze all that information. I say analyze because, of course, I'm going to take the corrections and stuff like that. But sometimes things that their editor suggests aren't 100% of what you need. But I appreciate still getting information. Like I'm trying to think of a dumb thing that's a bad example. But like if the editor said, "Oh, I don't think that character should carry a white umbrella. It should be green," but you know in your heart of hearts that it needs to be white, that sort of thing. You know, I go past that. But other than that, like yeah, I analyze everything that came in. I make all the changes and fixes based on my editor doing his professional thing. Oh, and on that note, please get an editor. Yeah, don't skip that part. Number 18, I create a final copy of the novel. Even saying that still gives me tingles. I usually only give myself 30 days, a month to do this. A month. It doesn't even really take a month, but I give myself a month, no more. It could be less, but not more. I get it done. Balls to the wall. I don't know what any saying that I just do it. Pedal to the metal. There you go. I knock it the fuck out. So at this point, the novel is done. It's done. It's ready. It's ready for the world. Number 19, formatting and cover. I get those done. I hire people to do this, even though I can. I hate it. I hate everything about it. I'm not good enough at doing covers to even consider using one of my own. So I hire those people based on all my searches and looking for people. That's when I, put together the money to get the formatter and the cover done. And number 20, I move into the publishing process. You know what I'm about to say. Go ahead and get that drink. More on the process to come. Details. But now you have it. You have all 3 acts of my process. Is how I roll. Yeah, that's me in a nutshell. That's how I do it. I'm looking forward to really giving you the breakdown of those certain sections so you can see the nitty-gritty on how I piece by piece do it. But I'm really happy to share this actual breakdown of the process for you. So there's that. I'm happy. Hope you're happy. Hope you enjoyed this. Hope it wasn't too long and boring for you. And yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to hit me up. Y'all know your girl don't mind questions. I'm down for whatever. And let me know if you like the purple hair. I don't know if I wore the purple. I may have worn the purple before on camera. I don't recall. Because I know I did the pink and the multi and the gray. Or did I do the gray? I might not have done the gray. The black, the blonde, the red, the blue. Anyway, just let me know what you think. And until next time, remember, you hold the power as long as you're driven.
Stop me if you wanted to. I just work hard, yeah, harder than the rest. Some people say I'm lucky, others saying that I'm blessed. But I keep my head down, cause I crave progress. You ain't never gonna stop me, cause it's my conquest. And I'm never gonna rest, yeah. And y'all don't know that I'm a soldier. I always felt like I'm alone, yeah.
It's gonna be all right, I promise. So, I know when most people hear the word outlining, even the hardcore outliners, they cringe just a bit. That's partly because you're thinking about outlines in the wrong way. So, before you have a nervous breakdown and start reaching for the holy water and garlic, let me take a moment to try and help you get rid of all the hate for outlining that's out there and shine a new light on the real process. First, erase what you think you know. Work with me here and just let it go. Take a deep breath and relax. Okay? Moving forward. Now quiet the voices that lie to you and insist that having an outline ruins the creative flow of telling your tale. An outline does not have that kind of power unless you give it. It is not pre-writing. It is not a synopsis. It is not written in stone. It is a tool. Outlines save you time and help you avoid blocks. It could take what seems like forever working out characters and plots and such. Creating an outline diminishes that by leaps and bounds and gives you space you need to be creative as you write that first draft. And if you are participating in NaNoWriMo, time is of the essence. Just like with anything creative, there is no correct way to create an outline. I am sharing with you what works for me, so remember that as you watch. Take what works for you, drop what doesn't, incorporate and alter to suit you. I do have a rule though. This is a 1-session assignment. That's it. Sit down and knock this out. No toiling over it allowed. Before I continue, I would like to remind you that the goal of Nano is not to complete a whole novel. You can, of course, but the true goals are twofold. One, get you in the habit of writing, and two, encourage you to set goals. This one being 50,000 words. My novels tend to be around 65,000 words or so Nano doesn't ever see me to the end of a first draft, but having 50,000 words of it is a fabulous start. So, you're asking, where do I begin? Well, glad you asked. I start with answering 8 questions which are based on Harmon's Circle. Some of you may be familiar with it already, but for those of you who aren't, here's the basic breakdown using my current work in progress, which is Worshipped from the Encounters series. Yeah. So in a nutshell, the circle goes like this. Character in their comfort zone, but they need or desire or want something. So they enter into an unfamiliar situation and learn to adapt to it, then get what they needed, desired, or wanted, and pays a price for it. They return to their familiar world, having been changed. It's really just that simple. Ask yourself those 8 questions and go from there. So here we go. Let's start with Worshipped. Okay? So, number 1, Talia Kin. Talia Kin is the character. Wants to be able to feel again before she dies. She goes to her family cabin where she was happiest, where she meets the Ursa brothers, who offer to try and help her, which ends up needing a sacrifice that breaks the dam that was blocking her feelings. She returns healed and whole. Now that is a very simplistic breakdown, but just answering those questions about the tale helps me sort where I'm trying to go with the story. Okay? See? No pain. 8 questions. Answer those 8. Now, I go way into this on other videos, and at some point I will add links below for you. Side note, this will also help you out when it comes time to create that all-important blurb, but that's a video for a later date. Back on track. After I answer those 8 questions, or at least as many as I could at first pass, I create a mini character bio. And I mean mini. Now is not the time to go all out on them, just to get them going. You will be adding, subtracting, and altering this as you go because, as I stated previously, nothing is written in stone. Okay? Stop panicking. I see you. Here's an example of one of my character sheets. I actually have 3 different ones: human, other than human, and short story. If you would like a PDF copy of my character sheets, message me through whichever social suits you. I will get them to you as soon as I can. When you're filling out your character sheet, fill out what comes to you. Then feel free to make up what doesn't, because it may spark more ideas for your tale. And because why, class? It's not carved in stone. Very good. You get a gold star. You have answered your questions and fleshed out some characters. You can now use this information to construct your outline. Ready? Let's go. What you're going to do is you're going to go scene by scene. Pretend like you are watching your story like a movie in your head. And the first thing that you see, that's the scene. You're not going to go into all the massive details that you see in the scene. You are going to write a very small sentence that lets you know what the scene is about. This is what your outline should look like. A short sentence that describes the scene. That's all you need. I go out of my way to make them as short as possible. But if you need more than 5 words, then by all means, write a complete sentence. Sentence. Do not do this. Because doing this delves into synopsis territory, and right now is not the time to be doing all that, especially since you haven't written the tale yet. So trying to create a synopsis for a tale that doesn't exist yet will drive you friggin' crazy. Folk thinking that this is an outline is why I think folk are so against using them, because it does feel like you are writing the story. Don't do this. Okay, rant over. You're going to start out writing in chronological order, and you are going to keep going in chronological order until you either reach the end or you run out of scenes that are in order. If you are one of those folk who actually managed to do your whole tale from start to finish, well, good for you. But if you are normal like the rest of us, at some point you may run out of chronological steam. No worries. Now what you need to do is just as simple. Write down all the scene sentences that you know you want in the story, but you don't have a place for them yet, like this. At some point in time, you'll either find a place for them, more stuff will come to you as you're writing, or you may just not use them at all. So at this point, you should be good to go. You should have plenty of scene sentences, some in chronological order, some you know you want to write, but you don't know where they go yet. As you start writing, you will figure that out, trust me. Believe it or not, you now have an outline. What? For real? Yup. Whether you finished it entirely, and we are judging you, or it has some open spaces that will need to be sorted, that's fine. The important thing is you have a great tool to work from. Having it will help you immensely in getting the words down. So go into Nano prepared this year with a tailor-made outline of your own design. That's all you need to get started. So have at. If you would like to attend one of my outlining workshops, which really goes in deep, be sure to hit me up. I do them throughout the year, but I cap them and they fill up really quick, so just know that. Sign up for my newsletter to stay informed. Why are you still here? Go create your outlines already. And remember, you hold the power as long as you are driven.
I take a cold hard look at the world now. Hold my hand out, got a plan now. I'ma help be the change cause I can now. Here I stand now, take my hand now. No pain, no gain, no shame. Work hard, play hard, okay. I think I get it now, don't wanna let them down. I'ma take the ground and speak my mind out loud. Here I go, proud of my notes. Teach them what I wrote, teach them all the hope. Keep them on the road, I have a dream, that's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute.
Sup? Hello, my lovelies. I am just popping in for a quick moment to share one of the things that I like to do when I am creating my world for my novels. Especially when I'm so far in and I've reached that point where I am not so much losing inspiration, but need a kick of inspiration. So one of those things that I do is I create Pinterest boards for the books. Not original, lots of people do that. But I like to go in and get each character. I don't care if the character only had one line. I don't care if the character didn't have a line at all. I create a board for that character. I do backstory on them, even if you never know it. I am that much of a dork. Yes, I am. But I still do it because it makes me, believe it or not, really get through writing the story. Even though there may be parts that I don't divulge, as me knowing them makes the story easy for me to tell it. Oh, I'm probably not making sense and I'm moving into rambling territory for sure. But nonetheless, Here are some pictures that I put together that represent the cast members in Shattered. They obviously aren't the people in the book. These are just, pictures I found on Pinterest, but still fun to do. So share with me what you guys like to do that keeps you inspired, that keeps you moving, that keeps you writing. I would love to hear it. See you later, lovelies.
You either pick yourself up or you let yourself down. Life will always be tough, so who the fuck are you now? Will you make it alone or do you need someone else? I don't need anyone, I'll do it all by myself.
You know what I love most about being a writer? The fact that no matter how smart you are, how much you already know, you'll never know everything. And that's okay.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere.
So, I want to say this first. When I give advice, it is my opinion based on what I know up until this very moment. Okay? Moving on. First, let me begin with what tension is versus suspense. Because I notice a lot of people either combine them or they get mixed up with it or think that they mean the same thing and they don't. Tension is a feeling and suspense is waiting for something to happen. You can feel tension without waiting for something to happen. For example, when you feel some type of way, but you can't pinpoint why. However, it doesn't work the other way around. You can't be angst-ridden and waiting for something to happen without also being tense. So to break it down, tension is the feeling of conflict that has not been resolved, whereas suspense is anxiously waiting to know what happens next. We good? Okay, let's move on. How can we create tension in our writing? Well, there are lots of avenues to explore. The key to tension is conflict. So first begin by creating characters that are likable. This does not mean that they have to be good guys. Just likable enough that your readers are curious about them or care about them or want to hang with them and know what happens to them. Next, determine what your characters want, what their goals are, what they need, or what they think they need. Figure all that out to the best of your ability as soon as you possibly can because it is crucial. One of my favorite things to do, and you know this if you've read me, is to determine what my characters want most, give it to them, and then make them pay dearly for it. One of the best ways that you can pull this off is to have characters with opposing needs or needs that conflict with the other one, that hinder the other one. That juicy word, conflict. Okay, so we have some good groundwork with our characters. Now you want to keep raising the stakes, but remember to also let things descend as well. You want your readers on a roller coaster. One way to do this is to let your MC try and fail. Try and fail. Let them do the right thing and still be wrong. Or think that they made the right decision, but let their choice severely screw them. Make their actions have consequences that they just didn't see coming. After you have given your reader all that heavy stuff to deal with, let them take a breath. Pacing is everything. Everything. And don't worry about losing your readers during these down times. As long as you did your best to create interesting characters, they're going to shine through even through the milder moments. Another way to create tension is to give your MC multiple issues to deal with. They don't have to be like super big like the main ones, but other little points of light that is also like factoring in. In my novel Shattered, Aaliyah's main goal was to get to go to the school of her dreams and live the life of what she thought a normal teenager was. I assure you, I built plenty of tension to go along with that crap, as innocent as her goal was. But Aaliyah had added bonuses or curses, however you want to look at it, that also played a part in the whole makeup of who she was. She had medical issues that held her back. You know, she wound up starting school later than everybody else, so she was behind. And she had conflict with her family that was going on in the background as well. And there were some more things that I don't want to get all into them all now. But the point is, don't just make that one goal the whole thing that carries throughout the book, because the tension will then wane. People will be like, okay, whatever. You know, she wants to go to this school. You know, big deal. We know this now. It's paid $200. So you don't want that. You lost all your tension. So the sidebar issues with their own resolutions will bring on their own amount of tension and keep it all going. Creating tension in my work is one of my favorite things to do. I might be slightly sadistic now that I think about it. Talk to my therapist. Hopefully, I shed some light on what tension is and how to create it and not confuse you. So yeah, don't wait, create. And until next time, remember, you hold the power as long as you're driven.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere to be. Always on the grind, yeah, you know me. Hold the crown will be mine, you can call me king. A matter of time for you all love me. Finally at my prime, right where I wanna be. I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like.
Yo, I've seen some things.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere to be. Always on the grind, yeah, you know me. Hold the crown will be mine, you can call me king. A matter of time for you.
Guess what? I get to talk about one of my favorite topics today, story structure. That said, the minute I decided to go about this discussion, I instantly got overwhelmed. I couldn't even think of where to begin. There's so much to cover. So much territory to explore. So many different ways to structure a story. We would be here for eons. So I decided to do what I do best and just explain how I structure stories. But before I go there, let me try to clear up a little gray spot that I found writers fall in when they're doing research on the topic. And that is the difference between plot and story. Think of plot as two people trying to kill each other. And the story would be why. Your plot consists of the actions that your characters take to move from one scene to the next. It's the what, where, when, and how of the equation. Story consists of the why and who. It's what your tale is about at its core. They are two distinct halves that, when blended together, create something more than its individual parts. Okay? Moving right along. I didn't get into story structure until I got to college. In fact, it wasn't until then that I even heard of the term, believe it or not. It's also where I discovered that no matter what you know or which established story structure you choose to follow, if you are writing, then you are creating structure. Keep in mind that all story structure boils down to is pattern. Think of it like a rhythm that sort of resonates with us on an unconscious level. I hear the naysayers talking about how they don't want to follow a plan, or they refuse to be fenced into a particular structure or whatever they want to call it. I especially hear it from the discovery writers, but nothing can be further from the truth. No matter what kind of writer you are, I promise you, story structure still plays a part in it in some way. The particular tale that I'm going to be telling dictates which method I choose. I write a lot of fantasy, so I find that the monomyth really suits me best when I'm trying to put together my blueprint to get my writing done. I like the details of it. It gets me to ask the questions that really, really help me flesh out my story. But my go-to, no matter what story I'm telling, no matter what tale I'm trying to put together, story structure method is Dan Harmon's circle. When I get to the point where I'm ready to start writing, I go and I answer those 8 glorious questions. I discovered that doing so helps me with everything from outlining to figuring out the blurb. A quickie about the circle: it consists of 4 quads and 4 intersections that look like this. And those 8 points make up the circle. A character is in a zone of comfort, but they want something. They enter into an unfamiliar situation, adapt to it, get what they wanted, pay a heavy price for it, then returning to the familiar situation, having been changed. An even simpler breakdown is this. Just so you know, I like pie slices, so my circle looks like this, but it's still the same information. I use this to get to the nitty-gritty of the situation simply by answering the questions for each slice. You need to go search for something, find it, take it, and then return having been changed. The main benefit of using this method as opposed to all the others is its focus on characters. Also, it's just easy to apply to the majority of stories out there. So I have this idea for a more grown-up, contemporary, yet still magical and fantastical retelling of Goldilocks and the Three Bears. I have some ideas of stuff I want to do in it, some scenes I know I want to put in, instances that I know I want to happen, all that good stuff. I have already completely did my dumping. Now I'm ready to give it a little structure so that I can move forward with telling the tale. Quick side note, the example that I'm going to use today is a little altered because I don't want it to be spoilery. So I changed a few lines here and there, but it still hits all the beats. Okay, we're good. Talia Ken wants to be able to feel again before she dies. So she goes to her family's cabin where she was last happiest and meets the Ursa brothers / caretakers who offer to help her, involving some fire dancing and some sex magics and another time, which ends up needing a sacrifice that breaks the dam blocking her feelings. She returns healed and whole again. Simple, basic, to the heart of what's going on. Just in doing that, flooded me with more stuff to write and more scenes to put in and all kinds of really groovy stuff that we'll talk about later. Another time. So, after I do all the brainstorming and all the dumping, I jump right on the wheel. I answer the questions. It gives me more inspiration. I write out more little notes here and there. It just makes for a great beginning to the process. Like I said, for other stories, I may need to go a little bit more beyond that and jump on that monomyth. But each story is different, so you never know. But starting with Harmon's Wheel gets me going. And I've also discovered that since I've started using the wheel, I haven't needed to go to the other, the hero's journey and all those other things, that the 12 steps and the 8 steps and the 7 steps. I've seen so many damn steps. Harmon's Wheel just lays it out for me, gets me going. I found my rhythm, what actually works for me, and the same thing will happen for you if you explore story structure. Do some research on story structure. Believe me, you will be surprised by the results. Well, guys, I hope you enjoyed this, and please remember, you hold the power as long as you are driven.
Sometimes I'm feeling high, but sometimes I'm feeling low. I wanna stay inside, I could call my bed my home. I've been trapped inside my mind, that's what keeps me in the zone. I think that I'll be fine, but I do not really know, yeah. It's too late for me, not too late for you. To be great, you'll see, the pain's worth.
In the quiet of your mind, a spark begins to glow. A world awaits inside you, with stories yet to show. You are the dreamer, the maker, the one who holds the key. Unleash your vision, set your spirit free. Dream, believe, and write your truth. Every word you speak, every page you move. The world is waiting for the light you bring.
Forgive me for letting myself in, but
I understand. Sudden storms always ensnare something helpless. I'm most grateful you aren't a bear.
well, I'm just glad you weren't some axe-wielding maniac. Lucky for me, you chose such a remote place to live. I would have surely frozen to death.
Yes, I came across your vehicle a ways back. When I saw that it was empty, I assumed whoever was driving would make their way here. If they were fortunate enough, that is. Would you like a blanket?
Yes, thank you. This has got to be a weird situation for you. Coming home to a strange person and all.
I've sheltered many strangers. It's the least I could do given the circumstances.
I appreciate it very much.
I will prepare something to get you warm. The storm will not be letting up anytime soon.
I don't wish for you to bother over me. I've intruded enough, and you have been beyond hospitable.
Curious, why were you traveling through?
Work. I go wherever the job sends me.
I suppose you weren't expecting a storm such as this one to come your way.
I knew there'd be a storm, but knowing still cannot prepare you for actuality.
Very true.
Won't you join me? I'll feel less like I'm imposing.
I do not require sustenance at this moment.
At least come closer to the fire.
I prefer the cold. Why are you so formal?
My apologies. Just a way for me to remember, keep things straight. When you're passed around as much as I was growing up, you come up with tricks to cope.
Passed around.
Yeah, fostered all my life.
Sorry.
Don't be. I was well treated and well educated. One of the lucky ones.
With no family.
Correct.
No one to miss you.
I guess not, unless you count my truck.
Again, sorry. It's important to me that your needs be met, that I am a suitable host.
I've noticed. What happened to you?
Pardon?
Been around enough to know when someone is compensating, trying to right a past wrong, fill a void, lessen some hurt. What happened to you?
You're right. I have to admit that my reasons are far more selfish. My generosity suits my needs.
Well, I guess warmth and kindness are the welcome side effects of your compulsory generosity.
Indeed.
That's the girl I was telling you about.
My god, she is stunning. It's almost like a wood nymph.
Can we go?
Wonder what she's doing.
I don't know, but I'm gonna go find out.
Oh my god. Why when that boy sees crazy, he runs right to it?
I don't know, but I have to see this.
Excuse me.
Yes?
What are you doing?
Huggin' Beulah here.
Beulah?
Yeah, or at least that's what she said her name was.
Of course. Excuse me.
Yes?
Why are you hugging, Beulah, right?
Well, I was in chemistry,
A Hoffman?
unfortunately. And these silly little bitches started calling me names and shit.
Well, is that right?
Yeah, some really ignorant shit, you know?
Been there.
Then one of them called me a tree-hugging freak. I was just about to bang her in her mouth. Then I thought to myself, it's been a while since I've actually hugged a tree.
You don't say.
I do say. So I came out to the courtyard.
In the middle of Hoffman?
No big loss there.
Mm.
And Beulah called to me.
Trees used to talk to me too. And Emily got me pills and cleared that right up.
Come closer. What's your name?
Christopher. Yours?
Elizabeth.
It's fitting. Beautiful name for a beautiful person.
Person? Don't you mean tree hugging freak? I don't know who Emily is, but you tell her tomorrow no more pills.
Oh my god, please go get him.
No, this is too good.
I can't watch.
Hey, I have a wonderful tree at my house. I don't know her name, but maybe she'll tell you. Do you want to come over? Meet my friends?
Are those your friends over there?
Yeah, that's them.
Sure, they won't mind.
Are you kidding? My friends are the best. Come on. So, this is Joshua.
Hi, Elizabeth.
And Janae.
Hi. I can tell we're gonna be really good friends. Oh, okay.
An excerpt from Gemini Rising by Aphrodite Lee. Leave me, child, Cherika dismisses. I do not wish to hear your voice at this moment. Well, I'm sorry, Mia Cherika, but that's not how the world works, Leary says, moving in closer. Do not call me that vile name, child. Let's get a few things straight. I am not a child. We are the same fucking age, okay? In fact, I am a few weeks older than you, so drop that shit. And you are a mirror. I have no say in formalities beyond your wishes. When we are alone, if you desire, I will be more informal. Cherika turns her back to her and stares up into the night sky. Leary wants to be respectful and obey, but feels wrong to leave her at such a vulnerable moment. She would never leave Sin or Delore or any of her other surrogate siblings. Cherika deserves the same compassion. She walks over and sits beside her and stares as well. After hours of stillness, Cherika turns to Leary, her expression as blank as when they first sat together. The Gavara says that I am a Shohirian royal, that this is important, and I should be happy to finally be home. She is correct. No, she is not, Cherika interrupts. Nothing about this makes me happy. You'll finally get to be with your real mother and father. Hakan Gan is my real father, and I love him. Do you creatures expect me to just accept this madness and turn my back on him? We creatures expect you to realize that you have been lied to your entire life. Gan stole you. He groomed you to be a weapon against your own people, your own blood. Cherika looks away. Don't you fucking get it? Leary blows up. You were never supposed to live that horrible existence. You were meant to grow up here. Here, Cherika, surrounded by the people who love and adore you. My father adores me. Oh my goddess. I don't know how to get through to you. Leary stands and walks towards the cliff's edge and stares out onto the grassy knolls and rolling hills. The sun shyly beats down on the blades and they wave back and forth as warmth begins to fill them. Leary allows the birth of the new day to fill her senses, and she finds calm once more. This, Cherika. Leary sighs as she points to the fields below. We would have been closer than brothers, she explains with full assurance. I just feel it. We would have danced naked in this portrait nature has painted for us every morning. She continues with an imagined nostalgia in her tone of what might have been. Sherika comes to the edge and peers down at the various shades of green. She does not see this beautiful picture the way Leary obviously does. She doesn't understand why Leary is so moved by the universe responding as it should. Natural order, nothing more. But Leary's expression makes her realize that she is clearly missing something. This saddens Sherika, so she immediately pushes that feeling away. "You wish to dance naked with me?" Sherika asks, coming to the only conclusion that makes sense to her. Leary turns and faces Sherika square. She searches her expression for sarcasm but finds childlike innocence instead. Leary smiles. "I see no significance in such an act," Sherika continues, "but I am willing to dance with you if you desire, brother." With both hands, Leary cautiously claps Sherika's face. She looks into her eyes and sees where all of her true Shoharian spirit is locked away. So many layers, so many walls. Will I ever get through them all? With that utterance, Leary could feel an internal barrier shatter as another moved forward in its place. This caused Sherika to falter slightly. She backs away. "What did you do to me, witch?" Sherika says with a fear she could not hide. "Nothing. I promise. I would never hurt you." Sherika goes back and reclaims her previous seat and once again stares out. Her breathing is labored. She feels a panic come over her. Leary runs to her side and sits as well. She watches as Sherika's eyes gloss over as if they were about to well with tears. "Sherika, it's okay to cry. Just let it out." "Cry? What do you take me for? Some sort of weak male thing guided by passions? Just leave me alone, please." "Okay." Leary stands and heads away. "I understand what was done, okay?" Shara begins sternly. "But I will never hate him." Leary pauses for a moment, and for the first time, she tries to understand where Sherika is coming from. She thinks about her father, Beator, how she too was adopted, never knew her real parents, treated very well by her father who raised her alone in the only way he knew how. And she wondered how she would react if people she was raised to hate suddenly showed up and told her that it was all a lie. Could she then just suddenly hate Beator? Maybe a part of her would one day grow to hate the act of how they became a family. But he is still just that, her family. And a part of her could never stop loving him. Leary leans in and kisses Sherika on the mouth, lingering long enough to allow the sensations of her touch to fill her senses once more. Another wall crumbles inside of Sherika and again replaced with a new one. This made Leary tremble. "I will never give up on you, brother. One day, we will dance." She leaves Sherika alone to sort out her thoughts.
"Repeat after me," Lord says with an unfamiliar growl in his tone. "O Dolor." "O Dolor." He pulls her in tight. "Ogo Shudo Idina." "Ogo Shudo Idina." He tangles his hand in her hair and pulls her face closer to his. "Ajaguveya." Eden takes in a deep breath. "Ajaguveya." He tightens his grip. "All of it. Again," he demands. "O Dolor. O Go Shudo Idina. Ajaguveya." These words, and these words only, are all you are to utter until I have my fill of you.
Do you understand?
Yes.
If you say anything other than those words, I will not continue. Do you understand that as well?
O Shado Lord, O Goshudo Idina, Aja Goveya.
I've been waiting patiently. I built this tower quietly, and when the well of Wellbutrin is running dry of serotonin, I can say things I don't mean, or maybe it's the truth in me. I feel it building, bubbling up. My time is up. I'm so misunderstood, but I live for this. My money's good, and I came to win. So step on up, and I promise you, only one of us gon' make it out alive, and it's not you. Only one of us gon' make it out alive, and it's not you. Only one of us gon' make it out alive. I've been making my Gethsemane since I was young. My ancestry was marching martyrdom across the Tumbler plains of Utah. I can't lie, I've been played by powerful people who get their way. But I'm trying to climb my mountain, I'm trying to rise. I'm so misunderstood, but I live for this. My money's good, and I came to win. So step on up, and I promise you, only one of us gon' make it out alive, and it's not you. Only one of us gon' make it out alive, and it's not you. Only one of us gon' make it out alive. Cutthroat.
Still struggling to see the signs. Too heavy for a heart line. Save me. Ooh,
Here we go, yo. Here we go, yo. So what's the scenario? It's gonna be that kind of day.
It's our time to shine. Show that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop.
So, I have a tag for you that I have been kind of saving for a minute because, well, I just was saving it. It's called the Anything But Books tag. So moving right along, let's knock it out. Question number 1. Name a cartoon that you love. That's easy. My most favorite cartoon right now in the whole wide world is Steven Universe. Not that it wasn't hard to pick just one, but it was easy to pick my favorite one. Love Steven Universe. Love Steven Universe. I want to be a voice on Steven Universe so bad. Like I want to be like one of the gems. I want to be like Obsidian or or Onyx or somebody. Like, I want to be on that show. That's how much I love that show. And yeah, that's me. Steven Universe. Steven, go ahead, try to hit me if you're able. Can't you see that my relationship is stable? Yes, love the show. Question number 2. What is your favorite song right now? Right now, I'm so glad it said right now because we be all year for me trying to figure out what my favorite song is. I mean, that's like trying to pick your favorite child. Maybe not, because I do actually have a favorite child. Yeah, I'm a terrible mother. Okay. So, my favorite song right now is Animal by Chase Holfelder. Now, it's a cover that he did, but I don't care. Like, I like everything he does. I'm like totally obsessed with him, I think. I might actually have a problem, but you know, I love that song. I'm going to leave the link to it. Please go listen to it. Please listen to everything Chase does, but that song, I don't know. It just, I don't know. I play it every single day. It is on every playlist that I create for like when I'm writing my books and writing my scripts. I love it. Love it. Love. So question number 3 is, what can you do for hours that isn't reading? For hours and hours and hours upon hours, I can watch YouTube videos because that's what I do. That is what I do. I love YouTube. I love it. I love it. Did I say I loved it? Because I love it. I love YouTube. Question number 4. What is something that you love to do that your followers may be surprised of? Okay. Back in the day, and maybe not so far back in the day, I used to be ridiculously obsessed with Jay Osmond. That's right. That's what I said. He, no matter what videos I was watching of them, he would always catch my attention. He would always stick out the way he would dance and jump around. He was like, I don't know. I think he had like ADHD or something. I don't know. He just caught my attention. He pulled focus. Even when they put him, sitting behind the drum set, he still pulled focus. And then when he did Crazy Horses, I was done in. So it's like, I used to like to watch him hop around and dance and do whatever. So I don't know. My family wouldn't be surprised about that because I actually got on their nerves about him for years. But yeah, that might be a little bit of a surprise to the followers. Maybe not. I think my followers already know I'm weird and quirky things, draw my attention. Bright lights. Yeah. Question number 5 is, what is your favorite specific thing that you like to learn about? I love to learn new languages or learn about them. Everything that I can find out about new languages, I just love it. I like language. I just do. Question number 6. What is something unusual that you know how to do? I don't know how unusual it is, but I can lip sync to anything Michael Jackson has ever done, down to the inhales and exhales, man. I can. It's a gift. I have fooled people. Question number 7. Name something that you made in the last year and show it if you can. Well, I made a million things in this past year, but I'm going to say the first thing that came to my mind was outlines. And I'm not showing y'all the outlines. You're just going to have to trust me. I have dozens of them. I do. I'll share them with you all. I'm not saying I won't share. I'm just not going to do it here. Question number 8. What is your most recent personal project? That would be my weight loss journey. A girl is trying to bring some of these pounds down. Yes, plump girls are gorgeous. They are. But I'm getting too old to carry this much weight. I really am. And I know this, and I want to do something about it. So that's my project. Question number 9. Tell us something that you think about often, maybe while staring out of a window. Well, I like to imagine starring in parody videos with me and Jonathan Scott from the Property Brothers on HGTV. Don't look at me like that. Y'all are the ones that want to know these answers to these questions. You know, it's not like I make up erotic fan fiction with us in it, you know, where we do all kinds of groovy stuff and or stalk his Twitter page and make voodoo dolls of his girlfriends so they will go away. Because, I mean, that would be crazy. Question number 10 is name something that is a favorite, but not just like, you know, we want it to be oddly specific, not something like your favorite food, but something that's kind of different and out there. For me, that would be, I like to create my own languages for my worlds. Yeah, I know I'm a dork, but I do. I like to create languages. I'm down with that. I study all kinds of conlangs and, you know, and how they came about and all that kind of good stuff. And I like to do that. You know, I spent, I think, 2 years on one, which isn't a long time actually, but I just trying to make sure I was working out all the grammar and all the rules that has to go along with it. Because, you know, you just can't create words, especially when it's a language that didn't naturally or organically come to be. You got to still put in all the rules and such. So I like to do that. You know, there's like, you got to take in consideration like dialects and accents and what have you. And then also being careful that you don't have a whole planet where everybody speaks that same language, because no, don't do that. So taking those kind of things into consideration. Yeah, I'm a nerd. No apologies. Question number 11. Say the first thing that comes to your mind. No. I'm not going to do that. So that's the end of that tag. I'm just going to tag everybody in the world who hasn't done this tag to just do it. Especially if you're a writer, you know, do this one and, you know, just to step out of that for a second and talk about something else, you know, about who you are and the kind of things you like to do, and share a piece of you that's not connected to the writing per se. So until next time, you know what to do.
Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm too pop, getting caught with a few thoughts, cause I'm too lost. Off the speakers can't even handle me, giving what I got, nobody's gonna drain my energy, and I will never stop. I'm motivated by enemies, setting up shop so everybody remember me. And no, I am not going through life regretfully. I'd rather work non-stop, what they call incessantly, than work some odd job just to live life pleasantly.
I don't actually wear glasses. I'm just pretending. Because why not?
Yeah, I don't believe in destiny, I just do what's best for me. Don't listen to my enemies, they're just full of jealousy. Yeah, this legacy, you gon' see what's left of me. You gon' see success in me, you ain't seen the rest of me. I just wanna be the best at what I know, better than the rest, just watch me grow. Put me to the test and watch me
I'm
grow.
finally gonna do the newbie AuthorTube tag. I'm so excited about this because I've been wanting to do it and then trying to do it like 1,000 different times for about a couple years now, because I'm a punk. But nonetheless, you know, I'm doing it today. I do not know who originated the tag for sure, because like I said, I've watched so many of these videos and they always kind of link back to where they saw it. So that's what I'm going to do. I saw this with Cam, my boy, yes. And so that's where I'm going to say it originated from. I'm sure that you can trace it back to the owner. Let's see. How did you find out about AuthorTube? Well, I found out about AuthorTube watching YouTube for the past couple years.
I didn't know for sure that there was a thing called AuthorTube per se. I just knew that there was a community where writers got together and talked about writing and the process and the whole journey. And I knew I wanted to be a part of that. The actual term AuthorTube, I think I heard like a year and a half ago, something like that. I don't know. Didn't commit it to memory. I just decided that I was probably so far out the game, it's probably always existed, and I just didn't know. So that's kind of where. But I will say all the way back to 2014 that I've been watching author videos, and we'll just leave it at that. Okay, what genres do you write in? Oh, that's hard. I've written in so many different ones, but primarily I write paranormal, fantasy, romance type stuff, mushy stuff with, shapeshifters and that sort. But I have delved into plenty of other places, including erotica, which y'all just don't know. I may surprise you with some of that. My current piece, which is so weird because it's not paranormal fantasy or nothing like that. It's more of a coming of age story, and it's new adult. So yes, it's coming of age and it's new adult. Trust me, you'll know why later. What is your preferred point of view, tense, and category of story? I have to say third person, omniscient, present tense. And my preferred category will always be new adult. Even though, yes, I do like young adult, and I like middle grade too. I like adult more. Let's see. What was the next question? Are you a plotter, pantser, or plantser? First, let me say how much I hate those terms with a passion. I hate are you a plotter? Are you a pantser? Are you a planner? Like most people, but when the idea comes to me, I work it out in my head. And when it grows beyond the point of where it's just an idea, I start writing down little notes and passages, maybe a chapter or 12. But when I'm ready to get into the nitty-gritty of writing the book, I create an outline. So I am a planner. I guess that's the right term. Doesn't matter. I hate all of them. So let's see. Number 5. Are you traditionally published, self-published, or yet to be published? I'm yet to be published and proud. I say that because I'm so glad I didn't have the knowledge to publish myself like 2 years ago, because I would have fucked it up in a royal way, like major fuckitude. So I'm glad I know more now, and I'm glad I'm more armed. Okay, what publishing company, literary agency, and or printing company are you represented by? None. If you're not published, what's your dream publishing house and or agent? I have no desire to ever be published traditionally. That is not saying that it will never happen, because I can't predict the future anymore. I gave that skill up for Lent. I have no desire to do it. I'm not working towards doing it. My dream would be to create my own publishing house where I can help, other newbies coming in. So there. So number 7, what AuthorTube related videos can we expect to find on your channel? AuthorTube related. That is a really good question, to point out the fact that you said AuthorTube related. So AuthorTube related, I will say my process, my journey, my struggle, my triumph as a writer who is trying to become an author. That's what you can expect. That won't be all I'll do though, all right, when did you start writing? I remember the exact moment. 4th grade, reading class, Miss Bernadette. She gave us an assignment saying that we had to complete a story, where they gave us like a lead in, and it was like a spaceship landed in Chapel Street. Chapel Street was the alley on the side of our school. St. Michael's forever. And a ship landed and during recess. Then what? And I do not know what happened to me that moment. I remember that moment like it was yesterday. Something clicked in my brain. Something went off in my head. And I say that because before that, I did not have this deep desire to be a writer. I always wrote, and I would write songs and poems and stuff like that, but to tell stories, not so much. And when I had to do it in school, I would get a little pissed off because I'm like, leave me alone. I've proven on more than one occasion I understand English pretty well, for the most part. So stop bugging me. But when she gave me that, it just went pew. So much so that was fourth grade. So by the time I graduated, which we graduate at in Catholic school, we graduated at sixth grade before we went to junior high school, not fucking middle school, junior goddamn high. Before we went to junior high school, and by the time I got out of school, they had actually created a special award for me honoring my writing. I was the first person to get it. And the only person to ever get it. But they created it specifically for me because that's how much I got into it. Like, boom. It was just, let's get off this question. I can talk about it forever. Number 9. What is the first story you ever wrote? Well, that was it. The first story I wrote it was called Tin Can Alley. Everybody's had to be called Tin Can Alley. Even though it happened in Castle Street Alley. That's what it was called. But what mine was about after, the spaceship landed was, I was in fourth grade, so don't judge me. Me and 2 of my friends, we kind of went with the aliens to their planet because they said their planet was made out of candy and we were down for that shit. Like, we can eat some of the planet and y'all be cool with it? Like, yeah. But, you have to stay with us for 472 years, and we're like, whoa, we can't miss dinner. Our people will recognize that we were gone if we were gone for that long. And then it turned out that their years were like seconds or some shit, and basically we would be back. We wouldn't be back in enough time to go back to class conveniently, but we would be there in enough time to come back for dinner so our parents won't miss us. So that was cool. So a couple things happened, and you may notice that I don't have lenses anymore. See, what had happened was I was trying to clean the lens because the lens was dirty and it fell out. So then I was like, well, pop the other one out. You weren't using them to see anyway. You can't fucking see. Can't see with them. Can't see without them. But I like the frames. So, what authors inspired my writing the most? None. I don't really understand why people. I guess you can be inspired by another writer to write like their style or something, but I was never inspired by anybody's style or whatever. I'm not sure what you're asking about that question. Now, if you want to get into writers who I love, I have a shit ton of guilty pleasure writers. Like, I love Sharon Page. Yes, I do. And I love Elizabeth Amber. The Lords of Sata series. Come on now. I don't believe that they're meant to be like this funny story, but they tickle me to no end. They tickle me for 1,000 different reasons. Okay. But I love them. I love them. I love George R.R. Martin. What you talking about? I love Jon Snow. I love Charles Dickens. I love Charles Dickens. He's just pretty much a fucking genius. So number 11. Do you schedule your writing sessions or do you get to it whenever you can? I write every single solitary day, period. Every day. I don't have a day off. I write 7 days a week, blah, blah, blah. Yes, I am a crazy person. That is how I roll. I do not have a certain time scheduled. Like I don't write from 7 to 9 every day or something like that. But I do write in the evenings mostly. I write when I feel like it throughout the day. I don't care what else I have to do. I write. In between, like I would like do my job and on my breaks. Because I wouldn't take the breaks, I would write. And then it would be lunchtime and I wouldn't take lunch, I would write. And that's just me. I would come home and play with babies and then I would write. I write every day. The only time that I don't write is if I am desperately sick. And I swear even then I write. Or if the babies are desperately sick and then I have to, give them attention because, legally, it's expected. So, yeah, I write every day, mainly evenings, to answer that question. Do you type on a computer, typewriter, write everything out by hand, or use a blend of those? Yes. Where do you write generally? I write in my studio. 99.9% of the time, I do it in my studio. If I'm caught somewhere, like if I'm at a friend's house and I'm feeling antsy, then of course I'll just write there. I write wherever I can if I'm not in my studio. But I write in my studio. Okay, what are you most looking forward to now that you are a part of Arthur 2? Okay, I'm going to practice saying author and not say Arthur because I know the difference, but it's just a hard word for me. So, Author 2. I'm just so happy that I get to say I'm a part of Author 2. I am legit a part of Author 2. Hey, okay, I will not break into song again. What I'm looking forward to is just the camaraderie of it, the community, readers who like authors who love authors, helping out and sharing the whole fucking ball of wax. That's what I'm looking forward to. I do not have a legit author tribe, writer tribe, whatever. So to me, that's what Author 2 will be, my tribe. Hello. So it's me. I'm here looking like I have fucking leprosy. What is going on with the oh my God. Anyway. But that's my author newbie tag. And like so many others, I tag anybody else who wants to do it. But I'm going to legit tag Kimberly Meade because I know she hasn't done it yet. And I'm going to tag DL Tillery because I know she hasn't done it yet. And that's all I can think of because I made my video. I did it. Oh, no song. This time. If that beeps one more fucking time, it ain't nobody but Ramona ass beeping. God damn it. What's going on with my face? What the fuck? Looks like I have like bumps all over my face, but I don't. I swear this is smooth. What's going on? Oh shit. I look like I have leprosy or something. What's happening? I'm working on me. I'm getting there.
I'm way too obsessed and I've got nothing left, and I'm not quite there yet, but those words they'll regret, cause I've got something left and I'm not giving in. I will not let them win. I won't stop till the end, no.
I forgot to eat today.
yesterday. That explains why I'm so damn hungry.
Yeah, it's our
So,
time to shine.
today, my tag is a character writing tag. I've actually wanted to do this one for a minute, but I kind of put it to the side because I was doing a lot of different tags that were really heavy character based. This one is a little lighter, but it's still fun, and I really wanted to do it. So, here we go. I saw this tag originally on Ben's page. I will make sure to give you the link down in the description. And I saw it again too a bit later. I don't know actually who did it first, but I saw it after on Francine's page. I'll also link her page too because she's awesome. Awesome. So, without further ado, there are 10 questions. I didn't say anything about rules, just kind of answer them. So, we're going to go with that. Question number 1. A crazy ass hacker got into your computer and deleted your entire writing playlist with the exception of one song. Which song is it? Why are people jerks? Who would do that? Asshole. Anyway, I already know which song it would be. It would be Animal by Chase Holfelder. I've said it before in previous videos. I am obsessed with that song. I am obsessed with Chase. And I just love it. I can't not listen to it every day. It is everywhere. So if the hacker actually got into my computer and started deleting shit from here, there, and everywhere, he would not get them all because I have it on everything from, I don't know, I was going to say Sonic. Like, what the hell is Sonic? I have it everywhere. Everywhere. So, it's even on my phone. So, screw you, hacker dude. Or chick. No. Question number 2. Your protagonist and your antagonist are paired together to go out to lunch. Where do they go? Never gonna happen. Never. Under no circumstances will make my protagonist, Aaliyah, go anywhere alone with the antagonist, Chase. Not gonna happen. Not even alone. Like, there could be other people. She is not gonna do it. Kidnap her mama. Not gonna do it. Threaten her life. Not gonna do it. Can't blackmail her. There's no way she will do it. But I'm still going to answer the question. If for some ridiculous reason unknown to even me, this happened, Aaliyah would pick where it would go down, and she would probably pick someplace where there was lots and lots of people. So I don't know where they would go. One thing I do know is Chase would allow her to do all the deciding and the choosing because he would actually want to do this. She would not. So he would give her, carte blanche. You pick the place, the time, whatever, however, so more than likely it would just be some kind of Italian restaurant because Aaliyah likes Italian. And she would make sure it was upscale so that there were probably people would be staring at them because she would like for people to be watching to make sure he doesn't do anything, anything. I just should say, and leave it there because, oh my God, this kid, he has severe personal problems. We will not get into it in this video. Question number 3 is you're crossing a bridge and a troll stops you and demands that you give him a chapter of your book to read. Which chapter do you choose? Well, I would give him the first chapter. Start from the beginning. And he can tell from that if it's his cup of tea or not. And if it's not, he'll move on. And if it is, he will ask for the other chapters, which I will gladly give to him. Because that's, I'm a nice person. For the most part. Question number 4. Your friends have invited you to a party And surprise, all of your characters are there. My friends are jerks if they do that. Just telling y'all, whoever's watching, don't do that to me. So, let's see. Who would you hang with the most? Well, that's kind of a hard question because, all right, if I was hanging at the party and I was the same age as my characters, because my characters are kids, you know, they're practically the age of what my grandkids would be. So if I was hanging with them and I was also a kid, then I would hang with Aaliyah, Dar, you know, the good girl crew. I would hang with them. I would slip away a little bit to go hang with some of the boys because damn, they are just really pretty. But it'd be easier to say who I wouldn't hang with. I would not hang with Baron or Barbara because I hate them. I would not hang with Chase a lot. And I say a lot because I'm going to assume I don't know a whole bunch of stuff about him the way, because he doesn't know a lot of stuff about him, to be honest with you. So, and he's really good at putting on a front. So I wouldn't be as leery of him as I should be. But at the same time, I do know he's not in the cool crew that I would want to be associated with. So I might speak to him a little bit, but I roll out, especially because he spends way too much time with Baron and Barbara. Ugh, I hate them. So if I'm my age, the age that I am currently, then I would probably hang out with either Joy Van Buskirk, the dance teacher, because I love her, or Ayana, which is the main character's oldest sister. Her oldest sister is like 11, 12 years older than her. It's a big gap. Excuse me. So I would hang out with those two, any of them. I might even hang out with headmistress Amelia Kyriakis, because again, she's another one who she kind of puts on a good front, like a good front. So she has a lot of people fooled, and I wouldn't necessarily know all her shady shit, you know, like I do know. So that's what I would do. Question number 5. You somehow managed to lock your keys into your apartment. Which character would help you pick the lock to get back in? That's also kind of tricky because the shady ones who would be able to do it wouldn't do it for me because they're assholes. So, because Baron would probably pick a lock in a heartbeat. You know, he's pretty much a junior criminal as far as I'm concerned. Chase probably would be able to, and he might because he would like to look like a hero. So, I would say Chase would be the most likely one to do it. You have Dar, who would also try and probably succeed. And the one who would want to do it the most would probably be Orchid, but she wouldn't be able to do it. She wouldn't be able to do it. It's too many parts that would be like, but if we break in, aren't we causing this problem? She would overthink it, and by the time she would decide that she was going to actually go through with it, someone else would have fucking made a new door. You know. So, yeah. Let's see. Question number 6 is the zombie apocalypse. Everyone is heading to Mars. So, which character would you take with you? You can only take one. So, who would you take? I honestly would want to take Spencer. I ain't gonna lie. I would want to take Spencer. But here's the rub. Spencer would be miserable if I took him away from Aaliyah. And since I can't also take Aaliyah, it would be like I took the wrong person because he would be gloomy and miserable for however much long, time we have on Mars. So that being the case, I could take one of them Flint boys, because damn. I don't know. Who would I take? Who would be ideal? I like too many of them. I'm just going to say I'm going to take Aaron. I'm going to take Aaron because he's pretty. Can't lie. Oh, I know who I would take. I will take Pierce. Yes. Pierce is nice and he's gorgeous. He's nice and gorgeous. So I think Pierce, yes. Question number 7. You've been given the ability to travel anywhere in your book. Where would you go? Well, I'm already where my book exists. The book is in Maryland. So I live in Maryland already. But I did make up the township. The township, to the best of my knowledge, doesn't exist in Maryland. So, for lack of a better choice, I think I would really want to go to Aton Building. And that's currently where the seniors live. I think I would have a ball in there just hanging out in people's cells and going to the great rooms on all the different floors because they all have different, things going on with them. And I would love that. I would love hanging out. So my book isn't, any fantasy or stuff like that. It doesn't have anything really spectacular. So it's just, dorm buildings and the school itself and grounds, blah, blah, blah. It's Maryland. It's pretty. Number 8. You meet your main character and you want to introduce yourself, get a conversation going, but you can only do it with 6 words or less. What do you say? Okay, so my main character is Aaliyah. What would I say to Aaliyah if I just met her? Beyond hi, how you doing? I don't know. What would I say to her? I guess it would kind of depend on where I was meeting her. So I'm going to say I met her. She's in a coffee shop somewhere, and I'm seeing her sitting writing. What I would say to her, beyond the normal hello, how you doing kind of thing, because you can't be rude. I would say, hey, what are you working on? Or, hi, you seem engrossed. What are you writing? Something along those lines. And find a way to do it with 6 words or less. Because I have no idea what I answered it or if I stayed under 6. A girl is tired, y'all. I'm tired. I can't think. Question number 9. Crazy acid rain is falling. Which character would you use as an umbrella? Ooh, what a mean question. There are so many characters to choose from, though. I could go with my most hated character, and that is Baron. And I really hate him. He has no saving qualities. So I could use him, but no. I could use his twin, Barbara. But no. I think who I'm going to go with is Headmistress Kyriakis. First of all, I'll use her because her ass could cover me. She could actually shield me. Those other two together couldn't shield me. So I'll use her because I would love to see her go through some uncomfortableness and see how she pretends for it to not be bothering her the whole time it's happening, because she's such a person who puts up a front all the damn time. So yeah, I'm going to say her. Not that I didn't have a whole bunch of people that I could have just strung together and used with no damn qualms. I'd have been like, I don't care. I'm not getting covered in acid rain. Sounds like a personal problem for you. Number 10, and this is the final one. You are out to dinner with your MC, and it's time to order dessert. What dessert would you order for her? Like, I don't know why I would be ordering for her, but let's pretend we're in a situation where that's the case. And she doesn't eat a lot. Like, she's not an eater. So for dessert, and she's not a sweets person either. So I would guess I would get her, you know what? I would order her what I would order for me, and that would be like a little dish of like pralines and cream ice cream. I would eat all of mine, she would eat some of hers, and that would be the end of that. So that's the end of the tag. It was a cool tag, and it was a quick tag, as tags go. And you get to look a little bit more into your characters with it. So I like that too, because I never thought about like the dessert thing or what have you. So that works. I want to tag, I want to tag a bunch of people in this. So I'm just going to list their names. Check them out. Whoever pops up on the screen, you're it. So until next time, you know what to do.
Yo, that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock. Got a new clock and a new stock for this new rock. Just let your mind loose from the new stock. Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm too pop. Getting caught with a few thoughts, cause I'm too lost. Off the speakers can't even handle me. Give it what I got, nobody.
So, you want to know where the magic happens? Well, too bad. My studio is a mess. So I have to settle for my bedroom.
All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull it much quicker.
So, as I'm sure you can see, I'm in bed. And I'm going to be in bed for a couple days because obviously the universe is trying to tell me that I need to slow my damn roll, because every time I start to feel a little bit better, then I start feeling bad again. So after this weekend, I am taking a break, a writing break, or whatever break. I don't know what I'm going to call it, but I'm going to not look at screens and all that other stuff that obviously is kind of hurting me. So, do not fear though. I have plenty of stuff already in the can to go out to you all. So, I got you. You know I look out. I saw this tag like a couple days ago on DL Stewart's channel, and I jumped right on it. Had to do it. As far as I was concerned, it was the absolute best opportunity that I saw that I could really talk about the genre in which the majority of my works fall in, and that's fantasy. Yes, I do realize that you can't base that on stuff like Encounters or Shattered, which are the two things I have coming out first. And even though Encounters has some fantasy elements in it, I mean, let's face it, it's erotica. And Shattered is a coming of age tale. So they had nothing really to do with fantasy, which I promise you is my major concentration. I swear. So I'm really happy to have this tag, since fantasy is what I do. For the fantasy writing tag, there are 10 questions, pretty straightforward, so let's just go right on to it. Question number 1, what fantasy project or projects are you working on? Jeez, so many. But there are 2 that are in the forefront that I'm really putting a lot of work into. The first one is Worshipped, which is basically an adaptation of a tale from Encounters, Chapter 5, which is a retelling or reimagining of Goldilocks and the 3 Bears. And then I have Jen, which is based off of nothing. Totally original characters, totally new story. And it's about a character named Siobhan, who is half Jen and half she doesn't know. And that's pretty much all I can tell about the tale, because I have some stuff I need to still work out. But I'll keep you posted, I promise. Question number 2. Who has been the biggest support on your writing journey? That's easy enough. DL Tillery. Hands down, she has been in my corner since the moment she knew I was a writer. There is not a work
that I have written that she has not read and given her honest thoughts on. I know a lot of you are already familiar with her, so you know the girl don't hold back. Also, there is the always awesome Eleanor, a true goddess on earth. For real, y'all. I feel bad for anybody who doesn't know her. These two women have supported my dreams more than everyone else out there combined. I love them. And I cannot leave out Authortude, the absolute entire community, even the really, really strange ones. Is there an arrow pointing at me right now? The great men and women who only know me through the internet, who literally only know me because of YouTube, who have been cheering me on since day one. I was not ready for that, but I'm so glad it happened. Question number 3. What has been your biggest obstacle in your writing journey? To be honest, I really don't have any obstacles in my writing journey. It's the one thing in my life that is going great and is always going great. I make writing a priority. I treat it as a priority and I act accordingly. It brings me joy, so I allow myself to have that joy. And even when it's hard, it brings me joy. I really don't struggle. I make the time to write and I write. Question number 4. What house do you belong to? Oh my God, I have talked about this one before, and I want to take that test again. I mean, I kind of took it twice because I thought it made a mistake, but I'm a Ravenclaw. And not that I have a problem being a Ravenclaw because I don't, but I'm just surprised that I'm a Ravenclaw. And I was almost a friggin' Slytherin. Like, I kid you not, like 95 of the points were split between Slytherin and Ravenclaw just edged it out. And then Gryffindor got like the lowest, like 1, percentage wise. And then like the other 2 or 3 or 4, whatever's left, I'm not mathing right now. With the Hufflepuff. Like, for real? Ravenclaw? Okay. I promised myself I wasn't going to go into a rant about this. But, yeah. I'm Ravenclaw. According to the test. I want to talk to JK. Question number 5. What house would your MC belong to? For Siobhan, I would say that she would be both Slytherin and Gryffindor. And I say that because she's a hybrid being and she's got like a duality going on, which you'll discover as as I get more into the stuff. I will share it with you as I go. I'm not shy about it. And her, just by her nature alone, she's at constant battle with herself. So I would say she literally would have both of those, and not 50-50, like 100% Slytherin for this reason or this particular issue or this particular situation, or 100% Gryffindor in a different situation. Girl, she got problems. Now, Talia is harder to peg. In fact, I think if they put the sorting hat on her head, it would probably implode. It just would. I mean, where does a person who just truly doesn't care about anything, she has no highs, no lows, no passion whatsoever. She's pretty much going through her entire life on routine, and even not, regimented routine. Like, some people are like, they have to, she's just existing, and she really doesn't care about anything. So
I don't know where she would go, but I will base where she would go on the time in her life when she actually was living and was happy and doing whatever. And that's when she was a kid. And I would say she would be sorted in the Hufflepuff. She's very creative and very imaginative. And so, yeah, I think Hufflepuff was where she would be if she basically, she's like Walking Dead. Question number 6. What mythical creature would you like to see more of in fantasy books? Funny you should ask me that. A girl needs more satyrs. I love satyrs. I do. For all the wrong reasons. Y'all know it's me. In Jin, Siobhan's best friend is a satyr named Elijah. And I am having so much fun fleshing out this character and his family, his people, his race, and as a whole. Oh my God. I'm having so much fun with it. So I needed more satyrs. I created satyrs. Because that's how I roll, people. The whole universe that Siobhan and Elijah live in have been just the most fun and difficult to create. But yeah, I can't really wait to share the whole thing with you all. I've talked about this book on other vlogs, and I'll link them below if I can find them. But since I actually started working on writing it, you know how it goes. Things change, and I just can't wait to share it with you all. Oh, and while we're on the subject of more mythical creatures, I would like to see more vampires that aren't all upset about being vampires, like all the angst and the woe is me and I gotta drink blood kind of thing. I want to see some happy goddamn vampires. Happy that they are vampires, proud of their race kind of vampires. I wouldn't mind seeing a little of that. Just throwing it out there. And also because I wouldn't mind seeing some. Yeah, I've been working on that too. Again, how I roll. Question number 7. Does your MC have a mythical creature that they encounter? And if not, what kind of creature would they like to encounter? Well, yes. We've already touched on that for Jin. The whole township are filled with what other human beings would call mythical creatures. You know, we can't base anything on what humans know. Humans are dumb. Am I right? So in Eden's Hollow, which is where Elijah and Siobhan live and a whole bunch of other people, there are no humans. Well, there's one human technically, but she's a ghost. So, and she got trapped there when the perimeter, the magical barrier was created to cloak the town. She got trapped inside of it. So that's why she's there. But there are no other humans there. And that's how they want it. And the reason why that is because either they don't want dealings with humans. A lot of them don't like the way humans smell for some reason. And they just want to live in peace without worrying about it. And others are hiding for their own reasons, which, you know, it's like don't ask, don't tell kind of thing. And there are some who leave to go out because they kind of treat humans as cows, if you know what I mean. But they come back home. So it's like no humans are in this book at all. And that also makes me happy that I'm writing a story that doesn't have humans in it. Oh, yeah. Fuck them humans. Humans suck. And not in a good way that we have fun with. I'm sorry. I'm back on track now. Now in Worshipped, Talia comes across these 3 men who, and they are men, they are human men, but their essence, their souls, their spirits, whatever you want to call it, are bears. So technically they're bears on the inside,
for lack of a better way of explaining it. We have polar bear, brown bear, and black bear. I really, really am having fun with this one. We'll get more into them at another time. Question number 8. What season does your story take place in? For Jen, that would be the end of summer, moving into autumn. And for Worship, that would be mid-autumn, all the way back around the spring. So no damn summer for either of them. Fuck summer. Question number 9. What is your favorite drink to have when you are writing? Pepsi. But to be honest, it's just my favorite drink in general. I love Pepsi. In fact, I love it so much, I no longer keep it in my house. I only drink it when I go out to dinner or, special occasions or whatever, that kind of thing. And I'll order a Pepsi. And that's it. Because I have a slight problem with Pepsi. So, yeah. There's that. And instead, and I'm just going to ask everybody who is watching or listening right now, please don't send me hate mail. Please don't be mad at me for saying this. I am already apologizing, so you don't even have to hit me up. I drink coffee, but I hate it. I don't like coffee, but coffee does the trick. So what I drink the most of is probably coffee when I'm writing. Rather have Pepsi, but I'm just being honest. I also drink tons and tons of either iced tea or hot tea, depending on what time of year it is, or if I'm not feeling good. If I'm not feeling good, I will drink a lot of hot tea. And I will drink coffee too. For some reason, it's just soothing. And if it's the winter, gallons of hot cocoa. Gallons. Ridiculous. So I guess the short answer would have been, depending on what time of year it is, what I'm sipping on. But if I had my way, it would be vats and vats and vats of Pepsi. They used to call me Pepsi. I drank so much Pepsi. And it wasn't because I was bubbly and chocolate and effervescent. No, it's because I drank that shit so much. It wasn't because I was cool and satisfying, even though I am. It was because I drank it that much. My name got slid to the side and I was called Pepsi. Okay. Again, I'm sorry. I don't feel good, so I rant. Number 10. If granted the wish to spend the afternoon with your favorite fantasy writer, who would it be and why? It would be Elizabeth Amber. I love Elizabeth Amber. She created the Lords of Satyr series. Love satyrs. I have read those books, every book, reread those books, and read those books again because I love them so much. And my favorite book of the series is Rain. Whew. I would have given anything to Ben Jordan. Okay? Yes. Love me some Rain. You hear me? All right. I love this series so much that I actually took the first book and I wrote a pilot episode for it and a couple of treatments for the rest of the book to be, a series, a mini series, not something that would last forever, just, go through maybe 5 or 6 episodes per book. And at least that's where I landed on the first book. It's like 6 episodes.
That's how much I love it. And I swear to you, I'm going to pitch it to HBO. But wait, no. I changed my mind about that. I'm going to pitch it to Netflix. Because HBO likes to fuck up the last season of stuff. And I'm not giving them a chance to fuck up my satyrs, man. But that's how much I love them. That's how much I love those books. Are they the greatest books ever written? No, they're not. But they are entertaining to me, and I love them, and I want to sit with her and pick her brain. I love her. I love her. Well, that's another tag down, and so many more to go. But before we go, I want to give a big shout out to my newest patron. He hasn't been a part of my Patreon a solid month yet, but I am so happy to have him there. And I love how active he is and how his responses are to my craziness. Thank you, Adam. Looking forward to giving you more content, more crazy, more me. He's on AuthorTube as well, so I left a link to his channel below. Be sure to check his channel out when you get a moment if you haven't already. And until next time, you know what to do.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere to be. Always on the grind, yeah, you know me. Hold the crown will be mine, you can call me king. A matter of time for you all love me. Finally at my prime, right where I wanna be. I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me.
I'm back again with another tag. I mean, how else would you know you were on the right channel? So, today's tag is called the Hollywood AuthorTube tag. And this one is a really fun one. It's 5 simple questions, but maybe not so simple. But still, pretty cool. I'm just going to get right into it. First question, would your book be a TV show or a movie? I think that my book will be perfect as a Netflix original miniseries. I can see the first book being a 3-day thing. I can already picture it. In fact, I already wrote the script. I love writing scripts. Question number 2, would there be a sequel or another season? It definitely would be a sequel or another season. Not sure what they would call it when it's a miniseries. But Shattered is the first book in the Glass Corridor series, and there are 2 other that follow. Second one being Stained, third one being Sheer. And I can see both of those each getting their own 3-day stay at Netflix. I haven't written those scripts yet, but I'm on it. Question number 3, what show or movie could it cross over with? Now, originally, I didn't have an answer to that, because my brain was going, there are like 8 billion stories about, someone's first day at school kind of thing, and then another billion about all the craziness that goes on when you're the new person at the new school kind of thing. So I was just stuck. But thank God for beta readers. During the beta process of my novel, I asked that question, what does this kind of remind you of, or, blah, 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 that question. And a couple people said Boys Over Flowers. Now, mind you, I was not familiar with it. I've never heard of it. So for more than one person to say it, I'm thinking I might need to check this story out. And I did. And I checked out everything I could on it. And while I was looking up the stuff for Boys Over Flowers, then I found the original manga. I found all sorts of anime on it. I found the live action version of it, which was pretty cool. It was kind of funny. My story isn't funny, but that was pretty cool. And now I found that there's a new adaptation of it called Meteor Garden that just came out this year. I think actually it's a remake of something that came out a million years ago, but they have a 2018 version that came out on Netflix this year. So I can see where people were saying that they were similar. So yeah, I was catching that, especially the MC because she's kind of tough and I like her and she go through some shit. But they have a lot of things that are not similar. So I'm really happy about that. Fourth question, who would you cast? Casting to me would be the hardest and the funnest part of it because I do not want to cast anybody that's known to play any of the kids. I want all unknown people for every kid character. And I want actual damn kids, not 30-year-old men and women playing 17-year-olds. I want 18, 19, 20 maybe, as long as they look 17. I don't actually want 17 because of some of the stuff that happens. So yeah, that is important. The exception to that rule of wanting all new faces is I don't care if the adults have a name, are famous or whatever. Some of the adults can be well known because they're not featured, so I don't mind that. Actually, I would kind of like that, but I don't have any particular ones in mind. So what I did do is I went on Pinterest, like everybody else in the world, and created an inspiration board for characters. And I found lots of characters to play the parts of my kids. I'm not saying that they're perfectly what I see in mind, but they're close enough. So here you go. So first up, I would have Aaliyah. She's my MC, and I adore her. I am having a hard time finding someone who really looks like who I picture, but I like this girl, whoever she is. I don't know who she is. I just took all these pictures off Pinterest, so I don't know who they are. Next, we have Chase. He's the bad guy, and that's the nicest way to put it. Chase to me, and again, he's another one. I'm still having a little trouble finding someone to really play him because Chase looks like an angel. He looks like the sweetest person that you will ever lay your eyes on. His looks betray, and he also has these eyes. He has they're both gray. He has steel gray eyes, but one of them is lighter than the other one, and it's noticeable. So technically, he has two different color eyes, but they're both shades of gray. He's just beautiful, and he's sweet, beautiful looking. Next, we have Spencer. Spencer is the love interest of Aaliyah, and I noticed you probably noticed that I immediately began to smile thinking about him because I actually love this character. Spencer is pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Spencer is pretty, which he gets kind of ragged about because he is really pretty. But he's also like really tortured. You can see in him that his looks are actually marred a little bit from how mistreated he had been all his life. And the sadness that's really like behind his eyes. But still, even through that, he's just a great kid. Let's just get them out of the way now, the Beach Twins. Because as soon as I put in, fraternal, blonde-haired, white-haired twins, billions and billions and billions of pictures came up. You have Barbara, and you have Baron. They're beaches. They're bitches. I hate them. And we're going to move on. Okay, so we have Dar Ciccone. Now, this girl doesn't really have the exact look that I was going for because Dar is, this girl is beautiful, but Dar is a stunner. But at the same time, she's the kind of person who plays down her looks, not because she's like, oh, I don't want people to think I'm pretty or nothing like that. She just plays it down because she's not interested. It's not a thing to her. And the other thing about her, she always has like some kind of rainbow colored hair. Like me. She's just really out there. So that's Dar. Next we have Orchid. Now this, I don't know who this little girl is.
but she is the perfect orchid. She's exactly how I see orchid. Out of all the kids, they at least look their age, 16, 17, some are 18. But poor little orchid, she's 17, almost 18 years old, and she looks every bit of 12. Poor thing. She's just a little pixie tiny thing. And the fact that she wears her hair like either in two puffs or two braids or, two cornrows to the back doesn't help the fact that it makes her still like a little kid. But don't let that fool you. She ain't no little kid. She's tough. Don't let the size, don't let the looks fool you. The little girl is Spitfire. Lisa Capriel, yes. She is Spencer's younger sister. And she has that same sadness behind her eyes, They have the crazy wild hair and the sadness. So, I really don't want to get into her, but this picture is kind of perfect to me. This is kind of who I see when I see Lisa. Next up, we have Carter Locklear. Now, Carter, not much to say about her. She is a pretty girl. She doesn't have much going on upstairs, but she's pretty, so this picture works. Next, we have Marquise Flint. Whew, those Flint boys, they be fine. This kid sort of makes me think of Marquise because he has a lot of hair and he just puts it all over his head. He doesn't care about how crazy it looks. But it's not perfect. Like, I'm still looking for Marquise. And big brother Aaron, again, they're just gorgeous. And this kid makes me think of Aaron. Here you go. So now we have Pooey. Pooey, this girl, whoever this girl is, would nail Pooey if her hair was lighter. Everything else is perfect. Like if Pooey's hair is almost, the way she's described is her hair and her eyes and complexion are pretty much the same. So she's real golden and she has golden hair and she has golden eyes. But this girl's looks, I mean, when I saw her, I was like, wow, that's Pooey. So last we have Pierce. Poor Pierce. You'll find out why I say that later. But Pierce is a Sophos. He's Chase's big brother. And they got those Sophos looks. I like to say it's like a Clark Kent kind of look with like the medium complexion and the dark hair and the light eyes. That's just them. That's what they are. This guy comes pretty close. Again, I'm still looking for the Sophos kids. But this is good. This is a good representation. And the final question, number 5, who would do the music? Right off the bat, I know I would want Chase Holfolder to do his magic. The man is amazing. He's haunting. He gives me chills whenever I listen to anything he does. Next on the team, I would want Brendan Urie. Oh my God. I don't even know what I would do. If he said, okay, we're in the room, we're going to make this happen kind of thing, I would die. And the person that I think will bring it all together and make magic happen to the point where everybody is going to scream is Karen Maliki Sanchez. The genius of Karen Maliki Sanchez on my TV show, I would die 3 deaths. But I would have to revive because I would want to listen to what the 3 of them got together and came up with. Oh my fucking God. I got chills thinking about it. That is a prayer I'm going to keep saying until it actually comes true. Okay, so that's the tag. Hope you enjoyed it. Until the next time, you know what to do.
Fight for me, that's all I ask you do. Don't erase me. Silent.
Have you ever heard the wolf cry?
to the blue corn moon, or ask the grinning bobcat why he grins. Well, have you? It's kind of a question.
A house in New Orleans. They call it
Sup? I have an original tag for you created by my girl Amelia, and it's all about in bulk, baby. So let's go. In bulk marks the beginning of the lambing season, and it signals the start of spring. It is the promise of the renewal being honored as we welcome the growth of the returning light and witness its rebirth. This is the time that we declutter, cleanse, get rid of anything from the past so that we can prepare and be ready for new beginnings. It's also a good time for making wishes and making dedications. For more information about In Bulk, check out the link I put below. You know, I hook y'all up. Y'all know how I do. As always, the rules are pretty straightforward. Number 1, give the title of your work in progress with a brief description. Number 2, try not to use the same characters, twice. If you can help it, it is what it is, right? And 3, share it on the social media platform of your choice. Obviously, I'm choosing YouTube, but you can do it anywhere. Just tag me so I know that you did it so I can check it out. Okay? Moving right along, there are 13 questions. Number 1, fertility. What kind of parent would your MC be, or what kind of parent are they? My MC is Aaliyah, and I'm going to take liberties on answering these questions because the actual answer may be a little too spoilery. So, I'm going to go with, in normal circumstances, what kind of parent she would be. Aaliyah would be a very doting parent, maybe a bit too overprotective, but not overbearing the way her mother is. She would definitely get it though. She would be like, oh, I see why my mom was the way she is kind of mom. And a little of that would be like she would do it, but she would respect her child's passions because she didn't get that. And she wouldn't want to put her child through the same thing that she went through. So on one side, she'd be like her mom where she would be protective, but she would be the complete opposite when it came down to listening and letting the child actually have a voice. Aaliyah as a mom would be like having your big sister raise you. So she would be cool, but she would still be tough. If things were normal. Number 2, sunrise. Who is an early riser? That'd be Chase Sophos. Let's just say he needs as many hours as he could possibly find to get into the amount of bullshit that he causes. Leave it at that. I think I've been pretty clear on other videos how I feel about Chase. No amount of therapy. Number 3, Lance. Which character remembers their childhood and what do they remember? That honor would go to Lisa, sadly. She has vivid memories of her childhood and having to watch her brother basically be tortured, go through medical procedures that were meant to save him, but just made him worse. And then having to endure when they turned to her like she was spare parts in order to try to save him. She just took it all without tears. She didn't want to show her brother any more pain. Like he was already going through enough and she didn't want to add to it. So it was pretty harsh for her, for them. But she remembers it differently than he does. Beyond the medical cruelties, they still had a miserable childhood. They weren't treated well. It wasn't until they both went away to school that they found some joy. Number 4, femininity. Who has a relationship with femininity and what kind of relationship is it? I'm never really sure how to answer these questions. They all have a relationship with femininity. So I think, everybody does have, so I'm never sure where to go with that. But my take would be Pui. Pui is a freaking goddess. It may not come out that way at first glance, as you're getting to know Pui, but Pui really has her head on her shoulders. She is beautiful and tough like an Amazon. Her views may lean a little more towards the self-centered side, but what goddess doesn't think of themselves first? Come on. Number 5, growth. How have you, the author, changed since you started writing your work in progress? Ooh, doggy. I think it's safe to say that I've changed considerably, considering I started writing this story when I was about the age of the kids in the story. So, we're talking the better part of half a century here, okay? Writing Shattered for me initially had been a way for me to cope with some real life stuff that happened to me. And even though I always dreamed of it becoming a real live book someday, I grew up in a time when, in order for that to happen for you, you had to be chosen, by the big guys. Some publishing house had to say, yeah, we pick you. Like Pikachu. And on that note, I think because of that, even to this day, you still get a little snippy, snide remarks from people who are traditionally published against people who are independently published. And I'm not saying it's everybody, don't come for me. But I have noticed in the past 2 years of me being sincere about writing and not dreaming about it anymore, that the people on the traditional side of the road still give a little few snubs here and there. Don't act like y'all don't do it, because y'all do. I ain't make it up. But anyway, thankfully I lived long enough to be in the era of choice. So I would say my main amount of growth as far as my writing goes is knowing that I now don't have to dream about it, that it can and will be a reality. That feels really good. Because I was always confident in me, but the world, not so much. Number 6, groundhogs. What marks the coming of spring in your setting? School life in general, especially pertaining to the seniors, because they're the ones getting prepared to go out into the world, either to further their education or to go into the workforce or whatever they have plans for, transitioning from being a kid in school to being an adult in whatever is next. You have them just prepping themselves for whatever is going to be coming next for them. And yeah, it's spring. And you're talking about hormonal kids, who are in adult bodies. So libidos are heightened as well. Not that they weren't already, but let's be real, they're teenagers, so yeah, it's in the air. Number 7, flame. Which character is a creator? Well, that's probably the easiest question of all, because all of them are creators. It's the School of the Arts. You can't even get into this school unless you are ridiculously talented. So, yeah, all of them. Number 8, Initiation. What kind of guilds exist in your setting? Yeah. That will be a two-parter, actually. Legitimately, you would have the six majors: dance, writing, drama, art, music, and tech. Each student must major in one of those and minor in another. Now, of course, you're going to have students who will excel in all of them, like Marquise, Orchid, and Pierce, but you have to be great in two of them to even attend the school. But you also have the crew, the clique, and the cronies, which technically aren't a legit guild per se, but they are certainly established and a real part of the school life. Number 9, cleanse. Who is the first to start and finish their spring cleaning? Orchid. So I have to say on that is Orchid. Number 10, reunion. Who would like to meet someone from their past? That would be Spencer. Spencer has these shadow memories of being comforted as a child. He used to think that they were just dreams, but as he got older, he would get more flashes of different situations. And even though he doesn't have a face to put to them, he knows that they exist. And then one day they didn't, like they were gone abruptly. So if he could go back, he would want to find that person. Little does he know, he's already met them. Number 11, purity. Who is genuinely a good person? That would be Pierce Sophos. The Sophos clan in general are just really good people, minus that one that we talked about earlier, who basically just needs to be locked away somewhere in a dark place alone. But I digress. Pierce is too forgiving for the company that he keeps. That's probably the best way to put it. He is really a good guy. And even though he does see fault in people, he's not blind. He just refuses to continually punish people for them. It's just how he and his siblings were raised. We all come here with faults where none of us are perfect. The thing with Pierce is he just truly takes that to heart. And it's not that things don't affect him or hurt him. He won't dwell in a failing or a mistake. He is compassionate to a fault. And I mean fault. Number 12, candlelight. Who would fill the room with candles or fairy lights? Second easiest answer, that would be Dar. Not only would she do it, but she did do it. She and Aaliyah share a cell together, and she hooked it up. Man. Number 13, witchery. Given the power to create life, which of your characters would end up with this power, and how would they wield it? None of them. Not one. They're all just teens, and none of them want to magically or in any other way create life. Even though a couple of them do. So that's the tag. As always, I want to tag the world. Everybody in AuthorTube, if you wrote a book, do this tag. I also tagged a few other people, so check them out below. Don't forget, if you do this tag, hit me up and let me know so I can check you out. And until next time, you know what to do.
My mother was a jailer.
wish come true.
That's what I'm doing today. Welcome to my last video for 2019. What? What are you? What's up? Guess what we get to do today? We get to play in December bingo. And the great thing about that is I'm definitely gonna win, because even though I might have said we get to play, I'm the only one that's actually playing. So ultimately, at some point, I'm gonna win. So for the In December bingo game, I'm gonna use my trilogy, which is The Glass Corridor. The first book in The Glass Corridor, Shattered, is already available right now on Amazon. So stop what you're doing and go get yourself a copy. Just go on, I'll wait. Go ahead. As I was going over some of the questions, I realized that it could be like series based, which is why I'm doing not just using Shattered, but using the whole Glass Corridor. So somewhere on the screen, there is a bingo card. I made it. I know it's there, even though technically I can't see it right now. I'm going to have to trust me. But I have a little envelope, and inside the envelope are 25 pieces of paper, and on the 25 pieces of paper are numerals from 1 through 25. See how that works? I pick one, whatever that number is, I answer the question. We go from there until I get bingo. Hopefully it won't take long to get bingo. So without further ado, let's go pick the first number. Number 9. Best number in the world. I was born on the 9th of April. The heart of Aries. Okay, number 9. Question number 9 says, ho, 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 what's a line or a scene that makes you or your reader laugh? That's not really an easy one to answer. There are so many. But the first one that comes to mind, or the ones that come to mind, are all involving Pooey. My girl, she don't have no kind of chill. None. There's a scene in the book where she gets matched with the leader of the bitch clique, and she loses her motherfucking mind. Like, she flips out. It is really funny. So that's one of the ones that no matter how many times I read it, even though I wrote it, and even though I know it is coming, I still crack up. Next number 5. Question number 5. Sleigh bells. What music do you listen to when writing? This is one of the ones I've answered so many times, but I'm going to tell you again for everybody who hasn't watched other tag videos or any of my other stuff. I like to create what I call personal soundtracks for each story. So there's playlists, but for me, I try to imagine them as like movies. So during the movie, different songs that will play, and the song that plays at the end, and the song that plays in the beginning credits. Yeah, I make soundtracks. So that's what I do. So everyone is different. Everyone is different. But while I am writing, it keeps me in the mood to tell the story, because I specifically picked them out for that specific story. Look at me. I said specific twice, 3 times now, and didn't plug it up. What? Next number 21. Question number 21 is Snow Angel. Which of your favorite characters is most likely to make a snow angel, and which is most likely to be wishing they were on a beach instead? Okay, so quite a few will fall into both categories actually, but I will say Aaliyah for the snow angel and Aaron for the beach. Okay, next square. Number 11. Okay, number 11. Number 11, eggnog. What's your favorite writerly drink? And most importantly, do you ever spike it with alcohol? I don't have a writerly drink. I don't have like writerly type foods and snacks and stuff that I have to eat while I'm writing. That ain't me. I'm not a snacker. Um, Contrary to all the voluptuousness, I am not a, big eater. So when I write, I don't like eating and drinking as much. But my favorite drink in the whole wide world is Pepsi. Pepsi. That company should be giving me money at this point. I mean, it is a full blown, straight up addiction. And just so you know, I went 2 years, a little bit more than 2 years, when I was living in California, where I didn't drink any soda whatsoever. None. No soda. Pepsi, none of the other companies. Okay? But every single day, I still wanted Pepsi. Like, it did not go away. It didn't. I just gave into it. I'm sorry. I just did. I don't know what else to do. So, the next question for number 5 is 24. 24. Let's find question number 24. All right, number 24. Santa's Workshop. Show us your writing space or a picture of your writing space. Bonus points if it's a disaster zone. Okay, y'all gonna have to trust me and give me my bonus points because it is a disaster zone like no other. But I ain't showing it. So I'm taking the points because who would brag about their shit being a disaster zone? Just trust me that it is. The next number is number 22. Silent Night. Silent night, holy night. I actually don't like that song. What character refuses to talk to you as a writer? Basically, a character who is hard for you to connect with or write for. I've never had that problem. In fact, I have the opposite problem where none of them will shut the hell up. So this is one I can't really relate to. Asking me a question like, why won't they shut the hell up? My pride, yeah. Whew. So I'm going to twist that a little bit and say, who do I hate hearing from? And I'm going to say that would be Carter. Carter gets on my damn nerves. I love when the other characters squash her out because I don't like hearing her damn voice. Yes, I hear her voice. I could tolerate her if she would just make better choices, but let's move on. Oops, no idea what happened. I think it stopped recording on me, so I missed this. So let's do it now. Number 12, holiday parties. Do you have a log line prepared for when someone asks you about your book, or do you run and hide? Or do you have a masterful plan of a diversion the rest of us could use? Well, for Shattered, I tell folk it's a dark coming-of-age tale about a girl named Aaliyah whose dreams come true when she received the last spot at a prestigious prep school for the arts. After that, I babble out some form of what the back cover says. Then I end with, be careful what you wish for because you just might get it. I am not good at summation in any way, shape, or form. So, yeah. The next one is number 4. 4. We gotta go all the way back to the beginning. Let's start at the very beginning. There we go. Elves. Do you have any writing helpers you'd like to shout out? Emotional support, maybe, or a critique partner? Anyone who helps you from the shadows? Yes, I do. Beyond my kids, who, are my built in cheerleaders, I have two people that I can count on to be in my corner. They are Danette and Eleanor. Oh my God. These two goddesses never waver, and I am beyond blessed to have them. I am sorry that the rest of the world don't have them, and no, you cannot have them. They are mine. Just to be clear. Don't get no ideas. Number 16. Number 16, cutting down Christmas trees. Do you edit your manuscript in digital format or print it out? I actually do both. I do many edits as I go along, very, very, very many. But then when I'm done, like each chapter, I'll print a chapter out because I like to have a copy of my first draft anyway. I'll print a chapter out until I get to the end. Do some editing that way, do the whole beta thing, blah, blah, blah. But when I actually get the book done to where I think I'm done, like, oh yeah, this is the book is ready to go, I'm ready to publish it, I will print it again. Like have it printed, like through Amazon, get like a proof copy. And I'll print it just to go through it to edit. Because for whatever reason, when I'm editing on screen, on the computer, I still manage to miss shit. So I do it with the book. Reading it as a book helps me find shit that I missed. So I do both. Number two is Rudolph. Do you have any furry writing companions? Bonus points for showing them on film. Aw. Nope. I don't. Got some possibilities happening up in here. I'm going to get this soon. I'm going to get it. It's coming. Number 15. Wrapping. What character would spend way too much time wrapping presents because they wanted to look perfect? Anyone who wanted their package to look perfect wouldn't take long for them to get it there, so I'll say Spencer on this one, but only because he would care the most. He wouldn't do the best job, but he would think it was a great job, and to everybody else it would just look like a hot ass mess, but he'd be really happy with it. Come on now, give me some good. Number 10, Santa's bag. If you could tell Santa one item that should be given to every writer everywhere, what would it be? I would say confidence. Confidence in their storytelling ability. Confidence that their style is exactly what they need to tell their story. Confidence that they already have everything that they need to be an accomplished writer. 25. Okay. Clearly this is meant to drag out forever and a day. Number 25. Naughty or nice. Which character was on the naughty list, but Santa liked them and took them off? Y'all don't know me very well. My naughty characters only get worse with time. They ain't coming off the list. And even the ones that don't get worse, they don't get better. We would have to go all the way to book 3 to find someone who even comes close to possibly getting off the naughty list. And I can't say the name because it would give stuff away. So we need to pick a character. I'm going to say Joy, but I'm not going to say why. Number 7, We have bingo. Yeah. I told you it wouldn't take long. Lucky number 7 for the win is feast. What's your favorite food related scene? Do I have one? I don't think I have one. The first foodie scene that comes to mind in Shattered is when Spencer got to have dinner with Aaliyah's mom and sister for the first time. Like they sat down for dinner. That was a pretty cool one. But I don't really have a fave foodie scene. Food not my thing. So that gets me bingo. But I'm going to answer all the rest of the questions anyway. So bonus section. Dun, 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 bonus, bonus. But don't worry, I won't drag these out. Number 19, Santa's beard. Who is your oldest character and around how old are they? I would say that Amelia Kyriakis is the oldest character in Shattered. I'm going to have to check. I'll be right back. Okay, so it turns out that Amelia is 59 and Spencer's dad is also 59, but Spencer's mom is 62. But for Shattered, I still want to go with Amelia, but for the series, I will have to say it is Desideria Galina Caprio is technically the oldest one. Desideria. Her name is too pretty for her. She doesn't deserve it. They call her Desi. Number 17, The Grinch Who Stole Christmas. Which of your characters is most likely to steal cookies and or gifts from Santa? I honestly can't picture any of them stealing. Not unless it was a prank or something like that. I mean, they're not thieves. Well, that's not true. A couple of them are thieves, but they wouldn't steal from Santa. So, gonna have to say none of them on that. Number 23, traditions. What holidays or traditions exist in your story's world? If you have too many to list, what are your favorites? Well, my story takes place in the current world, so everything that's going on the planet, that's what's in it. They all exist. My favorite though is Yule. I love Yule. It's my favorite time of year. Samhain is a close second. I really do like Samhain, but Yule's my favorite. Number 20, Gingerbread House. Who is your handiest or craftiest character? That would be Orchid and Dar. I would say that Orchid and Dar will both tie for like that spot. They both have skills beyond their years. They're just friggin' brilliant. Number 1, Nightmare Before Christmas. What's a writing or book release mistake that still haunts you? This may not be true for everyone, but it is for me. I think I just talk too much about the story to people and I haven't even written anything down. And I try to I get so excited and I'm like, oh, listen to this. I have a story about, idea for this. And I go on and on and on and on. Usually with people who don't give a fuck. And then it brings me down because I'm all excited and they're like going off to your little fairy tale land, girl. So it's a mistake for me because it has slowed me down some. And I wouldn't say so much discourage me. Nothing makes me not want to write, but it makes me feel like wanting to write, everybody else takes it as something as being slight or dumb or whatever. And that kind of hurts. So I really do regret. I've gotten out of the habit of that. I'm better at it now. I am. Number 3, milk and cookies. What's your favorite writer snack? Bonus if it's milk and cookies. Yeah, I talked about this earlier. I don't have writer snack favorites or nothing like that. I eat what I have. I don't snack while I'm writing. I have gone days without eating because I would forget because I'll be so wrapped up in writing. Like, just not a foodie. But I do love me some milk and cookies now. Don't get me wrong. I just don't have to have them, for writing. Number 6, Christmas lights. What character would be most likely to use Christmas lights inappropriately? Such as to tie someone up, shock someone, to rig up an explosive, you name it. If I stick to the Glass Corridor trilogy and not just Shatter, then I would have to say Phil Caprio, hands down. He's just mean spirited. You heard the saying, hurt people hurt people. That's all I'm going to say. Number 8, Santa Baby. Which of your characters could romance presents out of Santa? Baron. Yup, pretty much. That boy has no shame. Number 13, Santa's List. How many characters are in the main cast of your most recent whip or publication? Okay, so that's going to have to be just Shattered. Whew. Okay, 13 teens and about 5 or 6 adults, give or take. Damn. 18, Blizzard. What's your favorite weather to write in? I don't have favorite weather to write in. I don't care what I write in. I write every day. So I do have favorite weather, however. I love autumn. Autumn is my favorite time of year. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's so pretty. And everything's turning orange and red. And oh my goodness. I love it. The hot ass summer is going away and you're getting cool breezes. Oh my goodness, yes. Autumn. My second favorite time of the year would be winter. I love winter. I love snow. I love chilly weather outside because you get to snuggle up inside. I hate spring and summer. They're not, third and fourth. They are cut off after winter. I don't care about the rest of the year until we get back around to autumn. Fuck spring and summer. And the last slip, number 14, Santa's coming to town. Is your protagonist naughty or nice? If you have multiple books or protagonists, you can do this for multiple. My protagonist is Aaliyah. In Shattered, she's nice. That's all I'm willing to say. So that wraps it up. I won bingo 85 times over. I covered the whole board. Yes. Ha ha. I did it. I did it. Now, for you all, if we haven't fulfilled covering your board yet for in December, be sure to pick up a copy of Shattered. Mark off some spots. And if Shattered doesn't get you enough little boxes checked, then pick up a copy of Encounters, the 7 Erotic Sins, and that should mark off the rest. You will win bingo at that point. Please go do that. Look at all the other indie people. Help a sister out. Help an indie out. Knock it out. Win, win, win. Do this. This was too much fun. So, okay. That's it for now. Just remember, you hold the power as long as you're driven.
And the
See you next
sound
time.
of children's crying fills the air, and no one is singing. I don't hear sleigh bells ringing. Santa, won't you bring me the one I really need? Won't you please bring my baby to me?
I'm Tagalicious.
don't know if you can see this, but like my face is all broke out like in hives. I'm not sure what shows up on camera or not. But I say that just to let you guys know I'm in a lot of pain right now. So please bear with me. Today's tag is the llamas tag. If you want to know more about llamas, I wrote a lot of it down in the description for you. Since I tend to be a little long-winded and I didn't want to take up a lot of video time. Okay, so the rules for the llamas tag is pretty straightforward. There's only 2 of them, so that's always a good thing. The first one is give the title of your work in process and a brief little summary of what it's about. And the second one is try not to use the same character twice if you can help it. It's not always doable. Okay, so getting right into it, let's do this. The name of my work in process is called Gemini Rising. It has a lot of madness going on, but the basic premise is, it's the story of twins who were separated at birth by an evil tyrant who decided he needed to rule shit. And in separating them, it stopped the prophecy that was supposed to be that once they came of age, they would be of great power and pretty much unstoppable, that kind of thing. I'm terrible at summaries, so bear with me on that one too. First question, bread. Which of your characters would be willing to break bread with an enemy? In this tale, there weren't many. But if I have to choose, I would say Emiri Lita. She would do whatever she had to do to have peace in her adopted realm. And since becoming the Emiri, which is basically the queen, the high queen of that realm, she has done everything within her power and abilities to make things better for everybody. And even though she's an off-worlder, she's originally from the Terran realm, she has proven her loyalty to this realm, and she is very much loved. So she would make a great ambassador and someone who could try to make peace. Question number 2, feast. What kind of meal would you prepare for your cast and who would you invite? Now, even though I'm a really good cook, I hate cooking with a passion. I hate it. So what I would do is I would get those teens, Sin, Cherica, Leary, and Daylor, and whoever else they could find, and get them to cook all the darn food. They would prepare a great feast that they would give out to the less fortunate, and I would have them do the serving and all that jazz. They would especially reach out to the foundlings, which are young people who are orphaned for whatever reason. Their parents died or they were in war, or doesn't matter why, they don't have anybody anymore. I would do this feast in order to honor them, to let them know that they are not forgotten. Just because they have less doesn't mean they are less. Number 3, mastery. Which character has the most interesting skill set? That is easy. That would be Daylor. Daylor is brilliant on all fronts. He just is. He's a savant or something. He's a sponge. You can't put him near something, he just doesn't get it. He's amazing. His gifts and talents go even farther beyond than his own friends even know about, because he's a studier and he likes to learn as much as he can. So above his goddess-given gifts, he works on what he does have and he builds it even more. But he is happiest when he's just at his Emiri side, protecting her the way she protected him when he was a baby. Number 4, preserves. What trial does your character struggle with the most? And what trial would you have the most difficulty with? For that one, I have to give you 2 characters. That would be Sin and Sherika, the twins. Now, Sin struggles with the pain and loss of his sister and the added burden of feeling as though the responsibility of retrieving her falls on him. And Sherika struggles with discovering the fact that the people she was raised to hate are her family. I'm not sure what part I would struggle with in the story. Actually, I do know. Oh my God, but I can't even say because there's a scene in the book where Delore has to do something really terrible and it kills him, but he has to do it in order to survive. So I would struggle with that, but I'm not going to say what it is because it's really kind of fucked up. Number 5, corn. Who would you take in a race through the corn maze? Corn mazes freak me out. Actually, mazes freak me out. I do not know why. So for this one, I would take Emir Tanjiro. The Emir, which means high king, he would protect me and make sure I was safe. Plus it would be his maze, so he would know how to get in and out of it, which will probably, given his personality, have him tease me a little bit, like we were lost, but at no point in time would I not be safe in him. So I would take him. Why I wouldn't feel safe in the maze, I just still don't know. I think it's a Minotaur thing. Number 6, regrets. What is your character's biggest regrets? They all have regrets. So, but the first one that came to my mind was Beitor Xander. His name is Xander, but he's referred to as Beitor because he is the Beitor, which means he's the leader of the Anaru, like the leader of the warriors, the army, the admiral, I guess. I don't know, whoever the leader of the biggest name you could be in the army. That's who he is. And so they refer to him as his title more than his name. Just a little bit on that. The reason why he comes to mind first, though, is because he feels the most regret and the most guilt from when the twins were kidnapped. He was only able to save one. And even though they used all kinds of magics to turn back time, to try to retrieve Sherika, they were never successful. And so no matter what scenario they played out, they always lost her. So he's always felt bad about that because it's his job to guard everybody and take care of everybody. So there was no way he could really foresee that it was just meant to be. That wasn't a good enough answer for him. So number 7, farewells. Which of the characters is the worst at letting go? Hands down, that is Sherika. Sherika was raised by the tyrant Hakan Gon. She was never mistreated. In fact, she was doted upon heavily by him. He adored her. And even though the original plan to take her was malicious, he fell in love with her. He loves that little girl. Still, she was part of the plan. So she was trained to be a weapon. And she was magnificent at it. Just as vicious as he is. She loved it. She loves all the blood and gore, all the carnage, all the pain. She loves it. It was like she was meant for it. And even though she knew from the beginning he was not her biological father, that was never a lie to her. What she was lied about was how he came to be her guardian. So when she is finally rescued, which believe me, she didn't look at it that way, and was told the truth, it was hard for her to let go of this man who she loved. It was hard for her to let go of the idea of going ham and killing all these motherfuckers. She just didn't want to believe that her whole 19 years was a lie. And just in general, Sherika has a hard time letting go, period. So she ain't the kind of person you want to piss off. Number 8, harvest. Which of the characters would be best in an agricultural lifestyle? Which would do the worst? Quite honestly, all of them would thrive in an agricultural lifestyle. They are people who adapt very easily to whatever they have to do. And having to do that wouldn't be far removed for them. They would just make it work. The person who would have the most trouble with it, though, would be Hakan Gan. Not because he couldn't, but he had just become accustomed to people doing shit for him, so he would have a harder time. But he would still be able to do it, he just would be the worst. Number 9, games. Who would go too hard at the carnival games and what would they lose at? That would be Leary. Leary fights to win. Period. End of the story. That girl goes hard at anything that she considers a challenge, something to be won. And she always wins. Always. She is the most skilled warrior in the Anaru. Her father, who was the Baitor, Xander, trained her to know how to do everything from hand to hand to any kind of weapon. The girl is bad. And she has magic. It's latent, but she does have it. So she ain't no joke. Now what she would lose at would be something that required luck instead of skill. So any of those little games where you had she didn't have any hands in it, then that's something she could lose at. But it's also something she would not be interested in playing. So, number 10, bad habits. Which of your characters' bad habits affect them the most? This one was kind of hard for me. So I'm just gonna say Ducana, but not so much because of her bad habits, more along the lines of her unpredictable mood swings. Ducana is a spirit. She's a goddess, for lack of a better term, and she's not a good or bad one, but it could come off good or bad depending on what mood she was in. So that alone affects everything and everybody, including her in a certain way. So I guess she kind of has a bad habit of not giving a fuck, and that affects her in the way that she is worshipped. There you go. Made it work. Number 11 is trade. What is the biggest trade in your setting? Fortunately, the biggest trade will probably be slaves. And they are acquired by two means. The first one being war, and the captives, the ones that aren't killed, are kept. And they're used for whatever Hakan Gan wants, from his twisted sex games all the way to being warriors for his side. The second way that they are acquired is basically word of mouth that he's been doing a lot of raping and pillaging, so to speak, and he'll send out ambassadors to go talk to leaders of planets and planetoids ahead of time to let them know, hey, give me some of your young and we won't kill you all. And some people have agreed, as opposed to the war and bloodshed. So, yeah, not a nice guy. 12 is Scythe. I love saying that word, Scythe. Which of your characters is closest to death? I'm gonna have to give that to Ahriman. Cause, Ahriman. Horrible person. If you can even call him a person. Ahriman is a bloodthirsty maniac. He has killed more people by himself than his highest ranking troop have altogether. He is sick and vile. And as you can see through the pictures that I chose, he goes through a really nasty physical transformation the worse he gets as well. He used to be considered one of the most beautiful people in the realm, and now he's the most grotesque. And finally, 13, witchery. Which of your characters would learn the most from magic? Once again, I'm going to have to say Emiri Lita. I chose her because the others already have magic and they use it accordingly based on their skill set and however much of it they have. But Lita is Terran born. She is a human woman who came to the realm. She's an explorer. She came to the realm, fell in love with the culture, and just pretty much stayed. She does not have magic that she is aware of. Okay, so that's going to do it for this tag. This probably was one of my favorite ones. I like doing this one a lot. Made me really dig deep into these characters to answer a few questions that I never thought about. So it works out. This tag was created by Amelia, so please check out her channel and her video on this. She gives you more information about llamas. Also, I get to tag people now. I'm gonna tag DL Tillery. Girl, do this one. It will make you dig deep. I'm telling you, you're gonna love it. And I'll tag KS Mead, who will probably give you a really good telling on llamas. She knows her shit. So those are my only two people I can think of to tag that aren't already tagged on it. But anybody who wants to do it, of course, do it. And please let me know below if you do. Thank you so much for joining me again this Thursday. And as always, you know what to do. I don't know if you can tell in the video how broke out my face is, but like my whole face, my whole body is like in hives right now. Can you see? Let's see. Can you see? It's really bad. And it hurts really bad. So please bear with me in this video, because I'm in a lot of pain and I'm just trying to push through it. It's so bad. But okay, here we go. Clearly I can't be Superman today. Gonna have to do it Clark Kent style.
Yeah.
What's up, everybody? I just want to say this up front. I'm having a not so great week. But I am so thankful that I have my tribe and my writing to keep me going. Today I am going to do a tag video. Shock and horror. Really? You, Aphrodite? A tag video? I know, right? In honor of the longest day of the year, we celebrate Letha, also called Midsummer or the summer solstice. So just to give you a little background, solstice means the sun stands still, which basically is what during the winter solstice and the summer solstice, the sun kind of appears to be doing in the sky. We know that it isn't, but we're talking about how it appears. Letha follows Beltane, and during Beltane, that's the time when you sow your seeds of intention. At Letha, you have the opportunity to connect with the light energies as they meld with the dark energies. It's a time to recognize that you wouldn't have light without dark and vice versa. Think of it as a time to learn to balance both energies within ourselves. Now, just like you have the masculine energy of the sun, you have the feminine energy of the earth. With that energy, you get abundance and fertility and creativity. Now, everyone is different, of course, but the way I see Letha is celebrating both sides of the same coin. Okay, so on to the tag itself. There are 2 rules, 2 easy rules. Thank you. The first rule is to name your work in progress and say what color that you feel connects to it. And the second rule is try not to use the same character more than once if you can. So my work in progress is a coming-of-age tale about Aaliyah Shaw, a girl who received the last spot at a prestigious prep school for the arts. And Aaliyah learns really quick the price of being accepted. On to the questions. Question number 1 is color. Who is your most colorful character? Once again, my girl Dar starts it off. She is hands down the most colorful character in every aspect of the term. Her personality is colorful. The way she dresses is colorful. She is colorful. So question number 2 is the sun. Who is the brightest character in your work in progress? The first thing that comes to mind when I think bright, I think of smart. But since it's Letha, I'm going to think sun. Shining. And that being the case, I'm going to say Baron is the brightest character. As much as it pains me to say that he is, he pretty much is. He's a golden child, He's the apple of his people's eye, and he's the apple of his own damn eye. But why I say he is the brightest is because no matter what he does, he's happy. No matter what devious, horrid thing he does, it brings him joy. So as sick as that may be for everybody else who has to deal with him, he's happy. He glows. He shines. He's an asshole. Number 3, life. Which character has their life most put together? And which character has their life the least put together? Most is easy. That's Orchid. She knows where she's going, how she's going to get there. She plans her work and then she works her plan. Now the least character, that would be Carter. Carter is clueless. She has no drive. It's almost like a waste to have the talents that she has. She has nothing behind them. She just, Carter, poor thing. Or as they say in the South, bless her heart. Number 4, balance. What kind of balance does your characters need to find? This question they're all children, they're all teenagers. So their whole struggle right now, their life, their existence is trying to find balance. Some of them have farther to go than others, but they all are struggling with balance. They're all trying to figure it out, the grand scheme of things, where they fall in the universe. So that pretty much would be everybody in the book is somewhere on the spectrum of trying to find where they are. Number 5 is fire. Which of your characters most embodies the passion, the creativity, and the magic of fire? I'm going to give this one to Pui because even though it qualifies for many of the other characters, for her, this is all she feels she has. She doesn't really feel like she has anybody else on her side but her. So yeah, I'm going to give it to her. Number 6, water. Which character most embodies the emotions, reflections, and psychic energies of water? Okay, that would be Flint. Flint is my most sensitive character, even though he works pretty hard at not trying to show it sometimes. Number 7, coming of age. Love this one. Which character has the most growing to do or has the most growth? That would be Aaliyah, my main character. Aaliyah is very, very smart. Inside of a classroom, she cannot be rivaled. Can't touch her. All Aaliyah knows is what she's read in a book, which she innocently believed to be all she needed to know. She has no true life experiences, which was purposely orchestrated by her mother, who just felt like doing this protected her. But all it really did was leave her naive and vulnerable. So Aaliyah goes into this situation thinking she's prepared, and she is not. 8, bonfire. I love bonfires. Which character is the biggest trash fire? I'm honestly not sure what that means. So I just took the word trash out of the situation and said, burn it. And I'm just going to say Barbara, because she's trash. Number 9, abundance. Which character is most aware of the gifts they've been given, whether they like them or not? Again, this is one of those ones that could have fell on quite a few of them. But I'm going to give this one to Lisa, because Lisa is the one who puts into practice what she knows on a daily basis. Number 10, masculinity. Which one of your characters deals with masculinity the most, whether it's in their own identity or as a concept in society, and how? I wasn't sure how to answer this one, because again, you have a bunch of kids who are struggling with every single aspect of their life, period. And of course, all their identities are attached to that as well. But the first person who popped in my head when I read it was Spencer. Spencer is really, really pretty. So he gets lots of slurs thrown his way regularly because of it. Even his own parents, have really derogative things to say to him or about him or in front of him. They don't care. Now, honestly, it doesn't bother him in a way people would like for it to bother him, because thankfully he is very comfortable in his skin. But that doesn't mean that he's not aware of people's opinion. Number 11, love. Which two characters has the strongest relationship, and what kind of love do they express? Doesn't have to be romantic love. More than one way to love. There are quite a few strong love relationships in my book. Mainly the ones between the siblings, Baron and Barbara, Aaliyah and her sister Ayana, Marquise and Aaron, Lisa and Spencer. They're all really close and really tight-knit. But I'm still going to give this one to Spencer and Aaliyah anyway, because they may be very young, but they are very, very much in love. This isn't a puppy love thing. They truly are in love. Truly. Number 12, flower. Which character would wear a crown of flowers, and what kind of flowers would they be? That literally could be the cast. Okay, but I'm going to go by the first person that came to mind again, and that was Spencer again. And for him, he would most likely choose a variety of flowers, colors, sizes. He would want to go to the whole spectrum. But I'm going to cheat on this, and I'm going to choose the flower that I want him to wear, and that would be snapdragons. I love snapdragons. And in Maryland, they have a orange, it's like a blood orange snapdragon. And it's so gorgeous. And I would love to see a ring of blood orange snapdragons in Spencer's hair. It would make my millennium. Okay, number 13, witchery. If one of your characters were given magic, or a new type of magic if you have magical characters already, what would it be and how would it change them? Great Father Zeus. None of these kids need magic. That would be the end of days. You have the ones who will just be evil and fuck shit up. And then you have the ones who would think they were doing good and fuck shit up. Then you have the dummies who would fuck shit up. None of them. But okay, we're going to play. There is one character who might be successful if they had magic, and that would be Chase. Shock and horror. Chase? What? The bad guy? Yeah. I don't want to say too much about him and give stuff away, because he is most certainly a villain, without a doubt. But I believe out of everyone else, he would want for things to be different. He would want change. And he would probably use the magic to go back and undo some stuff. This is in no way implying that he's a nice guy, because he is not. But the difference is he recognizes his sin. He recognizes that he's a horrible person. And it's not necessarily something that sits well with him. His sin does not bring him joy. And he would want joy. So, yeah, Chase. I want to thank Amelia so much for creating that tag. It was pretty darn awesome and fun to do. And I have to thank Steven for tagging me. I feel so honored. Oh my God. I got tagged. I got tagged and then I did a tag, you know? Yeah, you know, it's what we do in the Alpha Tube. It's how we roll with our tribe. It's so lovely. So lovely. And so, as always, you know what to do.
Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock. Got a new clock and a new stock for this new rock. Just let your mind loose from the new stock. Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm too pop. Getting caught with a few thoughts, cause I'm too lost. Off the speakers can't even handle me. Give it what I got, nobody's gonna drain my energy. And I will never stop, I'm motivated by enemies. Setting up shop so everybody remember me. And
oh yeah, this is happening.
All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull.
So in my goal to catch up, I'm going to do quite a few tags. Even though it will probably take me a couple years to catch up, I'm still going to try, because that's how I roll. Pink hair and all. So this tag will be the Meet My MC tag. I believe that this is an original from Cam, because that's pretty much where I see all my tags. But I'm not sure about that. It may not be. It may. I think it is. So anyway, Meet My MC tag. The first question, bear with me, is which character from a popular book series would make a good best friend for your MC? So my MC, her name is Aaliyah Shaw. And she's pretty much one of those people who could get along with anybody. But the kind of person that she is, she would probably go for somebody who's who's kind of an underdog, for lack of a better word. Not that she would go like, oh, I gotta go get this wounded puppy and take care of them kind of person, but she would be the person who, if other people shied away from her, it wouldn't deter her. So that's her. So I would say Lori Stratton from Stranger with My Face. And like I said, like she just would like her. And she would see that she was struggling with something, and she would know something was up. She just wouldn't know what exactly is up. But she would be the kind of person who would stick with her no matter what was going down. And Lori would need that because a whole lot of crap was going down if you ever read that book. So that's who I would say. Which character from a popular book series would give your character an interesting fight? Okay, Aaliyah is a fighter. She and I like to call her a fight backer. Like, she never ever would start a fight, but she will damn for sure finish one. It's best to not mess with her. And it's not that she doesn't get scared or anything like that. She does, just like everybody else. But she's the kind of person that, like, if you corner her, it's on. It's on. I would say Joffrey Baratheon from Game of Thrones. Because like I said, Aaliyah does not want to fight, but she will. And that little motherfucker would definitely single her out, thinking she's kind of weak because she's quiet and soft-spoken, and thinking he could just run over her, and she will get his ass. She will get his ass. And she will be relentless with it. Aaliyah does not take shit. Period. Will not take it. No matter how much you hurt her feelings, no matter how scared she is, you cannot give her shit and expect her to eat it. Not going down. Which character from a popular book series would make a great romantic interest for your MC? Okay. My MC only has eyes for her love interest. But okay, so to play along, I would have to say Tyson from Percy Jackson. And, you know, he's got like wild hair and he's different, and she likes wild hair and different. So I think they would work out. And plus he's pretty cool, and I think he's hot. Even though I'm an old lady and he's a kid, you know, I think he's cute. Which story from a book or series would your MC be most comfortable being thrown into? I'm going to say Six of Crows, but I know it's going to seem kind of like weird because she's, you know, not like she's a fighter or want to go through a whole bunch of craziness. But if you threw her into that situation, she would gel with the other kids, and she would find a way to be useful to make shit work. She would just make like a great seventh. She would make a great seventh. She really would. She has felt like that she's either been used and, you know, for her entire life. Like, no one ever genuinely gave a fuck about her. They just gave a fuck about what they could get from her. And she comes from that kind of pain. But she's made the conscious decision to turn that around and to possibly even use it for her benefit. You think that you're getting over on her? She's going to switch that. She's going to get what she wants out of it. Which story from a book or series would your MC be completely out of place in? Hunger Games. Hunger Games. Hell to the no. That's not going to, that would be the worst place in the world to put her. Aaliyah wouldn't even try. She wouldn't fight this. She wouldn't do it. Whatever trouble she would get in, you know, whatever trouble her district got in, or whatever was the consequences of her not doing this, is what would happen to her. And if they dragged her and made her, because she's not killing people, she's just not going to do it. And she understands that if she doesn't kill, then she will be killed. So basically, she would be the first one dead because she's not killing anybody. It'd just be the worst place for her. Just not going to happen. And it would be protesting the entire way until they finally killed her. Your MC is being sorted into a Hogwarts house. Which one do you get? Now, you know what? I was surprised about this. So what I did was I took the test to see where she would fall. And it turns out she's a Hufflepuff. I was like, oh, she's going to be a Gryffindor. Put her in Gryffindor. She's brave, you know. Hufflepuff, straight up. No Gryffindor-esque. Straight up Huffle, all puff. It happens. I'm a Ravenclaw myself, which shocked me because I thought I was going to Gryffindor. I was damn near in Slytherin. I'm like, I got to talk to my therapist because what the fuck? It was like a beat off that Ravenclaw beat out Slytherin. I don't know what that says about me. And then not only that, but like Gryffindor was last, like dead last. It was like, oh, like if you had a point thing, you'd be like, 47 for Ravenclaw, and then 46 for Slytherin, and then like 1 for Gryffindor. It was like whatever was left was Hufflepuff. It was pathetic. I was not getting into Gryffindor. If you could meet your MC in real life, what would you say? Ooh, good question. Basically, I would tell her, Aaliyah, be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. I'm sorry. That was my Meet My MC tag. I feel so like cool saying, oh yeah, I did my tag. That was my Meet My MC. I will be back with less Easter egg colored hair to do the next one. So until then, you know what to do. Enough about me. She is a Hufflepuff. I'm just really mad that I'm not in Gryffindor. Like, I want to go play with Cedric Diggory. But okay. I was going to sneak over to his room and stuff. And it's easier to do it if I'm already in Gryffindor. I'm just saying. But okay. Again, this was supposed to be about her. Hufflepuff. I don't know anything about the. That's what she got put.
Let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow. Just let your mind be free and come in close. All the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
Trust me. Just roll.
You're never gonna make it, you're not good enough. There's a million other people with the same stuff. You really think you're different? Man, you must be kidding. Think you're gonna hit it, but you just don't get it. It's impossible, it's not probable, you're irresponsible. Too many obstacles, you gotta stop it, yo. You gotta take it slow, you can't be a pro. Don't waste your time no more.
Okay, so I really did try to film this a little earlier, but it didn't make a difference. There was no sun then either. So it is what it is. I am going to be now doing the On Your Grind author tube tag. I do not have any idea whatsoever where I originally saw it. I am sorry. I will try to find it and add the link. I can say that it's probably like Patrick or Ben or Cam. I don't know where I saw it, so please forgive me. I'm going to shrink myself into like a little corner somewhere and do the answers that way and show the pictures and what have you, because I have to read my answers. Okay? And I don't want a video of you just watching me read. Okay? So the first part of it is you have to talk about what your story is about. And my story is called Shattered. It's the first book in the Glass Corridor series. And yeah, I have the other two drafts done as well. But obviously I need to do a good draft of this one and move forward. Okay. So basically it's a coming of age tale that begins with Aaliyah Shaw, that she's my MC obviously, receiving the last spot at a prestigious prep school. Now, and the prep school is like for the arts, and it's like a boarding prep school for the arts. Right, okay. Don't look at me like that. If they can have vampire academies, they can have boarding prep schools for the arts. Okay. Now she's excited about finally being able to be a normal teen, amongst, people who are like her, other creative people. So she gets to be who she is 100% and then have all these new teen experiences, which she was never allowed. Now, mind you, this is just the last year of the school, so all of the other kids at the school are established since 9th grade, so 9 through 11. She's coming in the 12th grade because she, like I said, she got that spot that it was a opening. She went for it and got it. Full run, she didn't have to pay for anything, blah, 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 all that good happening. But she soon discovers the price of being accepted and how quickly her dreams become nightmares. Okay. So like I said, she got in the school that she wanted to be. She got everything she asked for. But there's always a price when you get everything you want. All right. So number 1, waking up. A character who faces life head on with no pause. That would be Dar Ciccone. Dar, that's my girl. I love her. She's a walking, breathing ball of pep with energy to spare. And actually, it borderlines on annoying, but she's so cool that it doesn't actually get there. Like just when you're about to just be like, Dar, chill the fuck out, take a pill of some sort and lay down, you're in a different phase with her. and she's moved on to something else that'll drag you along. She's just super cool, super great girl. You can't help but admire her or envy her, as the case may be for some students. But she just got natural awesomeness. Number 2, getting ready. A character who has their shit together. Again, that's an easy one. That'd be Orchid Myers. Okay? Orchid Myers for sure. The girl doesn't miss a beat when it comes to getting stuff done and done well. She works hard for everything she gets and has no problem going the extra mile if it means that she will add one more thing to her arsenal of talents. And that is no joke. That is Orchid. Orchid, period. There you go. Define Orchid Myers. That was the definition. All right, breakfast. A character who sometimes takes shortcuts. That would be Barbara Beach. I hate her. Okay. Now this Beach has so many things going for her that you would think she would just be grateful and rely on them. Not like she isn't talented, because she is. She's just mean and lazy, like everyone else in her damn bloodline. She's had way too much privilege in her life and has no problem using daddy's money to cut someone else down or out of the picture, just to move herself one beat forward. I don't want to talk about her anymore. Number 4, work, which could be job or school. A character who is responsible, who takes care of business. Lisa Caprio, hands down. That is her. She's going to change the world. That one is amazing. She is no joke. All right, she may have a bit of a temper if provoked, but that's all you can say bad about her. She is kind, smart, beautiful, talented, and willing to put all of her gifts to the betterment of those she loves and basically anyone else who needs her. She is just amazing. Number 5, social media check. A character who fools around when they shouldn't be. Okay, That would be Spencer Caprio. Now we had Lisa, who we just talked about, who is amazing. She has a bigger brother who is Spencer, who is also the love interest of the MC. And yeah, that's him. I mean, he's generally a really hardworking kid, but if the mood strikes him to sit under a tree all day and just daydream, that's what the fuck he's gonna do. And he's not gonna care, and he's not gonna give two shits. He's not gonna apologize. He's gonna be like, you know, it's a tree, and it's nice, and this is what I wanted to do. So yeah, I love him. All right, so Lunch, a character who is very social. That would be Carter Locklear. Now, Carter Locklear, she isn't a bad guy, but she also isn't a good guy, you know. She's very in the middle, mediocre in the frame of, you know, human. She's pretty vacant. So let's see what I wrote about her. She's oblivious to the world outside of her immediate radius. She is. She really is. She's the center of her known universe, and she's very good at basking in the light and warmth of others that have a little bit more warmth or a little bit more light than she does naturally. She believes in followers over friends, which is ironic considering she's a big ass follower. So yeah, you know, she's a kid. Kids grow. Okay, workout. A character who thinks about the future. Oh, now we get to the MC. That would be Aaliyah Shaw. Aaliyah stresses. She stresses. Let's see. She sometimes has a hard time enjoying the present because she concentrates so hard on the future, making sure that things are very well planned out. It's like she doesn't like to take a step if she hasn't figured out the 20 steps that comes after it. And that gives her enough room in case she takes 10 of those and needs to revamp. She's special. I love her. She has never had a time where she has just been happy, or, you know, she has happy moments, but she doesn't let herself enjoy them because she's still so worried about, you know, the next thing and the next thing and the next thing. So she doesn't stay in the moment. Thank God she met Spencer. Whew. All right, let's see. Go home. This is number 8. A character who is a homebody. Okay, that would be Marquise Baby Bear. That's his real name. Flint. Oh, Marquise. He's so adorable. All right. He's just sweet and he's shy. He's just as smart and talented as his older brother. But he definitely, they have different views on how they spend their leisure time and how they spend their time in general. It's just opposite. Give him a classic book or an old movie, some popcorn, he's good to go. That's my boy, Marquise. Okay, chores. A character who hates being responsible. Baron Beach. Okay, remember we talked about that other Beach? We're talking about the twin now. Fuck him. I would need a whole nother video to go into the ridiculousness of Baron Beach. I don't even want to talk about him right now because he's going to bring me down. I hate him and his twin sister and his family. I hate his grandfather. I hate his dog. Bath, this is number 10. Bath, relax. A character who knows when and how to chill. That would be Patience Pooey Harding. Now, Pooey, she's a hardworking chick. Just as hard as she works. She knows how to have balance. She knows when to do what she has to get done, and she knows when to be like, fuck it, I'm laying out. Okay, she treats herself very well. very well, and deservingly so. I mean, she ain't no joke either. She figured she's figured it all out. Social media check number 2, number 11. A character who thinks the world revolves around them. Thinks the world revolves around them? Chase Sophos knows the world revolves around him. He is damn sure of it. And he has enough people around him to prove it if it ever comes up in conversation. Trust when I say we would need a series of videos to discuss all the crap with this kid. Ask my alphas. The notes I got back on him, the death threats. You'll see. All right, so bed number 12, final question. A character who generally does the right thing. That would be Aaron Brown Bear Flint. I love Aaron. But this was hard though, because you still have to take into consideration that these are kids, so they don't always do the right thing. But when you get into generally does the right thing, that would be Aaron. He makes mistakes. He doesn't run with the best of crowds, but he also has a moral compass that, helps him out along the way. So, he's smart enough to know what not to do, even though sometimes he might follow. 9 times out of 10, he does not. And so that's why I put him there for that part. Well, that was the last question. That was it. So that was On Your Grind tag. And again, I really do not remember. I'm so sorry. I just went through AuthorTube, and every time I saw the word tag, I just wrote down what the questions were, and I did so many of them and made sheets and just answered questions or whatever, and then went back and realized you don't know who said that stuff. So forgive me. Now, who I tag on this bad boy, I'm going to also tag DL Tillery again for this one, because I think she will love it, knock it out the park. And I'm going to tag Kimberly Meade again as well. But I also tag anybody who hasn't done it, because this was so much fun. Like, it made you think about different ways that you were defining the character. So go for it. It was great. And did you notice that I didn't break in the song a lot?
Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
I'm in a October kind of mood. A love-hate relationship with something is just the same as having a coin, which, it has 2 different sides. You still have the whole coin, but, on this side you have one thing, and on the other side you have the other. But, you still want to keep that coin. I want to do a conversational type tag that the only question is, give 3 examples of your love-hate relationship with writing and the writing process itself. You can give more than 3 if you have more than 3. And if you don't actually have 3 and you're blessed and we all hate you because you don't, that's fine too. But at least one example of your love-hate relationship with the writing process. My first example for my love-hate relationship with writing is the alone aspect. I love it and I kind of hate it. I really, really work well alone. Not that I don't work well working with others, but I kill when I get to work alone. And it's my preferred way of doing just about everything. Just when I know that something that I need to get done has no human interference whatsoever, I am a beast at getting some stuff done. I am. I know this. And unless you are doing a collaboration of some sort, and even aspects of that will still have you alone, being a writer means you're going in it by your lonesome. Nature of the beast. Most days, I am 100% okay with that process. In fact, most days, I love it. I love it. I get lost inside my world, and my worlds are fun. So I don't mind spending time there with no one else but the people that I created. But admittedly, there are some days where it is really lonely. It's that moment when you understand the difference between being alone and being lonely, because they are not the same. They are not. You can be in a crowd full of people and still feel very much alone. And on some days, knowing that writing is just pretty much what I do, 24/7, it can get to you. And when it gets to you, it can really make you sad. Another thing that I really love is the massive, massive amount of support that I get from strangers. It warms my soul to have people who don't even know me, beyond my name, that they reach out to me and they want to know more about my characters, or they want to know about the book or what's going on or other books or me in general. It warms me. It's like I have a tribe, and my tribe is awesome. Yeah. I do a lot of tweets and a lot of Facebook posts, and I post little teasers here and there. And, people come back to me, they'll laugh, or whatever the teaser was about. Some of them are funny, some are steamy, some are like, dun, 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 drop the bomb kind of stuff. But it just warms my soul when people write to me and where they contact me in some kind of way. And they're like, oh my goodness, Aphrodite, that was so this or that was so that. It's just so amazing. It's such an amazing feeling that, you start to feel like what you're doing is worth something other than the fact that you love the characters. To know that other people are digging the story and the characters and the worlds is just a blessing, a blessing. I went to a screening where there were some local directors, that I work with. Like either I crew up on their shoots or they crew up on mine, and we have a really good network. But I don't know them all personally because we all don't do the same things. And one of the directors walked up to me and he just looked me dead in the face and he was like, "Oh, Aphrodite, how's your book going?" And I'm thinking, how does he know anything about my book? Like, I haven't, oh yeah, I forgot. Social media, you dummy. You put it out there. That's how people know. So I was like, oh, that's so sweet of you to ask. I'm real happy about blah, 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 wherever I was in the process at the time. And he goes, oh, that Spencer character. Ooh, yeah, I can't wait to see what happens next to him. I'm like, did he just name a character? Did he literally just name one of the characters and say he can't wait to see what else happens to him? So he actually was reading this stuff? I almost fainted. Almost fainted. It was so awesome. I literally felt the whole inside of my body glow. Like, wow. And so I don't know what expression I gave him, but he was like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm just really happy that you're liking the story." He's like, "Oh yeah, yeah." And it did. The fact that it was a dude too, I was really like, guys are gonna like the book too. Oh my god. So anyway, before I get too far, I love that like support from people who don't even really know me. But the other side of that coin is it breaks my heart how I can't get family to give a damn. I have my voice is shaking. It's okay. I have so much family and I have a lot of friends, and this does not count for every friend. I do have some friends who are like cheerleaders, do not get me wrong. I do. But there are so many people in my immediate life, family and friends, who absolutely, give me so much shade about this. I have no family whatsoever, people who I am friggin' related to, who have read this book, who have read passages, who have read a chapter in this book. None. Not one. None of them care. And that really hurts. Like, I try to move past the fact that it hurts because it's like, don't beg people to be a part of what you're doing or whatever. But it still really hurts. Like, wow, really? There are people walking up to me who don't know me beyond my name and that I write who are giving more love than the people who should love me unconditionally. It's messed up. And if I sound really bitter about that, it's because I am. Because I, on the other hand, can count the thousands of times where anybody in my family has come to me with whatever they have going on, or friends have come to me with what they have going on, and I drop everything to participate, to, whatever I was needed for. If you needed me to read your story, I sure did it. Or if you had a project that you wanted to do, and I'm the first person you call, because I'm always the first person everybody friggin' calls, because I never say no. Working on it. But I don't understand why I don't get it back. And I'm really tired of feeling like the black sheep in this family. So, yeah, it hurts. And then my friends who are like, oh, yeah, I'll read it. I can count on one hand. And that's really sad. And it makes me really sad. So, support. Have it and I don't have it. That's one other aspect. The last thing I want to talk about is overactive imagination. Not too many things on this planet brings me the most joy than my ridiculously overactive imagination. I constantly come up with ideas for new stories or new characters or twists or subplots or subplots or all kinds of madness, and it makes me grin. I can't help it. My brain does not shut off. It is amazing. I have so many fantasy worlds and craziness going on inside my head. I never actually have to pick up another book. I can just play the reels of craziness that's going on in my brain. Watch them like a movie. Because, yeah. Unless you are really used to being around me, it's probably even hard to have a conversation with me. Because I could literally be in the middle of the most innocent talk with a friend. Or, when I do talk to family or a stranger. And immediately, all kinds of flickers go off in my head for ideas of stuff to do, stuff to write. Oh my goodness, I can do this passage. Oh wow, that'd be great for this. It's crazy, but it's so great. Like, I love that my brain does that. And it's also the reason why I hate it. Yeah, I hate it. It can be a really big burden. Oh my God, these characters just never shut up. They never shut up. I'm serious. It's a sickness at this point. When folk talk about writer's block, I just shake my head. I have no idea what that feels like. Now, with what I like to refer to as writer's flood, doesn't mean that it still doesn't hold me up in some kind of way, because it can still, quote unquote, block me. I don't have the problem with not coming up with anything to write or not knowing what to do next. I have the problem with having 8,000 different things to write and not being able to concentrate on one enough to get anything done. So it can be equally blocky. You know what I mean? Having writer's flood can really, really, really hinder process. Really. I have had to have more than one tab open at a time, working on different things at a time in order to be able to work on the thing I really want to, just because the other things won't quiet down. Unless I dump as much info as I can of the new stuff that's just screaming to be heard. Screaming. And Lord help me. Don't let me be working on a particular story and come up with an idea for maybe a scene in another book, but that character doesn't feel like that's how he would do something or she would do something, then that's a big ass argument in my head. Yes, I do realize that makes me crazy. Yes, I do. I realize it. I've said before in other videos, I am crazy. But it's like, well, I wouldn't say that. Let's do this. It really does do that to me. But that same craziness that causes me to have to hear everybody talking really gives me some good shit to talk about and write down. So I am not going to knock it. I just wish that I had better control. Of course, having better control probably would take away the gift. So ignore what I just said, universe. I'll deal with it. I'll deal with both sides of this coin. Okay. Anybody out there who is watching this through this tag, what is your love-hate relationship with the writing process? I would love to hear it. Please, if you do it, tag me in it. So, until next time, you know what to do.
I don't think I do it good, no, I think I do it great. They would do it if they could, they can't do it so they hate. Everybody wanna look, but nobody wanna play. Stealing eyes like a crook while I put it on display. I don't do it by the book, no, I do my own thing. That's why every single hook got them singing like me. And I ain't in any rush, cause I'm finally getting paid. Don't believe.
Don't ask. You do not want to know.
Teach them what I wrote, teach them how to hope. Keep them on the road to the dream. All I need is a team, build your own self-esteem. You can do anything, prove everything. Say what you mean and believe in your dream. Find that thing that you love, that you really want to be. And don't give up till you've given absolutely everything.
Today I have for you the Ostera tag. It is a little bit overdue. Had a little trouble with my camera and stuff. You don't want the details. They are highly boring. This amazing original tag was created by my girl Amelia. I will give you her link below so you can check out her version and actually see someone, do it right, because I always mess up. I don't know what is wrong with me. The rules are always the same. Give the title and a brief description of your story, whether it's a standalone novel or the series, because some people use their whole series. And try not to use your characters more than once if you can help it. It's not always possible. So do you, boo-boo? Let me give you a little bit on Ostera. Ostera is the point in the year where you're getting perfect equilibrium. So night and day, dark and light, feminine and masculine, inner and outer, all finding balance. I gave you a little more information down in the description, as well as a link that you can check out to get all the deets on Ostera. So let's move on. So the name of my series is called The Glass Corridor. And the first book in The Glass Corridor is called Shattered. Shattered is what I'm going to be using for today, even though these characters carry on into all 3 books. Actually, 4. Most of them are in all 4 books. So, yeah, we lose people. C'est la vie. Right. Shattered is about Aaliyah Shaw, who is a 17-year-old girl. She is attending a school called Halstead Academy, which is for a school of the arts. But she's attending for her last year. She didn't get to go to the school for 9th through 11th. She's getting there for 12th grade. And basically just her excitement to finally be around the kind of people that she feel will be like her, more creative people, to get away from her mom, who is really controlling, because she'll get to live on campus, all that other good stuff. And then getting there and finding out that this dream that she had been waiting for is a damn nightmare. Girl. So, we're going to move on because I suck at trying to break that story down into little bitty pieces. Question number 1, egg. Which of your characters is good with kids? I really want to point out that my characters are kids, but that said, they do grow up throughout the series. I'm going to give that one to Orchid. She is amazing with kids. She has a little sister that she is highly devoted to. Now, she lives on campus like everybody else, but every Friday she leaves to go home to be with her little sister. So, and in fact, she stays the entire weekend. She doesn't come back Sunday night. She stays until Monday and goes directly to school from there, just to have that much more time with her. So, yeah, Orchid. Question number 2, garden. Who would plant a garden and what would it be filled with? This was one of those parts where I got to really put me into the character. That rule that they say you can't do, don't do that, blah, blah, blah. I don't care. I did it. My main character, Aaliyah, her favorite flower is the same as my favorite flower. And that would be blood orange snapdragons. I talk about it probably every video because I love them. So she would have blood orange snapdragons everywhere you looked. It would be lousy with them. You would get tired of seeing them. That's how much she would have them there. I wouldn't go that far. She would also have fruit trees, because she also really, really, really loves trees. And she likes trees that bear fruit. So, fruit trees and blood orange snapdragons. Number 3, seed. Who in your cast can spiral from a tiny seed of doubt? OMG, Carter. She is so insecure and so easily set off, and the girl never thinks before she speaks. Never. Never. Whew. Can we say personal problems? Question number 4, love. What are some courtship traditions that are in your setting? None, really. I mean, not in the grand sense of there being anything out of the ordinary, I should say. Of course, there are people who are courting each other. People meet, they decide to date. If the date turns out that they have chemistry, they decide to be exclusive, and, or if they have chemistry but don't feel like it's going to be some long-term thing, they just do what people do. And, nothing, it's just day-to-day living. Nothing special. Not in this series, anyway. Got some really good rituals, and y'all, I'm not going to get off topic. We're not ready to go talk about the other stuff yet. Whoa. Number 5, rabbits. Who in your setting is a frequent lover?
This question isn't as easy for me to answer as I thought it might be when I first saw it. I can go in so many directions with this one. On the one hand, I could go with the one who has lots of sex with lots of different partners for the sake of just having sex. Or I could go with someone who has sex often, but with the same partner all the time because they are in love, an actual lover, you know. I think I'm going to go with the latter. So the honor would then go to Spencer. Because when I think of lover, I think of love, not just sex. So yeah, Spencer. That would be Spencer. Question number 6, paint. Who in your cast is a natural born artist? All of them. Each and every one of them are truly gifted and talented individuals. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to be at the school. Plain and simple. Number 7, flowers. Who in your cast would you say is a late bloomer? That could be a few of them for different reasons, actually. I could say Orchid because she's 18 years old, but she looks 12. But it could also fit Aaliyah because she was never really allowed to grow, like to be who she truly is. But you know what? I'm going to go with Barbara. Reason being is because it took her a very long time to wake up and really see the forest for the trees. Really long time. Slow. The girl was slow. But she does gain a bit of maturity along the way when all is said and done. So, yeah, I'll say Barbara. Number 8, honey. Which character is so sweet that it's infectious? Come on now. If y'all been watching me, y'all know it's Dar. You only need to be in this girl's presence for a few moments for your mood to change entirely. She is absolutely, truly sweet and truly happy. Number 9, maiden. Another word that's really hard for me to say. I have a lot of trouble saying M words and ends. And this word has both starts and finishes, what the fuck. I can say fuck really well. When do kids become adults in your setting? When they're 18, legally. But I will say, due to circumstances beyond their control, best way to put it, some of them did have to grow up a little faster than others. So I would say that they were adults, even though they would not be recognized as such legally. Not all of them. Actually, one of them would be. I won't say who, but this particular one is emancipated. And you're going to have to just go read Shattered to find out, or rather figure out who it is. Number 10, renewal. Who in your cast is good at setting goals? I'm going to say Pooey. My girl is on a mission, and she makes strides every single day to get closer and closer to what she wants out of life. She ain't playing, y'all. Number 11, Ash. Who would drink from a fountain of knowledge? That would be Lisa, easily, because she would feel the more she knew, the better armed she was, and especially since her goal is to become a doctor. So, yeah, Lisa would. My girl. Question number 12, hot cross bun. Who strives to find balance in their life every day and how? Chase. Our boy Chase is filled with angels and demons who are at constant war with each other. And anytime one side seems to be besting the other, he does whatever he can think of
to try to fix things, to try to bring things to balance, to try. And the final question, number 13, witchery. Place a love potion on a table between all of your characters. What would happen? Great Hera. A motherfucking free-for-all is what would happen. Oh my God. I wouldn't even want to see that. Alright, so let's go one by one. Pui would try to destroy it. She ain't got no time for no love. Orchid would ignore it. Baron would want it to try to control people. Damn, that boy. Lisa would want to break the formula down and study how it works. Science. Marquise and Aaron would probably laugh because they know that they could make a potion 10 times stronger that would definitely work. They got skills. Carter would do whatever the potion said to do, whatever the instructions were, whatever she had to do to get the person that she loves to love her back. She would use that shit quick. She would be fighting and scrambling on the table to get it. Pierce would find the whole thing silly. Like, who needs potions? You love or you don't love. He's right. Dar would probably take it and make it into a pendant or something to wear around her neck until she either found someone to give it to that she thought was worthy or someone to share it with that she thought was worthy. But she turned it into jewelry. Spencer would totally toss it. He would have no need for it. Chase would... Never mind. I am not going to say what Chase would do with it. No. Just trust me. We're not going to talk about what he would do. I'm sorry. Read the book and then you'll know why I said that. And finally, Aaliyah would be in awe of that something like that even existed. And she would wonder if it worked and how it worked and all that stuff. But she would not be tempted to use it. So, there you go. Okay, so that was all 13 questions for the Ostera tag. I want to thank Amelia one more time for tagging me. And she knows I enjoy doing these, especially doing all the Sabbats. And that just makes me smile. I'm going to tag... Damn, who do I want to tag? I'm going to tag everybody in the tribe. So tribe, if you're watching this, you're tagged. You're it. You can't get out of it now because you watched and you heard me say tribe. Also, I would like to say to anyone else that's watching that wants to do it, do it. Just do it. And make sure you let me know. Find me on social media and send me the link because I want to watch it. You know, I like doing these and finding out about characters. I love character videos. So, if you do one, hit your girl up. Okay? That's all I have for you right now. I got to go and get these diamondy things and stuff off my face and, you know, be a real person for a little while. Stop being a clown. Because that's what I was doing today. And, yeah. Do it. Just do it. And until next time, you know what to do.
Give me a chance now to prove that you're something. In your own head, all these thoughts you're confronting. We've all been there when you feel like you're nothing. Shut that shit down, crush those thoughts and just trust me.
So there's this tag I've been wanting to do. So instead of doing my work today,
I decided that I was going to have a K-pop music marathon and watch videos and sing songs all day. And now I lost a lot of light. So yeah, that's been my morning and afternoon thus far. I actually recorded myself being ridiculous just so I could look back and see myself being ridiculous and remind myself there is a time and place for everything. You can't just sit and stare at G-Dragon and rain all day and be productive. So yeah. Today, I wanted to give you some announcements though. I am finally going to move forward with my Friday series, which is basically me talking about my process and my writing journey. I've been wanting to do this from the beginning, but I just didn't have the nerve. So, there. I will still slate my Thursdays for fun stuff like tags and me being ridiculous. But it's time for me to go ahead and move forward with my Fridays. I may even add an additional day because I was thinking about something for Mondays, but that's going to be a surprise. I'll tell you about that another time. The other thing I want to let everyone know is I am writing a Patreon novel. I'm so excited about that because, every month, maybe twice a month, depending on how much I get done, I'm going to be releasing passages and chapters to this novel throughout this year. So I'm excited about that. If you want to come and read that, just click the link below to my Patreon and I'll give you more information. As far as my writing process and my writing journey, I think that it will be a good thing for me because sharing it will bring me a little bit more confident to be on camera, which I still am not, hence the Clark Kents. But also, I think it will help other people too who are starting out and trying to get what they want to get done. And that's important to me too, to share what I know and share my experience and share my mishaps and flaws as well. It's all part of the journey, and that's a good thing. It's a good thing. So without further ado, this tag is called the Real Life Tag. This is another one I found on my girl Sarah's channel. I will give you the link to her below. She is amazing. Check her out. 8 simple questions. So here we go with number 1. Are you a morning or night person? I don't even know how to define that. I'm not either. I'm a person like whatever time you need me, I'm available. I'm good no matter what. I do a lot of my work at night for my book, but that's just because my day is other people's work. So that's why it falls that way. If we reversed that and did my novel stuff during the day and my mundane stuff at night, it wouldn't make a difference to me. I don't have a preference. But as far as me, my world, my process, my stuff that belongs totally to me kind of happens at night. So I'll just say I'm a night person for lack. So question number 2 is, what is your favorite hobby? My favorite hobby. That's hard. I don't know if I have a favorite hobby. I like learning languages. I like creating languages because I'm a nerd. Sorry. But not sorry. I don't know. I don't think I have a favorite hobby. I've reached a point in my life where I only do what I like, and I like what I do. So, yeah. I don't have a favorite hobby. Number 3 is, do you have a day job, and what kind of job is it? I do have a day job. It is, at the moment, it's a clerical job, which just because I'm a dweeb as well as a nerd, and I just love to write and I like to type, so I do a lot of work for different offices. That's the best way to put it. Before that, because I'm actually retired, so I do this after my retirement. Before that, I taught in different schools in the area where I live, and I did a lot of clerical. So basically, I've been doing clerical forever, and when I'm not, then I'm teaching. So yeah, I I I just been blessed because I loved it. I love it. I would still teach. As a matter of fact, I may still pick up some stuff to do in the future. Number 4 is, do you do your writing in your day job? Oops, so totally answered that one already. Number 5, what is your ideal day off? Day offs exist. I didn't get the memo. I like spending weekends at hotels, just not to be home, to be somewhere else. I know a lot of people don't actually like hotels, but I really do. And I like to go swimming. And so my ideal day would be a 3-day weekend at a really posh hotel, doing all the little restaurants and the bars that they have, and going to the swimming pool and that sort of thing. Just carefree and lounging with nothing else that I have to do. Nothing. Nothing. That would be my ideal. Number 6, are you introverted or extroverted? I'm introverted, I admit it. But I do have extrovert tendencies, and so a lot of people who know me probably wouldn't say that I was introverted, because I'm sure I don't always come off as such. But the truth is I am, very much so. I just don't let being scared of everything hold me back. It's just that simple. But I'm terrified all the time. I'm terrified now. Okay. But I'm still doing this. Number 7, name a personal weakness. We ain't got that kind of time. I am totally not going to do that. First of all, I'm not going to give them strength. And then I'm not going to give other people strength to try to use it against me. So, no, I will not name a personal weakness. And number 8, name one thing about your life that you would change. Oh my goodness. I hate the fact that most of the time I don't feel well. And this has been my whole life though, so it's not like it's something new. But I would definitely change that. A lot of other things tag on with it, like medications that I've had to take all my life have hurt other parts of me. So the stuff that was helping one thing hurts another kind of situation, and like added things like weight gain, that sort of thing. I used to be this ridiculously scrawny, sickly thing who was underweight and just could never keep it on, and then I went to the opposite of that. So like 2 different extremes of hardship, so to speak. And it just, that I would change if I could. Not to sound like I dwell and wallow in it, because I do not. It is my lot. So I accept it. But if I had the power to change it, that's where I would start. Because I just would. Everything else in my world is amazing. So, and I'm really blessed. That's the end of that one. So that one was a little short one, which makes me happy, and which I'm sure makes you all happy too. And just stay tuned for all my other good stuff that's going to be coming up in the weeks to come. Yeah, boy. And until then, you know what to do.
It's our time to shine. Show that's the kind of state of mind you gotta combine with hard work and time. You gotta climb to the top. Don't let yourself drop till your heart stops. Let this beat rock. Got a new clock and a new stock for this new rock. Just let your mind loose from the new stock. Drunk off the goose, thinking that I'm too pop. Getting caught with a few thoughts, cause I'm too lost. Off the speakers can't even handle me.
It's the most wonderful time of the year. Fight me.
You say I make you nervous, a tragedy, I'm a beautiful disaster, a reckoning, you wonder how I got this way.
So, I have a really good one for you, my lovelies, and it's called the Samhain Character Tag. Consider this my third installment since I have done this 2 other times before. I will leave the link to those in the description. So before I start, let me give you a few little tidbits about Samhain. Samhain is the last part of the Harvest Festival trifecta. It follows Lammas and Mabon, and it falls between like the end of October and the beginning of November in the northern hemisphere. So it does depend on where you are and what year you're in at the time too. One of the most important aspects of Samhain is that it's the time of year that we recognize that death is a part of life. It's also the time of year when the veil between the worlds is at its thinnest. I give a lot more information about it on Samhain Tag Part 1. So if you want to learn a little bit more, just go there and look at that real quick. We'll come back. Okay. So in order to really participate in this tag, you want to give a mini description of your tale. I'm going to read mine because I always forget to actually put the description in, and then when I do, I put it in sideways. So somewhere on the screen you should also see it, but okay. Crown Prince Lore is aware of his fate. Not ready to face it, he decides to explore the foreign realms he's never seen. Quiet and shy, Eden's a smart girl who guys liked but never seduced. She hides behind her work, afraid to give herself to anyone. Lore meets Eden just as she makes the bold choice to give in to her carnal side. But Lore can't stay with Eden. Faced with the collapse of his realm and a life on the run, Lore must choose between his love for Eden and his duty to his entire world. Now here's what you have to do. Give a brief description of your whip, answer the 13 questions using characters from your whip, and try not to use the same character for the same answer twice. Pretty straightforward, right? One quickie disclaimer. The pics that I found to represent my characters in this were the closest that I could find, to do that. They are not perfect, but they are close. I just want you to keep in mind that some of them are not human, but they can shapeshift into whatever they want to be. So there's going to be double representation for some of them, just so you know. Okay, let's go. Number 1, ghosts. If one of your characters could talk to the dead, who would it be and who would they talk to? Gonna give that one to Piper. Piper has always felt like she was born in the wrong place and time. Like she was born with gifts that were either suited for the past or better off in the future. But in the present, she feels off. She would love to commune with those who have passed on to tap them for their wisdom. Plus, just being Piper, she would love to shoot the breeze. So yeah. Number 2, other world. What other worlds are in your setting? Whether they be other planes of existence, afterlives, or other types of realities. So many. Part of the premise of Uncharted Desire, that in the Shenza realm, there are these things loosely translated into portal keys. These keys, which are many orbs, have the power to open the doors to many, many realms. Now, it's highly illegal to do so. All of the keys have been destroyed except for 2 in known existence. Those 2 are left in the responsibility of the 2 high queens. This story begins with the crown prince of Ra stealing a portal key and going off-world in search of fun and adventure before he has to take on the duty of becoming High King. Oh yeah, he did some, yeah. We'll get back to him later. Number 3, mummies. How do people in your world intern their dead? Well, in as many ways as there are to intern the dead. It would be easier just to pick a couple of the characters and say how they do it. Because there would be no way. I mean, there's so many cultures, so many realms. We would be here all day. So let's go with Eden and Piper. They're the humans, and they're in Baltimore. The burials that they have experienced have been just the traditional Southern, funeral gig. Church gathering around the dead body, while a man or a woman of the cloth comes out and says some comforting words that they made up. Then the whole slow-moving funeral ride to the graveyard where said dead person is buried in the ground. Morbid shit. Next, we have the Sashirians, which is Queen Zane and Princess Maati. The dead are cremated and then they live with the family for a year. After a year's time, the ashes are spread all over the family's backlands with all the other people who have passed before them. Royals, on the other hand, their ashes are kept in the royal crypt and are put on display forever and ever and ever for all to see. Amen. The thought about that is so that no one ever forgets. Also morbid. Or is it just me? Now the Rallians, which is Queen Desial, King Maal, and Prince Lore. They bury their dead before a new day has shown its face. They plant a fruit tree of their choosing over the deceased, so that even in death, their bodies still do some good by nourishing the tree, which will ultimately nourish the people that are still living. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Number 4, divination. Give your characters a reading. What truth do they find? I decided to just do the main 4 for this part, and how I did their reading was through the pick a pile method. I will have a separate video that actually shows you the whole thing, which will also be interactive because you can then also pick a pile and get a reading. They are way too long for me to just put all of it into this video. So I'm just going to do the one card that represented each one. And for that, I'm going to use my medicine cards. A link to that deck will be in this description. So if you want to pick yourself up this deck, which is amazing, you have the link. Okay, so let's start with Eden. Eden got the butterfly. The butterfly expresses the need for freedom from self-imposed constraints, which is hello, goodbye, so perfect for Eden, it's scary. Eden is that super talented chick who hides herself under a bushel because she has already decided that what pleases her and what sparks her creativity won't be accepted because it's coming from her. That's really all I can say on that part. Eden's takeaway for this particular card representing her is basically for her to emerge into a new state of being and then honor her transformation. Next up, we have Lore. Next up is Lore. He got the owl. Now, getting the owl is really cool, but he got it in contrary, which automatically means he's been ignoring signs that have been right in front of him. In fact, owl medicine is the definition of being able to see what other people cannot. So he's not using his gift. And because of this disrespect, he has put himself in a very unsafe situation. I literally just got chills. Lore is being greatly deceived. Either he himself is the deceiver or someone very close to him is the deceiver, but he's just not paying attention. Because your boy is all about, let's just say, all about Eden. Lore's takeaway is simple. Honor your intuition, use discernment, outsmart deception, trust your first impressions. I don't make the rules, I only work here. Okay, so that brings us to Piper. Piper got the bat. So much going on here, so much. I mentioned before that Piper feels a little out of place out of sync, out of something, just off. That said, she still has lots of irons in the fire because she just wants something that she loves to do to click and then make her life make sense. Not feeling like you belong, but trying to figure out a way to belong while respecting your passions has been ridiculously hard on her. Bat medicine states clearly, you will never make progress if you're holding on to things that are holding you back. Ain't gonna happen. It tells you you already have the power. You already have everything that you need. The thing is, since bat medicine has mystic powers attached to it, mystic energies, it totally makes sense that she feels out of place. Piper vibrates differently than everybody else that's in her life. The problem is she's feeling that, but she doesn't know what it is. Her takeaway with this card is to learn to be receptive so that she can be prepared for a rebirth of sorts. And last we have my girl Maati. Okay. Talk about getting the last news you want to hear. Maati is already rolling her eyes and trying to figure out a way around this. Otter medicine is the antidote to worry and anxiety, which in and of itself is amazing. Great news, right? But the otter requires that you chill the fuck out and have some fun. Yes, there are responsibilities and such, but if you're getting the otter, then you clearly have amped up duty, responsibility, work, all those other heavy things by like 100. And you forgot that in order to be a whole person, you got to allow all of you to reside in your spirit. I can't help but laugh at this. I would love to get this card in the spread. Maati, not so much. Her takeaway is hard for a person like her, but she is required to balance work with play and to reclaim vulnerability. Number 5, reverence. Which character considers respect to be a highly valued part of their personality? And how do they define it? That would be both High Queens. Both of these queens are the 3rd generation of their country's reign. In the dark time when men ruled, their entire realm was a hot-ass mess. Men with their passions for ridiculousness had brought their world to the brink of destruction. The women had had enough. They did a whole bunch of stuff too deep to get into right here, but the end results were that they, the women, took charge. And though it took a while for everyone to fall in line, it did happen. And these 2 queens make sure it stays that way. Number 6, darkness. What is the culture and characterization of darkness in your setting? There are lots of settings for this, so I'm just going to do the main 2. So in Terra, where Piper and Eden are, Earth, there are monsters around every corner, really. It's just basically the state of how things are right now. Orange people thinking they can run shit. Reds fighting with blues. A special kind of darkness best left to nightmares. In Ishenza, they most certainly have a darkness looming overhead. Far more scarier than any boogeyman could ever be. They are facing a world war. The collapse of their realm. So yeah, some shit is going down for real. So, yeah. Darkness. Number 7, traditions. Which character is most held to the tradition of their ancestors? So many. So many. But for sake of the tag, let's go with my auntie. She has a strong and devoted honor and respect for her role as High Princess. My auntie doesn't feel burdened with her role as a royal the way Lore does. Instead, she feels honored that the gods saw fit to place her in that role. She is 4th generation of Sashir in the New Days. Number 8. What is a fairy tale monster in your setting and how do you ward it off? In this setting, the monster is the betrothal. I realize that that's an odd thing to be considered as a monster, but for the rules involved, who are expected to go through with this holdover tradition and follow without question, it really kind of is. And there are others, of course, who sees the whole thing as archaic and wrong, since the person has no right to choose who their forever mate will be. And no matter which side of the betrothal debate they are on, it's still scary to them. So yeah, monster. Number 9, hobby horse. Who feels like death is always following them? Aw, poor King Maul. He doesn't feel like death is following him as much as he feels like death is coming for his way of life. The men in the Yashenza society are expected to always honor divine feminine, as it should be everywhere. But that's a talk for another time. Even though it may look on the surface like men are not given a true voice, what they are given is a great life. And most men, like Ma'al, know it. However, because his son committed some high treason-esque offenses, he fears that life as he has always known it is about to get highly disrupted. And he is not wrong. Number 10, hazelnuts. Pick a random relationship in your setting. Is it healthy? Gotta go with Luca. I picked him because he was the easiest, to be honest. Luca is that one friend who is friends with everybody. He's like the hub friend. He has that gift to get along with folk no matter what they bring to the table. He has a quiet power that just gels with the room. Not sure how healthy that is for him, but my impression of him is he truly just rolls with whatever life throws his way. And he sincerely doesn't have a complaint above a 4. Love him. Number 11, community. Who has a it takes a village mentality? Couldn't wait to get to this point because now we are at my girl, Eden. Eden grew up with wealthy parents, but she was not spoiled by them. She learned early on that no one was better than her and that she wasn't better than anybody else. Her entire family and extended family always worked in unison, lending their gifts and strengths to the whole of the collective. Oh yeah, I went there, Borg reference. She fully understands what it means to be a part of something bigger than herself and how each individual matters in the grand scheme. Number 12, renovate. What is something one of your characters would like to redo/change in their lives? Our boy Lore. We would be here all day with the laundry list of things that he would wish to change, including things that he just in general wish were different. But if I had to say what his top thing would be, he would wish for the right to choose his own path. Born a royal, his choices were made for him before he was even born. Born a male royal, and even less was afforded to him. He is, or was, willing to do as he was told, as long as he was just given a brief time to explore what he wants. So yeah, that's the main thing he would want to change. He doesn't want to, ditch his duties. He just wanted to have some fun before he had to take on the crown. Number 13, witchery. Who is the prankster caster in your story? Caden. He doesn't actually pull pranks, but his cluelessness is laugh out loud hilarious. He is the butt of his own jokes that he doesn't even realize he's telling. All I have to say about Caden is it's a good thing he's cute, because he ain't got a whole lot going on upstairs. Pretty dumb. That's harsh. He's not actually dumb, but he missing some spaces. I'm just going to be real. He missing some spaces. Well, there you have it. My 2021 Samhain tag. All of these characters are from my Kindle Vella story, which is ongoing, and I'm really having so much fun with it. Tell me what you think about them. I really want to know. Comment below. And if you give this tag a try, please tag me in it so I can watch it. Before I slip away, I want to officially tag the following people: Danette, Derek, Barrett, Colin, Margaret, and Chandra. Have that. So, until next time, remember, you hold the power as long as you are driven. See what the girls are sporting? Team Spencer action. Yeah, boy. Do this tag, y'all. Do this tag. Have fun with it. Let me go, because I know these silly. So, Harry Potter meets Rose Quartz? Yeah? Kind of? Okay. Since we have finally reached the end of October and the beginning of November, I think it's only appropriate for me to do the Samhain tag. This tag was created by Amelia, so I'll be sure to put her link in the description. Be sure to check out her channel to get more information. A little about Samhain. Belief is always based on the beholder, and everybody's traditions won't be the same. They'll vary from people to people, person to person, and that's what I like the most about spirituality as a whole. Samhain is the last part of the Harvest Festival trifecta. It follows Lammas and Mabon, and like I said before, it falls at the end of October, the beginning of November in the Northern Hemisphere. It holds a ton of meanings and has a lot going on. One of the key components of Samhain is that it's the time of year that we recognize that death is a part of life and that death itself is only a transition. Also at Samhain, it's when the veil between the worlds is at its thinnest. If you are the least bit empathic or clairvoyant, you're probably not getting a lot of sleep during this time of year, and you may be experiencing some presence more so than usual. It's because of that thin veil. Another thing, if you do any sort of divination, you may notice that it's amplified. So be aware of that and ready, especially if you are green. It's also a really good time to speak with loved ones who have moved on. But if you're going to be doing some channeling, just be careful that you make your intentions and your purpose very clear. The biggest lesson to take away with Samhain is to learn from your past, be grateful and live in the moment, and look forward to what's coming in the future. The minute I saw that Amelia tagged me in this tag, I got so excited that I just wanted to just run and do it. But I couldn't decide which story to use for it. I didn't want to do Shattered because I've done so many on Shattered, and Shattered right now is in my editor's hands, and I kind of want to take a break from it and defrag, so to speak. So I was left with which other one to do. So because I'm me, I couldn't decide. So I'm going to do two. So this video is going to be part 1, and there will be a part 2. I doubt if I'll do a part 3. I won't torture you all with that. I doubt that I'll do it. I'm not making any promises. I'm not. No, I'm not going to do it. I kind of promise a little bit. So my first whip that I'm going to use for the Salvin tag is Gemini Rising. It's about twin warriors who were destined from birth to do great things. And because you got this fool who think he needs to run everything, he kidnaps one of the babies when, it was born, like a couple hours after it was born, thinking that would stop some shit, basically. I'll put a better description in the description. Question number 1, ghosts. If one of your characters could talk to the dead, who would they talk to? Quite honestly, a lot of people in this story can already talk to the dead. It's a lot of magic going on, I should say. It's not a magical story, but it's a lot of people with heightened abilities and such. So for this, I'm going to pick Sherika because she can't. And because she can't do it, she will covet it even more. Solely want it just because she doesn't have it. Not because she has anybody on the other side that she wants to talk to. That's just Sherika. Number 2, other world. What other worlds exist in your setting, whether they be alternate realms, different planes of existence, etc.? Oh my goodness, there are so many. There will be more than I could possibly name. In this book, there is actually a galactic war going on. So we would be here all day. That would be its own video. Number 3, mummies. How do people in your world intern their dead? Sadly, with so much going on with the war and the madness, that people are pretty much left to rot where they fall. No respect is given, and they are allowed to just naturally be reclaimed by their planet. Had there not been a war going on, it would be equally hard to answer that question because the different cultures did a whole bunch of different things. They all were various. So any way that you can think of, that would be it. Number 4, divination. Give your character a reading. What truth do they find? Oh my goodness. So of course the first character that comes to my mind is Dukana. And since Dukana is a goddess and a very spirited one at that, I'm not going to be so blasphemous as to try to read her. I don't want her mad with me. She's awesome. Awesome. Number 5, reverence. Which character considers respect a highly valued part of their personality, and how do they define it? That would be Gon, or Hakan Gon, as he refers to himself and insists to be called, which basically just means Lord Gon, because he's special. He's a greedy son of a bitch who was actually born into means, pretty much a royal. but never felt like he had enough. He really believes that he has respect, but what he actually has is fear. But he's so delusional that he thinks fear counts as respect. Number 6, darkness. What is the culture and characterization of darkness in your setting? For the main world, I will say that though there are many cultures on there, many people who worship differently and have a different idea on, how the whole God thing works, they do all pretty much subscribe to the universal vibe of balance. They pretty much recognize that they would not recognize the light without knowing the dark. Number 7, tradition. Which character is most held to the traditions of their ancestors? That would be the Gavara, or Gavara, depending on if you know her well enough. The purpose of her whole entire existence is that of sacrifice. She is the tool that is used to keep that balance we spoke of earlier. And it is great sacrifice because she has to do or be whatever is needed in order to keep that balance. Whatever. Number 8, lantern. What's a fairy tale monster in your setting and how do you ward it off? Gemini Rising doesn't actually have any monsters per se, but we do have a lot of beings behaving badly. Number 9, hobby horse. Who feels like death is always following them? That would be Ahriman. And he's right. It is following him. And he will learn the very hard way that you can't cheat death and that there are lots of ways to be dead. Number 10, hazelnuts. Pick a random relationship in your setting. Is it healthy? I'm kind of surprised that the first one that came to our mind was Lita and Tanjiro. And yes, it is very healthy. Honey, they got couple goals going on. And they are very much beloved by many because it's clear that their union actually makes them stronger. And because they are so strong, then that spreads out over the people. Everybody's happy. Number 11, community. Who has an it takes a village mentality? I'm going to give that one to my boy Xander. Not that others don't share this feeling as well, but it is strong in him. He instilled this in his daughter Lyri, who he raised without a mom, but he made sure that she had a strong female presence in her life as well as male while she was growing up. Number 12, renovate. What is something that your characters would like to redo or change in their lives? Immediately, my mind went to Sin, our hero. If he could change things, he would certainly want for things to not have manifested in a way that took away his sister and kept her away for 19 years. Number 13, witchery. Who is the prankster caster in your story? We don't really have one in this tale, considering they are going through a pretty treacherous war in this first book. But if that wasn't going on, I like to think that it would be Daylor. He can be very serious when called upon, but for the most part, he's pretty lighthearted and even funny. So there you have it, my Samhain tag. I got through part 1. Make sure you come back and check out part 2. Until next time, you know what to do. Don't act like I didn't warn you that this was coming. For part 2 of the Samhain saga, just kidding, for the Samhain tag, I have for you a whip that I've been working on for a couple months, called Gin. That is the working title, but I'm probably going to keep it because I like it. It's about a young woman named Siobhan who, along with her brother, live in this really secluded town that's basically, if you live there, you are A, some sort of paranormal right off the bat. B, hiding from something or somebody. And C, probably just don't like the company of humans much. You got to have at least 2 out of 3 of those things going on to live there. Damn, I just realized I didn't name the town. Gonna have to name it. Wouldn't mind if the word hollow was in it, but I'm getting off track. Back to what I'm doing. I'll tell you more about Jen in another video, but right now let's get on with this tag. Number 1 is ghosts. If one of your characters could talk to the dead, who would they talk to? This is so funny for this particular story. All of my characters can talk to the dead, and some of the dead actually live among them. Number 2, other world. What other worlds are in your setting? Be they different planes of existence, different realities even, whatever, For this particular story, there are several. But the first one that came to mind for me for some reason was the astral plane. Even the town that they live in already is on a different vibration, so to speak. The most sensitive human out there couldn't detect this place. And that's how they want it. Because humans basically are garbage. Or food. And in this town with no name currently, the astral plane is used a lot and misused just as much. Y'all ain't ready. Number 3, mummies. How do people in your world intern their dead? Burial or cremation. Nothing exotic. That's for the physical forms anyway. Some of the dead actually hang out, so for their second or third or fourth or millionth time of existence, just chilling. Number 4, divination. Give your character a reading. Deacon comes to my mind first, and I have been moved to tell him, dude, you just lost this fight. Revamp quickly. Number 5, reverence. Which character considers respect to be a highly valued part of their personality? That would be Lilith. She's Lilith. She is not accepting disrespect in any form, so yeah, Lilith. Number 6, darkness. What is the culture and characterization of darkness in your setting? Oh, these lines are clearly defined. Dark and shadow, bad. Light and warm, good. This is also another reason why they are lost. They are too busy being black or white, and they are totally disrespecting gray. Number 7, traditions. Which character is most held to the traditions of their ancestors? Helene for sure. She is the resident witch and doctor of the town. And she does everything by the spell book. See what I did there? Spell. Number 8. What's a fairy tale monster in your setting and how do you ward it off? That's good. That's a good one. They're just, this place is crawling with such. Satyrs, demons, succubus, angels, vampires, jinn, werewolves, ghosts. Yeah, you'd be hard pressed to not find one. So the other part of the question, they ain't trying to be warded off. They like each other. Mostly. Forgot about a couple people. Number 9, hobby horse. Who feels like death is always following them? I'm gonna say Siobhan, the lead. And it's not so much that she feels like death is following her, but doom. More doom. She's not sure why she feels this way all the time, because as far as she knows, it's unfounded, but she forever feels like this darkness trying to overtake her. All I'm going to say on that is wait till she finds out why. Whew. Number 10, hazelnuts. Pick a random relationship in your setting. Is it healthy? So my brain saw Elijah and Sabrina. Yeah, it's very healthy. Considering she's dead and he's a satyr. They consider themselves brother and sister even though they are not even remotely related. She's the only human who lives in the town, and the only reason she's even able to be there is because she's a ghost. When the town was created by the people who created it, that's all I'll say on that, she was already there. Like, she had died there, and so she's kind of trapped there. Which when the town was built and Elijah, people built on the grounds where she used to live, that was a great thing for her because she wasn't alone anymore. So she immediately attached on to him. And another thing about Sabrina, technically she's the youngest and the oldest resident there. Number 11, community. Who has an it takes a village mentality? That would be Egret, Lisbeth, and Alma. But in a really sick kind of way. It would be better to say that they use the village. You don't want to mess with these 3. Number 12, renovate. What is something that one of your characters would like to redo or change in their lives? That's going to bring us back to Elijah. He wants nothing more in life than to be able to be with Siobhan. He loves her. He fully understands why he cannot be with her, and he accepts it, for the most part. But he really wishes that she was deeply in love with him the way he is with her, and that they could be a couple. But issues. Number 13, witchery. Who is the prankster caster in this story? That would easily have to go to Hutch and Mara. All they really have are each other, with the slight exception of Siobhan. She's their friend. They don't care for the other townspeople very much. At all, really. Especially not the satyrs, because the satyrs think that they're a big shit, and they look down on Hutch and Mara for not being, beings of means. The poor kids. So they do things to amuse themselves, but they are really careful not to get caught because it is in their nature where they cannot tell a lie. So they want to get away with the stuff they're doing. They don't want to get in trouble. But if they get caught, they know they have to confess. So they're careful. They're good at it. So that was the last question. Hope you liked my 2-parter. So, until next time, you know what to do. Thought you got rid of me, didn't ya? So, I'm coming back at you for a third time with a tag because it's Halloween and so much is going on, and I gotta do this one because I was actually tagged in it. It's not like the other stuff where, no one tagged me. I just kind of took it upon myself to do it because, no one knows who I am and I wanted to play. But this time, I was officially tagged by Stephen Partridge, and he was tagged by the great Jenna Moreci. I don't know who originated the tag. I'll find out and I'll put the links down, okay? I got you. This was kind of spur of the moment because basically I just saw the tag. So I don't want it to be too far past Halloween. So I'm going to just go ahead and jump in and do it now. So I have to read the questions. Forgive me, I don't have time to memorize them. Number 1 is ghosts. Have you ever originally put a character, scene, theme in a book and then later taken it out? I'm sure I have. I mean, it's not coming to me immediately, but there's no way I haven't done that. I write a lot of smutty stuff too, so I'm sure I've taken some passages out or that might have been a little bit too much. So yeah, I'm sure I've done it. I just can't recall a specific one to tell you about. Sweet. Number 2, Bat. Most misunderstood character in your work in progress. Whew. That's a good question. I'm gonna say the most misunderstood would be Chase. And for a couple reasons, mainly because that boy is so lost and so inside of his head, he doesn't even understand who he is. And then the persona that he's putting out there to the world that he's projecting, a lot of it really is really him. The problem is that the really, really bad stuff that's also really him is really fucked up. So anything that he does that's kind of on the good side is really overshadowed. But I don't think there's not one person that he interacts with that knows both sides of him. And he is just lost. He looks like he has it all together. He, not even close. Number 3 is Jack-o'-lantern. What's your most common source of inspiration to write? Most common, probably music. I was just working on an outline today and just had random music playing and it sparked a whole bunch of other shit in my head. So I'm going to say music is my most common. But with me, I mean, I can be sitting having a conversation and then some stuff will come to me. I have some kind of weird brain malfunction. I don't know what it is. But I have to make it work for me, right? Number 4 is zombie. Preferred form of readily fuel, coffee, tea, etc. Probably Pepsi. Even though I do drink massive amounts of coffee, I do not like coffee. I do drink it while I'm writing because I'm just trying to get it in because, coffee actually helps me with my breathing. Something we can talk about another time, just saying about my lungs. But Pepsi, I would say, is the answer. Final answer. Number 5, vampire. Cheesiest trope that made it into your novel. And it's probably on the top 10 list of the ones that people hate the most is insta-love. I did it, y'all. I did. I went there. Oh my God. Oh, I only ask forgiveness and that you not hold it against me. But I love that trope. Number 6 is Spider. What's a character in your whip that's fine from afar, but you would not want to interact with if they ever got close? Oh my God, that is a good one. His name is Baron. Baron Beach. He real good looking. They don't make too many people as good looking as this kid. But Lord in heaven. His soul must look like tar. Number 7, Frankenstein's monster. Ever combine two characters into one or split one character into two? Yes, I did. Speaking of the monster, I have a character named Barbara, and she was so incredibly evil. So, I mean, I gave her saving qualities as well, because I know you got to make them well rounded. But she really, really, really was just this horrible, horrible person. And she had been that horrible person for the years and years that I've been thinking about writing this book. But when I sat down to write the book, when I made the conscious decision that I was going to do this, she felt too heavy. Like she had way too much to do in the evil category, along with all the other stuff that wasn't necessarily evil, just her life in general. And I was like, I don't know what to do. I don't want to create a whole nother character and then say, oh, this character does this part and then that character does that part. And I don't want to cut some of the stuff that she's doing because the little bitch did it. It needed to happen. So then I don't know, like it just hit me. And I want to say Team Rocket kind of inspired me because that's who Barbara and Baron remind me of, their ridiculousness. But I honestly don't know what made me decide to make her a twin and then a male twin. Now, I do know that as soon as I split her in half and turned her into Barbara and Baron, Baron took on a damn life of his own. Whoa. He really did. And not only that, he wound up being a part of my Stygian trips, which basically is the antagonist Chase has three male friends that he palled around with, and now they all have names, whereas they didn't have names before. So, and even that changed. Oh my God, I did drop one of them, and then just made it where Chase, Baron, and Flint were the Stygians, but that's also another story. But yeah, I Frankenstein the fuck out of this story. Didn't even realize it. I'm loving these questions. Oh my goodness. Question number 8, skeleton. Best tips for adding in character baggage without info dumping. Yeah. I hate when people info dump. I hate it. My most hated part of info dumping is when you have siblings or family who are talking to each other about stuff that they know because they're already damn family. It's like, don't have your characters do that. I hate that so much. I really do. The way I get away with it is one of the easiest way to get away with it is to just not have family talking to family about family stuff. Like have a character talk to somebody who absolutely doesn't know anything about them and some kind of way it comes up in conversation. That's like the easiest way. The other way is just, let it unfurl. You don't have to say like, oh, they went to Hawaii for their family vacation. You can have a picture on the desk that shows them in Hawaii, obviously on vacation. It's little ways. It's like probably a million ways to do it better than info dumping. There may be times that you have to info dump. I can't think of any, but I'm sure that there are. But yeah, that's all I have to say about that. I really hate that. Number 9, Cat. What's a polarizing writing bookish opinion that you have? I don't know. You have to come back to me for that one. And last one, number 10, demon. Most frequent writing distraction. YouTube. I admit it. I might be a little bit addicted to YouTube. Just to let you know how distracting, I was in the middle of recording some other videos so that I could have a couple done and, just edit them and put them up as I needed. And I started looking at the screen and I, kept looking back, look at the camera, look back, look at the camera. And then I saw Steven's name and I was like, oh, Steven, video. And so I stopped what I was doing to watch videos instead of finishing my work, which meant I had to then go back to where I left off and finish and hope I didn't miss anything because I still don't know yet because I haven't looked at the footage yet because Steven did the video and tagged me. So I had to immediately do this. Oh my goodness. There needs to be a 12-step program for my problem. It is, as soon as I hear the word tag, I'm there. I am it. So, yeah, YouTube. It's going to do me. I'm going to tag DL Tillery because she's my tag partner. She's amazing. And I'm going to tag KS Mead because I know she likes to do tags and I know she'll love this one. And then I'm going to tag my girl Sarah. Girl, yes, this was fun. This was so much fun. Try this one. And anybody else who wants to do this, go ahead and knock it out the park. I didn't prepare for it. I just answered them as they came up. Oh my gosh. I can't, I feel like I have to go and add cards to this and do pictures. I do, don't I? I should. I have pictures. I think I will. Somebody's going to be up editing all night. But anyway, until next time, you know what to do. It has been raining for days, and the weather has really got chilly, and I love it. Sup? So I have a tag for you. This tag is called the side character tag, and I have been dying to do this one. I will link in the description where I originally saw it. So let's just get on with it. Question number 1. Who are your favorite side characters in books, TV, and film, etc.? It's hard to ever really choose these because you have so many that you love, I know. But I do have a favorite book, and that is A Christmas Carol by my boy Charles Dickens, who is also my favorite author. My favorite side character would be Jacob Marley. And on a cornier note, I actually wrote a rock opera based off A Christmas Carol, and I actually play Jacob Marley, so he's my favorite side character. In television, and I have to say that this is very recent, and it only came about because of me finishing my novel, Shattered, and giving it to the betas, and then the betas telling me what they think mine was close to or similar to or had stuff in common with. And Boys Over Flowers came up. So I looked up Boys Over Flowers and just to find out what the hell they were talking about, and wound up watching the whole thing. Totally got drawn in. Oh my god. So with that said, my newest favorite TV side character is Jiu. I have a ridiculously inappropriate crush on this kid, and I want to say kid, but thank God he's like 30 or something like. So he's my favorite TV side character. Films, we would end up really back probably with Jacob Marley because it's a movie. So way too many to list. So I'm just gonna stick to those two. Question number 2: name the side characters in your work in progress. Ooh, I have a ton of side characters in my current work in progress. But right off the bat, let's see. Aaliyah, Chase, and I'm going to put Spencer up there at the top. They're the main characters. Even though technically I guess Spencer would be a side character, but I love him too much to just say that. Lisa, Marquise, Aaron, Barbara, Carter, Pui, Orchid, Pierce, Baron, Dar. Oh my God, how could I forget Dar? And there are a few more that are like adult characters that are kind of prominent, but we don't care about them right now. So question number 3 is, which side character is most like me? All of them are kind of like me because I definitely peppered in a bit of me into all of them just so I can tolerate some of them and to be truthful with you, because some of them are ridiculously horrible people. But I guess the one that's most like me is Orchid. Out of the side characters is Orchid, because for the simple fact that she likes to stay on task and she doesn't let big or little things stop her from going forward. I can say that about myself now. That was not always the case, not always my truth. But for those 2 reasons, I would say Orchid. Question number 4 is, do you ever base your side characters after real people? Yeah. I have 2 methods. Either I will base a character on someone I know or a celebrity based on what they look like, but not act like at all in any way, shape, or form, just to work the visual as I go along. Ultimately, they do change, but that's usually where I begin. Or I will do the opposite. I will pick a personality trait or a habit or something about the way somebody does something, and I'll lend it to my character, but they won't be like a physical description of the person who I was emulating, so to speak. I'll do that. So yeah, I do it a lot. The main thing I do, which I'm always hearing like, oh, you should never do this, but I use a lot of me and a lot of them. Period. I don't care about people saying that you shouldn't do that. I do what I want to do. And so there. Number 5, gush about one of your side characters. Now, this side character is kind of an anomaly as far as she's not based on anybody that I know, looks-wise. She's not based on anybody that I know, action-wise. And I'm not in her. No part of me, I guess, except that we're both teachers. And trust me, that's just because the story is a school-based story, so it doesn't have anything to do with me. But I'm going to gush about Joy Van Buskirk because, oh, I'm wrong. There is a part of her based after somebody else. I had a teacher named Miss Van Buskirk that she was my English teacher, and she was just so damn groovy. I liked her and I loved her name. And I said one day I will use that name because it's just Van Buskirk. I had to use her name. This was I want to say 9th grade English teacher. So she didn't influence me in any way as far as like, oh, she inspired me to write and stuff like that. No. She just was kind of groovy. Like, she would just come to class and she would always be looking like she's going out as opposed to me, come to class to teach English. Like, or maybe she had that look like she was leaving work and going straight to an event or a function of some sort. She never dressed down. Now, that doesn't have anything to do with my character, Joy Van Buskirk, because Joy Van Buskirk is kind of a boho hippie kind of teacher. So, but I love her for 1,000 different reasons. For one thing, if you read the first book, you don't know a lot about her, and you will find out so much more about her in the books to come, that when you go back and read the first book, all the little hints and stuff were there. But she has some shit going on with her. And I don't mean bad stuff, but more secrets, more, hidden stuff that you're wondering. Like, a lot of kids in the school wonder why she's even at the school, because clearly her talents outweigh her job. But she stays at that school and she works at the school and she does a great thing in her job. She's a dance teacher. And it's just so much. Like, I really can't gush about her the way I want to without giving away some of her stuff. But she is a great person with a lot of secrets. Secrets that will and can break some shit up. Secrets that will unravel some stuff, man. Oh my God. So yeah, I'm going to gush about her because she's pretty darn amazing. The last question number 6. Is there a place where you can find out more about my characters? Yeah, for one thing, you can follow me on Twitter because I usually post little teasers there. Also, you can sign up to be a part of Patreon at any level. Even if you don't sign up on the levels, I still have some stuff where you can read little things about the characters, as long as you have a Patreon account, obviously. And I have Pinterest, which I'll link below, which has some pics that I use for inspiration for the characters and for the school and for different locations and such. So yeah, you can do those things. But the best way is just to follow me and, of course, read the book. It'll be out soon. So that's it. It was just 6 questions. Pretty cool. I enjoyed putting this together because even though I really do think a lot about the side characters, as far as when I'm working it and putting the novel and stuff together, it was different playing a little game about them. And, I don't know how to explain it, but this was pretty cool. So for all of you out there who haven't done this tag, please do it. I'm going to tag DL Tillery and I'm going to tag KS Mead. You two do this one. It'll make you think more about stuff about those particular side characters that maybe you haven't concentrated on as much. That's pretty much it, guys. So until next time, you know what to do. I'm pretty sure I've been really clear about my hate of summer.
She reminds me of the summertime, way back in 2003.
Sup? It's Thursday. Since we are about to move into the glorious, wonderful season of fall, also known as autumn, I thought that today would be appropriate time to do the summer vacation tag. Now, I realize a lot of you love summer. Don't know why, but you do. It's hot and hot. So, okay. I personally prefer cool and colorful, but that's just me. I will be sure to include a link below where I originally saw this tag. There are 9 simple questions based on whatever your work in progress is. So let's go. First question. Who has a staycation? That would be Aaliyah and Spencer. They would pretend to be going somewhere far away to throw people off, but they would actually double back, stay home, and enjoy each other. That would be their ideal. Question number 2. Who travels somewhere exotic and where do they go? I'm going to give that one to Chase. Basically, his family is always doing world travels. During the summer, they take the kids and they bring them to places they've never been to do like mission work or charity work or whatever kind of thing that they can do to help out people who are less fortunate than they are. They tend to go to places like Africa or Asia. So that's what I'm going to give that one to Chase. Even though it's not much of a vacation in the grand sense, the way we would think about it, they enjoy it. Question number 3, who visits family and why? That would be Pui. Why would be because she has no choice or say in the matter. Because if she did, she would not. Pui is biracial, or I should say, Pui is multiracial. So she has lots of families throughout the globe that she can go visit, and that's what will go on with her, even though she really hates having to be with her family. There is not a family member that she gives a damn about. So it will be torture for her, but she would not have any choice in it. She has to do whatever her parents tell her to do. So, yeah. Number 4, who has a summer fling? During my beta process, a lot of characters got shipped in really weird, bizarre ways, at least bizarre to me, which was really interesting. One of the ships was Baron and Carter. So I'm going to say that they would have a wild fling during the summer when no one would know anything about it, which would be great in both of their eyes because they wouldn't want other people to know. But it would be really kind of jacked up too because Baron is just a slut. He doesn't give a damn about anybody. And ultimately it would end up hurting Carter. Even if she knew going in it was a fling, it would still hurt her. So yeah, but those two. Question number 5, who has the worst summer and why? That would be Orchid. Poor thing. Basically, being home for her is torture. Her mother, and as she refers to her mother's husband, treat her like she's the damn help. She's a servant whenever she's in the house. So the summer is even worse because at least while she's in school, she's only home on the weekends. During the summer, she's captive. So it would be poor Orchid. Question number 6. Who spends too much time outside, gets burned, and looks like a lobster? Well, these kids are very melanin rich, so they don't really have that burn issue, with the exception of probably Barbara. But that said, she wouldn't be dumb enough to do this to herself. But, for the question, we're just going to give it to her. Okay, number 7. Who spends all summer reading? That would be Marquise and Lisa, which is cool because they're a couple, so they kind of have so many similar habits, but different paths, which is kind of cool. Like one's going into entertainment, one's going into medical, but their habits are similar, so that's who it would be. Number 8. Who doesn't take a vacation at all? That would be Aaron. Aaron wouldn't care. He would rather chill at home or stay near or be doing stuff with his family or what have you. He's not interested in going away and then chilling. He can chill where he is. He's not pressed. Number 9, who would party like it was spring break every week? I'm going to give that to Dar, but with a stipulation. Dar isn't a partier per se, but she would make every single moment fun from the time she woke up to the time she passed out. So not only every week, but every single day of the summer would be a celebration for her because that's how she rolls. Number 10, my favorite part is tag someone else. I'm going to tag Cam, Ben,
Sarah, DL, and Cassie. Have fun with this tag, guys. It was fun for me. As always, you know what to
That
do.
summer only lasts 3 months. Yeah, yeah. We got the whole world, travel with me, girl, and we'll never stop chasing the sun. That's right. On the run, we ain't done till we find what we want. So we can stop anytime you want. Cause we on the run, we ain't done till we find what we want. But I already found the one.
I'm so tired. So, here's a fun one for the spooky season. I was tagged by the awesome Zanita D over at Lost Train of Thoughts to do this bad boy. And you can find the link to her channel in the description below. So, as I'm sure you already know, this is the Halloween movie tag. The rules are ridiculously simple. Number one, give a brief summary of your work in progress. Number two, use all or as many of the tropes as you want from the list below. And number three, no repeat characters. You heard me. The novel that I'm going to use is not a current work in progress, but a work in process, so to speak, because it's coming out next month. So it's available now for pre-sale on Amazon. The link to that is also below. I am so excited and so nervous and so many other things, but yeah, so that's where I'm using. Now, if you send me proof that you did a pre-sale purchase, you will automatically be entered into a bunch of giveaways that I got going on for the month of November. So go head over there, get your copy, let me know. And while you're doing that, let me tell you a little bit about Shattered. Go ahead, go order while I'm talking. Shattered is a coming of age tale about a girl named Aaliyah who got accepted into a very prestigious school, the art school, for her senior year. It is an absolute dream come true for her, which quickly turns into a nightmare. Hence the hashtag, be careful what you wish for. Now, for those of you who are familiar with my tales and my style, you know I like to stir shit up. No wishy-washy fairy tales over here. So, I tried to imagine Shattered as a horror movie. Surprisingly, it wasn't too difficult to do. So, for my horror movie version of Shattered, everybody fucking died. They did. All of them. No one lived. They're all dead. So just know that ahead of time. They're dead. So while I'm assigning their character tropes to them, just remember to not become attached. Because they dead. I killed them all. Dirt nap. Singing with the angels. Carousing with the demons. Burning in hell. Gone. Okay, let's do this. Number one, the first to die. Better known as the ones killed because they got caught having sex. That honor goes to Barbara and Pierce. Even though I would really miss Pierce, if he got killed, if it also meant that Barbara was going to get killed too, I just have to say, it was nice knowing you, big guy. Sorry. Fuck that bitch. Number two, the best friend. Better known as the kid who was tortured the longest. So at this point, no one has realized that the other two have been murdered. So people aren't being as careful as they should be. And in my tale, since Aaliyah is still the protagonist, that would make Dar her best friend. Because they're best friends. Sadly, this is the character that goes missing pretty early on. Then you find later on, like dangling from a hook or something. Oh, yeah, she did. Number 3, the jock, better known as the big and stupid one. Yeah, I would say Aaron makes the worst decisions, so he gets this one. It's a good thing he's pretty and talented. Shame those attributes don't keep you from being killed or nothing, you know. But he is fun to look at while he's breathing. Number 4, the nerd, better known as the tiny intelligent one. So in contrast, we gotta rep the nerd, right? That would be Orchid. She is such an itty bitty thing with more brains than height. It's even been pointed out in the book that even though she's 18 years old, she doesn't look a minute over 12. She doesn't. Too bad those smarts can't save her life. Bye bye, baby girl. Number 5, the virgin, better known as the virgin. Not that that's anybody's business, but okay. It's Marquise. He's the virgin. So I guess that means he either has to be like sacrificed or bitten or something equally undeserved just because he chose to keep his goodies to himself. So unfair. Being a virgin in a horror movie is like wearing a big ass target on your forehead. I'm pure. I'm innocent. Murder me. Number 6, the flirt, better known as the perverted one. Ah, yes, we go from the sweet and innocent to the one who just doesn't understand discretion. I give you Baron. And I'd say that flirt is a really kind way to describe him. No one is safe alone with him. No one. He will not be missed. Number 7, the space cadet, better known as, why does she even have friends? That honor goes to Carter. Like, seriously. She's not even fun to be around. Let's just kill her and move on. Number 8, the straight edge, better known as the one no one is listening to but should be. I give this one to Lisa because she surely would have figured out that they're all being targeted and no one would have bothered to listen to her warnings. And of course, the killer now has to get rid of her in order to move on with his plans. She knows too damn much. She figured out too damn much. Number 9, the non-believer, better known as what problem? I like to think of the NB as the person who is too preoccupied, usually with themselves, to notice all the shit that's going on around them. So here, I place Pooey. She's also the one who gives the killer the best fight before actually taking her out. Because she did. Oh yeah, she did. This is where you also get the lull, because the killer has to rest up a bit and work on his strategies now. Because of this death, people now know he's out there. Number 10, the useless adults, better known as, why are they even breathing? Why are adults so dumb in these movies? And how come they never believe the kids? I am telling you, if any of my kids came up to me and said, oh, there's an axe murderer going around, blah, blah, I'm on that shit. But I digress. Anyway, I'm going to give this one to Joy. Even though I don't believe that she'd be 100% useless, I mean, she would be perfect to slow the killer down while he's disemboweling her. So, yeah, there's that. Number 11, the skeptic / love interest. Better known as, maybe there is danger, but our love will conquer all. How can that not be Spencer? He would spend all of his time assuring Aaliyah that they're going to be okay and all they really need is each other. Until he's gutted right in front of her and bleeds out with his eyes locked on hers. Hand reaching out, still confessing his love to his dying breath. You know, touchy-feely stuff. Number 12, the secretly evil person. Better known as the good-looking one with the foreign accent. Have any of you read Shattered? You could probably guess who gets this part. This label goes to Chase, which I'm sure to a lot of you that is not a surprise. Of course, he's the bad guy, and he's either the killer or he's working with the killer. Either way, he's fooling folk the entire time. Some folk, that is. There are a few who saw through his facade, but they got killed early on, so they're not really an issue anymore. So by the time Aaliyah figures out that he is the bad guy, she's pretty much doomed. Which brings us to number 13, the final girl. Better known as can't seem to run without falling for some unknown reason. And why is she naked? All of the others are either dead or they are dying. The killer can now turn his attention to his prize kill, which he has been moving towards since opening credits. And in his mind, it should be easy for him to do since he is taking away pretty much her will to want to live, by murdering her best friend and killing her love interest in front of her, stuff like that. Making her feel like the reason everybody else is dying or dead is because of her. Yet, she still chooses to run and fall. A lot, but run nonetheless. Fight or flight hits, self-preservation kicks in big time. Too bad for her, I wrote the story. So yeah, she ain't gonna make it. But at least I allow her to take out the killer before she dies. Not heartless. Kind of a happy ending, right? Yeah? Okay, happy for now. No. There is no number 14, the one who lives to tell. I thought I made that clear in the beginning. Get out of here with that mess. And there you have it. The Halloween movie tag. Thank you so much for tagging me, Zanita. You the bomb, girl. I had so much fun with this. First, I want to just say I tag all the scary horror movie enthusiasts out there. I don't know who you all are, but I know you exist. You're tagged. You're welcome. I am also going to specifically tag the following groovy people. Crazy people may also apply. Danette, Cam, Hannah, Steven, Sarah, Derek, Marissa, Jenna, and Ben. Have at. If I missed you, please forgive me. Please. My brain is pretty much scrambled right now. I am running on fumes. So, until next time, remember, you hold the power as long as you're driven. These bad boys may be deadlier than those sins you hear about.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere to be. Always on the grind, yeah, you know.
Stop. Once again, I have lost that damn tripod. I don't know what, I don't understand how I do that. Like, I really don't. Like, it's in the house. It's not like I take it out of the house. And yeah, I blame Ptolemy. I know he moved it. He knows I'm blind. This is a thing for him. So needless to say, I have to hold this camera in order to do this. Anyway, today I want to share my views on the 7 common novel writing tips. I caught this tag on Robinson Castillo's channel. Make sure that you check out his channel and his video on this as well. And subscribe because he is like super cool. So let's jump right in. Number 7, focus on the action. To this one I say, focus on telling the damn story. Please do not trap yourself into giving focus on just one element of your story. Especially not the one where you can't even catch your breath every time you turn a page, there's some more shit. I mean, I'm just saying. Of course, you need action, but you also need stillness, as well as a myriad of other things going on in your whole story. So I say nay to focus on the action. You want to focus on something? Focus on getting your butt in that chair and writing. Focus on scheduling your time to do this in ink. Don't pencil it in. Ink it in and then do it. Focus on that. Number 6, create complications in the middle of your story. Hell, for that matter, create complications in your entire story. On the first fucking page, every time that your MC thinks she has it figured out, fuck shit up. Go for it. I'm going to steer you to where I think I got the best advice on this, and that is Dan Harmon's circle. In my opinion, Dan got this shit on point. Like, seriously. Be sure to check it out. I'll give you a link to a good one below. And yes, this is your homework for today, children. Click that link. Do as teacher tells you. Number 5, shun the adverb. Don't ask me why, but as soon as I read that, I just sort of felt like I joined a cult. Shun the adverb. Shun the adverb. Shun the adverb. It's like the chant for the cult. But I digress. Yeah, I'm going to have to say that I agree with this one, but with a caveat. Shun the adverb in your second draft. In your first draft, my advice to you is to tell the story the way it comes to you. Write it the way it organically hits you. Get it out of your head and on to the page. Once you have that done, then you can go back and get your Schoolhouse Rock on. Okay? I say this to you because until you really get a handle of your writing style and get into, how you're doing things and all that, I don't want you to worry about things like adverbs and whether you're using them correctly or should be using them at all or whatever. You have my permission to just write your story. I really, really can't emphasize that enough. Write your story. Just write it. Concentrating on trying to get everything right is just going to block you. It's going to stop you from getting it out. Keep in mind that once you write the whole thing, it can be fixed. It can, I promise you, it can be. But you can't fix a blank page. And that's what's going to happen to you if you worry about getting things perfect out the gate. It doesn't need to be perfect out the gate. It just needs to exist. So yeah, shun the adverb is great writing advice for your second draft. You really need to be using strong verbs instead. Lolly, 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 get your adverbs here. I'm sorry. Fell through a time portal. Won't happen again. Number 4, never use passive voice. Never say never. That said, yeah, try not to use passive voice if you can help it. I sincerely believe that your storytelling will be stronger if you don't. Mind you, just like Robinson said in his video, J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series is full of passive voice, so my take on this one is don't get caught up in worrying about it, but it is good advice. Number 3, make bad things happen to characters to show what they are made of. If I didn't have to hold this camera, I would give that one a thumbs down. But I can't do that and hold the camera. So, picture a thumbs down. Imagine it. Imagine, if you will. I just don't think you need to make bad things happen in order to show what people are made of. People are always showing what they're made of if you really think about it. I get that it's trying to say, make bad things happen so you can see how people pull themselves out of it or not pull themselves out of it, whether they fall apart or triumph and all the shit that's in between. I understand that. I get it. But making bad things happen only shows you what they're made of in a crisis. You can find out what people are made of in all kinds of situations, not just with bad shit. For example, I have a character named Pooey Harding in my Glass Corridor trilogy. If someone gave her a piece of beautiful music, let her listen to it for like a minute or two, and then informed her she had an hour to choreograph a whole routine for a whole dance troupe, and then they would have to perform it, she would accept that challenge and rise to the occasion, and she would pull it off beautifully. But that's not a bad thing, yet it shows what she's made of. I think the true purpose of making bad things happen is just because it's fun to watch. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm that person. Throwing monkey wrenches into people's shit is like great plot stuff, It is. One of my favorite things to do, and if you've read any of my stuff, you know it's true, is to determine what the MC wants, give it to them, and then make them pay dearly for it. That's how I roll. My take on this one is going to be make bad things happen. Period. Number 2, show, don't tell. Don't tell me what to do. No, I'm kidding. To be honest, I go back and forth how I feel about this one. With better always being subjective, I like to take this one case by case. On the one hand, I really hate the idea of telling people what they have to do, what they should do, what you need to do to make things work. You know, I really hate that. But on the other hand, this really is good advice. You just kind of got to take it with a grain of salt because, quite honestly, there isn't one way to do something right when it comes down to writing. There just isn't one way. There are times when I just really feel like being told. I'm not one for flowery prose. If you're going to spend sentence after sentence after paragraph explaining to me how beautiful something is, you're going to lose me. I don't mind the occasional, it was pretty. Occasional. But just like it doesn't bother me to be told here and there are people who hate it. Which, again, goes back to there's no one right way of doing this. You're not going to please everybody no matter how you tell your story. You're just not. To be clear, though, you really should show as opposed to just telling. I mean, don't do that. Just for my taste, don't get carried away. I would say 9 times out of 10, you really do want to engage the senses. Sight, sound, touch, smell, taste. I'll give you some examples of what I mean by that. Her breath hitched. Her heart was pounding out of her chest. He was still as stone. All of those are somewhat good ways of showing, as opposed to saying she was scared. So do I think this one is a good tip? Yeah. 90% of the time. And now we get to number 1. Write what you know. If you have ever mentioned, even in passing, that you wanted to or are writing a book, I can almost guarantee you that someone somewhere said that to you. Quite simply, I think that this is a damaging thing to tell a writer, especially someone just getting out of the gate. Don't freak out. Hear me out. I will say this until my very last breath. You should write the story that you want to tell, the way that you want to tell it. I don't care if you follow every writing rule that is out there, someone is still going to call you out and say you did it wrong. So since no matter what you do, you're going to be wrong in someone's eyes, be right in yours. Rant over. Somewhat. As far as this one goes, please just write your story without worrying about fucking it up. You're gonna fuck it up. You're gonna. But to say that you can only write what you know, come on, give me a break. I'm gonna just give you a quick example from what I mean by that from my novel Shattered in my Glass Corridor trilogy. Okay. I have a character named Spencer Capriel, and he has a bunch of mental and physical issues. One of them is that he has epilepsy. I decided to give him this disorder, because it was the only one that I knew of where people had to deal with seizures. And I wanted this character to have seizures. I knew that epileptics have seizures. So I gave him epilepsy. The reason I knew this was because I know of two people who have epilepsy who I've never seen have a seizure or anything, but they talk about seizures, like having a seizure. Oh, I had a seizure, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, yeah, my character, he needs seizures. I diagnosed accordingly. Other than the fact that epileptics have seizures, I don't know shit about epilepsy. Not a damn thing. Not a one. So if I only wrote what I knew, I couldn't give him epilepsy. It couldn't be a part of my novel. I'd have to give him eczema or severe cat allergies or aquatic creature phobias. Those I know. But they didn't fit the bill. I needed him to have seizures. So he's got epilepsy. When I was done writing the book, that is when I did my research on epilepsy. I asked medical professionals about it to get more on it. I surfed the net and everywhere where I could find any information, I ate it up. I found support groups for epileptics. There are support groups. And I talked to nurses in person who had to deal with it. I contacted some people who had it so they can tell me about, some of their daily dealings and such, etc., etc., etc. And that's how I got what I didn't know to work in my novel. All that said, no, I do not agree that write what you know is good advice. A better tip would be learn about what you want to write about. And I'll even add to that, but don't let not knowing hold you back. You do not need to know everything that there is to know in order to write a book, only to finish one. Consider that my best advice. Doom, 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 doom. Well, these are my thoughts and opinions on the 7 tips, but I would love to hear yours. Please feel free to share your views with me. I am open to everything. Comment below, and if you decide to do this tag, please send me the link to it so that I can hear what you're talking about and comment on your video. Until next time, you know what to do.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere to be. Always on the grind, yeah, you know me. Hold the crown will be mine, you can call me king. A matter of time for you all love me. Finally at my prime, right where I wanna be. I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me.
I write a lot.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time.
Valentine's Day has rolled back around on us again. For those of us, who have Valentine's, that's so wonderful. And for those of us who this is just a reminder that we don't, okay, I ain't mad. I'm sorry if you can hear the music from my neighbors. I can't stop that. I can't fix that. But anyway, I'm going to move forward because I got a lot to do. I do. If you haven't already heard Encounters, the 7 Erotic Sins, written by my alter, Minx Kenosha, is available right this very second for free on Amazon. So go get yourself a copy of it. It's only going to be for today and tomorrow. And I'm doing it in honor of Valentine's Day. Again, because, I don't have anything else to do. It ain't like I got a damn Valentine. I ain't mad.
or anything. I would like to say that I do not remember who made this tag originally, but where I saw it originally was on Jenna Moressi's channel. So I'll do some detective work and see if I can find it, because it's an old tag, and I'll figure it out. But once I do, I'll put it in the description, so bear with me on that. So let's get on with it. Question number 1. Which character does something epic for another character on Valentine's Day, only to have it go epically wrong? Well, for me, that will be Elijah, and Elijah is from my Jinn series. Being that he's a satyr, his brain is always on carnal pleasures. But he does genuinely care about the lead character that's in this book, the MC. His problem is no one really believes that, because he spends a lot of his time just trying to get into other people's drawers. So he just comes off as a chaser. Let's just call him that. But he does love the lead character. Question number 2. 9 million people buy their pets a gift for Valentine's Day. Which of your characters does this, and what's the gift? For that, I'm going to say Melody. And she's from my Bianca de Mutant Chronicles series. She comes off as this bitchy werewolf kid who's always in a bad mood, which is also kind of true. But she's young, and she has the massive responsibilities of also having to be a princess. So yeah, she gets a little cranky. She would totally buy her pet owl, Blinky, a tiara that looked like hers, so they would be matchy-matchy. She'd go for cute, even though she wouldn't acknowledge that that's why she did it. Question number 3. Which character is celebrating Singles Awareness Day, SAD, so sad, and how do they celebrate it? Okay, that one would be Daylor. And Daylor is from my Gemini Rising series. I love Daylor so much. He is a super hot bachelor with every intention of remaining so. As far as he is concerned, being in a relationship would get in the way of his responsibilities and his duties of taking care of the Emiri, which is all he wants to do. That's all he wants to do. He is very happy being single. He doesn't have that whole I need a man or I need a woman kind of thing. He just needs Daylor. Question number 4. In 1537, King Henry VIII declared February 14th the official holiday of St. Valentine. The same king who beheaded 2 of his 6 wives. Which character decides to murder someone on February the 14th? Baron Biche. You may be able to tell from my tone I don't really care for Baron. He is from the Glass Corridor trilogy. This son of a bitch makes Lucifer shudder. Not only would he commit said murder, but he would brag about it to everybody and still get away with it. Number 5. Which character writes and performs a sappy love song for their crush? Aww, Spencer Cabrio. Also from the Glass Corridor trilogy. Spencer would make an entire show of it, and it would be a great show. Number 6. Fill in the blanks. I saw Danny give a box of rose petals to Niobe, which made her wildly anxious. Danny and Niobe are from my novel Seduced. Ooh, it's it's a crazy ride, that story. Every move that Danny makes on Niobe just kind of pulls her deeper into a situation that she really shouldn't be in, shouldn't be allowing to go down. Whew. Their relationship is highly inappropriate. Let's just say that. Number 7. Every February, the Italian city of Verona receives approximately 1,000 letters addressed to Juliet. Which character writes a love letter to someone who does not exist, and what does it say? I'm going to give that to Venus. She is book 2 in my Surrender Goddess series. Venus is constantly in love with the concept of being in love, but afraid to let herself actually fall in love. Girlfriend got issues. She would just basically talk about how wonderful it is. She would probably get even a little detailed in describing how it feels to be touched a certain way and all that other good stuff to a man that don't exist, not even in her head, just writing the darn letter. Yeah, issues. Number 8. Which character breaks up with their significant other on Valentine's Day by text message or an equally awful way if there are no texts in your world? Ma'ati. And she is from Uncharted Desires. And that's book 1 of the Uncharted series. Ooh. She is a piece of work, that girl right there. She is a no holds barred, straight no chaser, cut a bitch down kind of girl. If the mood strikes her to end something, she just does it instantly. Bam. It's over. And she doesn't mean to be mean or callous or, whatever. She just, I don't want to play anymore, so she stops playing. Sorry about your feelings. She didn't do it about your feelings. She did it because of her own. She takes care of herself first, so yeah. Ma'ati. Number 9. In Finland, Valentine's Day isn't romantic. It's called Ystävänpäivä. Oh yeah, I looked it up. Which basically means Friends Day. Which character celebrates Friends Day by playing a massive prank? That would be Bash. Mr. Sebastian, but they call him Bash. He's from my story, Johnny Raven. I read a lot of weird stories. I'm weird. Now, in Bash's defense, it wouldn't be mean-spirited in any way, shape, or form, but it would be very immature. Very, very immature. As childish as he can take it, and it will tickle him to no damn end. And finally, number 10. One of your characters consumes too much chocolate or champagne and gets sick all over the love of their life. Which character is it? First person that came into my brain was Janae, and she's from my story, The Best of Friends. Luckily for her, the man that she loves her just as much. And not only would he not get upset about it, but he would draw a bath and everything for her to get her cleaned up and taken care of without even worrying about himself first. Because that's just who he is. He's her knight. So yeah, that's the Valentine's Day tag. Hope you liked it. Maybe by the time I post this, I'll have a Valentine. Or, If I don't, it's okay too. I don't have to have a Valentine, So, until next time, remember, the future is yours as long as you're driven. Even if you ain't got no Valentine.
Cause I'm too raw, off the speakers can't even handle me. Giving what I got, nobody's gonna drain my energy. And I will never stop, I'm motivated by enemies. Setting up shop so everybody remember me. And no, I am not going through life regretfully. I'd rather work non-stop, what they call incessantly, than work some odd job just to live life pleasantly. Already got lost in my mind, not a fantasy, I'm getting it. Forgotten souls, so stop, dropping.
Flame on! Flame on! Shit, is it broken again?
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So hard to find, it's the real damn thing. Don't be wasting any time, I got somewhere to be. Always on the grind, yeah, you know me. Hold the crown will be mine, you can call me.
Sup? Guess what? I'm working on a new novel. Yay! Well, one that isn't really all that new. It's a story that I had to put on the back burner for a while, but now it's moved up to the front and ready to get done. The title of it is Dark Amethyst, and it's book 1 of a duology. It's about a young lady named Siobhan who is half jinn, half human, and she was brought to this place called Eden's Hollow to protect her from demonic forces that have been trying to kill her. Or at least that's what she was made to believe. The hollow itself is magically protected and is undetectable by outsiders, and even people who are considered insiders still have to be allowed to reside there. I spoke a bit about these characters before in other videos, but this was back when it didn't have a concrete title and some things hadn't been worked out yet. But now not only does it have a title, but it has a cover, the outline is complete, it's just ready, and I can't wait to share it with you all. There will be a cover reveal, but not today. This is an original tag that I created a while back, and I used it for another story, but now I get to use it again for this one. This tag is all about characters, so if you have a large cast of characters or you're writing a series, this tag is perfect for you. If you don't let that discourage you, okay? You can still use this tag. The rules are simple. Give a brief description of your tale and then give an explanation as to why your characters fit that particular part. Try not to use the same character more than twice if you can help it, but I know that's not always possible. Have fun with it is the most important part. Let's get into it. Aries, which of your characters is a born leader? Lilith. She's Lilith. Of course she's a leader, and not one to mess with or get on her bad side. Once she decides that she wants something or someone, it's best to just let her have it and move aside. Heard it here first? Consider that your only warning. Taurus, which of your characters is really grounded? Well, that would be the Hollow. Yep, the Hollow is actually sentient and can think for itself. It's not all powerful, but it does have its own magic that helps protect and keep the residents, well, grounded. Gemini, which of your characters cannot make up their mind? That would be Mara. Funny thing is, I can't really tell you why, so you're gonna have to trust me on this one. I can say this much though, she is part of a race of beings called the Druden, and they're akin to the Fae, and her kind had they can't lie. They're incapable of lying. Because of this, they are quite clever in how they get away with stuff. Because another part of their nature is mischief. Their kind isn't very well liked, to say the least. Cancer, which of your characters demands trust? Deacon. Deacon is a guardian. He is from a race of beings that are sort of like if an incubus and a vampire got together and had a baby. I haven't named them yet. Feel free to drop suggestions in the comments below, as long as it's a made-up name. I'm not looking for a race that already exists. Okay, thank you. Deacon is trusted by everyone, and his trust is well deserved. Because of this, he insists on his trust being returned to him in kind. Insists. He has no chill and little tolerance, especially if he thinks you are getting in the way of him doing his job. Leo, which of your characters is very generous? Elijah. Love him. Elijah is an ever horny and always drinking satyr. So much so, even other satyrs are like, way to keep up the stereotype, bruh. And he couldn't care less. He is happy, and he would gladly share his wine and himself with anyone in need. He is fine as hell, though. I would hit that, cuz. Virgo. Which of your characters is truly impulsive? Well, now we get to the protagonist, Siobhan. It's not her fault, really. She's been forced to live in the Hollow, and even under its protection, she's not allowed to use her powers. She's a genie in a bottle. She's a genie in a bottle, baby. Sorry. And although she is very appreciative of all the trouble that her brother goes through and all the other people around her to protect her, she wants to be uncorked and set free. So because of that, sometimes she throws caution and the rules to the wind and just lets loose. Libra. Which of your characters crave balance? That's going to be the satyrs. Yes. The snobby, stuck up, better than everybody else, satyrs. They basically run shit and are the self-appointed leaders of the Hollow. They look down on other beings that they deem less than them. They're just not the nicest people. That said, they have managed to keep the place safe and peaceful for centuries, so there's that. Scorpio. Which of your characters is very intense? That's going to be Hutch. He is the twin to Mara. Even though Druden are permitted to live in the Hollow, folk aren't very nice to them. But Hutch, he is on a mission, so people's glares and stares and, turned up noses do not halt him. He and his sister both have tunnel vision and very thick skin. They stay on task and cannot be derailed. Sagittarius. Which of your characters thinks things through? That's going to be Helene. Helene is the medicine woman and the spiritualist of the Hollow. She's not the only one with healing gifts, but she is the best at it. She is a part of the Fae that is bound to the Hollow, which is a curse and a gift. She can draw on the magic of the Hollow and make her magic stronger, but she can also never leave. In a crisis, she keeps a cool head, and she always knows the first thing to do when trouble arises. Capricorn. Which of your characters is very ambitious? The Trinity. Oh man, these three. It's always hard to define whether these guys are good or bad because it always depends on which side you are rooting for. They have an agenda and a directive that they are determined to see come to fruition at any cost. That's all I can say about them. Aquarius. Which of your characters is super friendly? Aw,
little Sabrina. Sabrina is both the youngest and the oldest resident in the Hollow. She was around 12 or 13 when she died, and it was so long ago she doesn't actually remember for sure. She haunted the grounds where the Satyr estate was built on and got trapped when the barrier went up. She is as sweet as a Georgia peach, but please do not mistake her sweetness for weakness. Pisces, which of your characters is totally misunderstood? That would be Benjamin. Everything about Benjamin is a mystery. Everything. Even the people who know him don't know him. Any other information, you're just going to have to read the book. Okay, everybody, that's the tag. I hope you liked it. I hope you'll do it. And if you do, please let me know. Tag me so I can see what you came up with. Plus, I want to learn more about your character, so this is the opportunity. I'm going to tag my entire tribe and anyone else on the whole planet who wants to do it. Keep coming back, and I'll be sharing more things about my writing process, my characters, and all that other good stuff. So I look forward to seeing you here. Until then, remember, you hold the power as long as you are driven.
Drunk off the goose, yeah, thinking that I'm too pop. Getting caught with a few thoughts, cause I'm too lost. Off, the speakers can't even handle me. Giving what I got, nobody's gonna drain my energy. And I will never stop, I'm motivated by enemies. Setting up shop so everybody remember me. And no, I am not going through life regretfully. I'd rather work non-stop, what they call incessantly, than work some odd job just to live life pleasantly. Already got lost in my mind, not a fantasy. I'm getting with a forgotten soul, so stop, drop, and roll.
Yep, sure did. Cutting the bangs myself.
I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. So I define it's the real damn thing.
What's up? I have an original writing tag for you today. That's right, you heard me. I created a tag, and I'm sharing it with you. This tag is perfect if you have a really big cast or you are writing a series. The name of the tag is the Zodiac Writing Tag. So let's have that. There are 3 simple rules. Number 1, give a brief description of your book or your series. Number 2, tell us why your character fits the description. And number 3, try not to use the same character again if you can help it. I know that's not always possible. Okay, on with the show. I've decided to use my story, Gemini Rising, for this one. It has a pretty large cast, and right now it's a standalone, but as I'm working through it, I'm really feeling that I may have another story to tell beyond the first one. So we'll see. We'll see. It is a story about... I always have such a hard time describing what the story is about. I'm just such a great writer. I'll write a better description for you all in the description, but it's basically about twin warriors who are destined to do some great things. But there's a whole lot of other bullshit going on in between. I suck at summation. So I'll get you there. I'll get you there, I promise. Question number 1, Aries. Which of your characters is a born leader? For me, this was an easy one. Automatically, that's Tanjiro. Tanjiro is the Emir, which means High King of the 7 kingdoms in Shohiri. He is a really tough guy, but he loves his people and he sees to their best interest at all times. Before he actually got the throne, his kingdom was a hot ass mess. There were civil wars, rampant poverty, gang violence, anything that you can come up with, he inherited when he took the throne. But in less than 5 years, he managed to bring some order to stuff. And then within his first 20 years, he brought peace. He actually brought peace to his entire planet. And he has instilled the motto of always look out for your brother, which later on you will find to be very ironic. Number 2 is Taurus. Which of your characters is really grounded? This one is also an easy choice. That would be Lita. Lita is the Emiri, which means High Queen, and she is the epitome of Earth Mother. She was not born on or even near Shohiri. She is from the Terran realm. And at first, she was not very well received. They didn't appreciate the fact that their king married an off-worlder. But she quickly endeared herself to the people, proving that she always has their best interests in heart. Number 3, Gemini. Which of your characters just cannot make up their mind? I'm going to give that one to Ducana. She is a deity that is worshipped and feared throughout the realm. Most people label her a bad guy because they're never sure if you're going to, get her wrath if you're asking for help. But technically, she isn't good or bad. She bestows her gifts as she sees fit, like a god. And she does so based on the mood she's in. So when you're asking a question of her or help from her, it is like playing Russian roulette. And that's if she even bothers to answer. Gotta love her. Number 4, Cancer. Which of your characters demands trust? That would be Gon. He is Hakan Gon, which means Lord Gon. And he demands everything that he wants. Not a subtle guy. He has absolutely no chill. Not to mention he's a big-ass control freak. He absolutely has to trust that his orders are being carried out exactly the way he wants it, to the letter, or else. But at the same time, he does not expect to micromanage it. He expects it to get done, be done exactly the way he wants it, period. And if it is not, you will sincerely regret it. He even goes so far as to play games by testing his servants, as he likes to call his people, knowing that they're going to fail, just to then use them as an example. Real nice guy. Number 5, Leo. Which of your characters is very generous? That would be Sin, Mir Sin. He is the son of Tanjiro and Lita. Basically, the loose translation for Mir is prince or princess, but it actually isn't a true translation. What it really means is more like son or daughter of the sitting king and queen, for lack. Which, yeah, I know that makes them a prince or a princess, but that's not the terms they use. They have lots of princes and lots of princesses, but they aren't that kind of Mir. They're a different kind because their parents aren't the sitting people in control. Blah, blah, blah. It'll be in the glossary. There is nothing that he has that he will not share with the next person freely. He was raised that way, but it's just also in his nature. He is a warrior, strong and true, but he is equally as kind. Number 6, Virgo. Which of your characters is truly compulsive? That honor will go to Sherika, Mir Sherika. She is the twin to Sin, but they could not be more different. I realize that could be a very cliche twin thing to do, even make them totally alike or completely opposite, but there's a big reason why she's so screwed up. You'll find out. To put it kindly, that girl has plenty of loose screws. Some of them that got knocked loose. Some of the reason of why she is so ridiculous is due to her upbringing where every whim was just comforted and she got to do whatever the hell she wanted. But most of it is just who she is. She just, no matter where she would have been raised, she would have been this person. She's such a wild child that no one can pretty much contain her. She can't even control her damn self. Number 7, Libra. Which of your characters craves balance? That would be the Guevara. Now, she doesn't crave it as much as it is her duty to keep it, to make sure it is always there. And she has to do it at any cost, even to her own detriment. It is her goddess given ability to be able to sense when things are not as they should be, and she uses her abilities to restore it. No night without day, no good without evil. She has been known to play favorites, though, giving one set of people more good, which means she has to give another set of people more bad in order to keep the balance. But she's allowed to do this. Number 8, Scorpio. Which one of your characters is very intense? OMG, that is Leary. This little girl ain't no joke. I really need to stop calling her a little girl. She is 19 years old. But still. She is the fiercest warrior of all the Onaru. She has been trained almost since infancy in the art of combat, specializing in hand-to-hand. You don't want to mess with her. No. No one can take her on and win. Not Sin, not Daylor, not even her surrogate father Xander. Girl got skills, you hear me? She is a force. And she has a little latent magic in her as well, so yeah. Now put all that together and add in the fact that she loves to fight, and you have a really intense 19-year-old young lady. Love her. Number 9, Sagittarius. Which of your characters thinks things through? That would be Daylor. Aw, I love Daylor. He is my favorite character. He really is. Daylor is the right hand of the Emiri, and she pretty much treats him like he's her son. Daylor was orphaned at a really young age, and he was raised in the castle with the other foundlings. So he was treated very well. He was actually raised alongside of Sin and Larry. He knows that he's not a royal or anything like that. He's not delusional, but he didn't live a life different than them. He was very well treated, as are all foundlings. He too is a very skilled warrior. I mean, the only person basically that can beat him is Larry. But with Daylor, he would much rather find any other way that he could think of to not fight. Fighting is absolutely a last resort as far as he's concerned. But like I said, don't get it twisted. He will kick your ass. Number 10, Capricorn. Which of your characters is very ambitious? That would be Ahriman. We would be here for days. He is ridiculously ambitious, so much so that it blinds his better judgment. And because of this, he has even waged war against his own family on more than one occasion. He actually killed his parents. And because of a prophecy that he was told that his son would one day kill him, he's also killed every child that he sired. Sweet guy. The thing is, none of his bullshit that he did even worked in his favor. And he ended up exiled off of his own home world where he was a damn royal. Like he literally, all he had to do was grow up. He already had the throne. His ass is just crazy. So right now, he's like the head of Hakan Gan's army. because, he still has to get his way. He still has to fight. He still has to do carnage. He still has to be a creep. Iron Man. Number 11, Aquarius. Which of your characters is super friendly? That would be Xander, who is often referred to as Beitor, which is his title in the Inaru, which basically means he's the leader of the army. The Inaru are basically warriors who are mainly Shoharian, but they come from all over the realm to form this big giant coalition to fight against the bad forces that are going after everybody. Because like I said before, the motto for Shohari is to always look after your brother. Well, they feel that way about everybody. Everybody is their brother. And when you have people that are coming against other people, they don't feel like they can just stand by and watch it happen because it's not them. They help, they fight, they do whatever they can in order to keep everybody, at peace, or as much as you can have peace. Because again, you're always going to have war if you want peace. Blah, 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 la, la, la. You know the drill. So as the leader, as Beitor of the Inaru, Xander's job is in training. So he trained everybody, including his daughter Lyri, who he adopted when he was just a teenager himself. He didn't even know much about how to take care of his damn self, and he adopted this poor little baby who he found. She would have surely died. She was an infant, just, abandoned. No one knows who she actually belongs to. It was never discovered. The way foundlings are taken care of in Shohari is always assumed that the parents are either at war or off-world. Something happened to them, and because of the price that the parents pay, these kids are taken care of like they are princes and princesses. They are well educated, well trained, just they have the best life, because the Amiri feels like no matter what you do, you cannot make up for not having parents. So she does everything that she can to make sure that they get all the advantages, advantages that they may not have had with their parents. She wants to go overboard. That's why I love her too. But, back to this. Xander is seen as a sweet guy, a wonderful guy, as long as he's on your side. It's almost like that thing you have when people talk about demons and angels. Oh, the angels are the good guys and the demons are the bad guys. Well, if you look at somebody like Archangel Michael, and he's like, oh, he's a great guy, and he does all this. He's a great guy if you're not the one he's fighting. Then he's a crazy-ass lunatic guy who is going to smite until he can't anymore. You don't want to be the person Michael is going after. That's Xander. And finally, number 12, Pisces. Which one of your characters is totally misunderstood? In this story, that would have to fall on Seda. A long time ago in the past, Seda followed the wrong guy. A really, really bad guy. She did his bidding to no end and was all about him getting his way. She wanted him to win. She thought he was going to win. My girl was deep in cult mind thinking. But when the horse that she bet on did not win, she quick jumped to the other side to where the winners were and aligned herself with them. Some people saw it as her finally coming to her senses. Other people saw it as her being an opportunist looking out for herself. She has currently sworn allegiance to Shohari, the Emir, and all of the people. And that has been her truth for over 20 years. She has not faltered in her dedication and devotion to the Shoharians. But for a lot of people, Her atrocities are engraved in their soul. And they're just saying it's just a matter of time before the shoe drops and she jumps allegiance again. So it's not so much that she's misunderstood as more like no one understands her. Like no one can peg her. There's actually one person who does have her pegged. But that's another story. So there you have it. My original tag, the Zodiac tag. Please pass it around. Have fun with it. Go wild. I'm just going to tag the entire world. Yeah, that's right. My daddy is Zeus. I can do what I want to do. And until next time, you know what to do.
I got somewhere to be, always on the grind, yeah, you know me. Hold the crown will be mine, you can call me king. A matter of time for you all love me. Finally at my prime, right where I wanna be. I'm one of a kind, there ain't no one like me. Put my money where my mouth is, I'ma get it now, kid. Heard around town, this sound is astounding. Feel my heart.
Guess what I got for you today? I am going to be doing the Titanic writing tag.
Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Are you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
Okay, so I'm really excited about this for a couple of reasons. One, because I'm doing a tag. And you know, that means I'm like on AuthorTube. What? Okay. But the other reason is, and I get to admit this in public, I haven't seen a damn movie. I am not watching a movie where Leonardo DiCaprio drowns. Nope, never seen it. But I'm just going to assume that I can still answer these questions. Okay, thank you. Moving right along. First question. Rose, describe what makes your main protagonist internally strong. Okay, so my main is a wonderful young lady named Aaliyah Shaw. To me, Aaliyah is a definition of brave. Okay, and what brave is not that you're not scared, but that you are scared and you do it anyway. That will be Aaliyah. That's what gives her strength. She is very scared and she's very the kind of person who emotions are right there on the surface and she's easily hurt, but you will not know that. She's the kind of person who, if you bully her, she's going to get you back. Okay? If you bully her, she's going to cry it off, but you won't see that. She'll be in her room crying it. But you say something out of the way to her, you will get the sword. So it's like she's a sleeping lion. Why pet her? Don't pet her. She's asleep. Leave her alone. But understand, you wake her up, you gotta deal with the teeth. Best way to put it for her. That's how she's strong. Okay, number 2. It's been 84 years. Does your book have a flashback scene? No, it doesn't. If not, what are some examples you reference from your character's past? Okay, my book has lots and lots of those. We need another video to explain all that. One of the main way back kind of scenarios deals with a kid who attended the school who died when he was 16 years before that. So it's been some craziness that'll come up that is relevant to what's going on right now. Trust. Okay, next question. Jack, what makes your main love interest so lovable? Oh, Spencer. Gotta love Caprio. He's just amazing. Let's see. Everything about him is cool. Even the stuff that's not cool is still cool with him. He's weird, and the other students refer to him as being odd, and yet they still at the same time dig him. Like, they admire him. They think, they love his talent, that kind of thing. But he's different. And it's refreshing for Aaliyah. All right, so number 4, I'm the king of the world. What line or scene from your book could people easily quote or talk about after reading it? That is so hard to answer. There are so many exchanges between Aaliyah and the antagonist, Chase. Whoa. I can see people saying some of these things regularly, that's some good shit. Yeah, if I do say so myself. But I don't have a specific one. Just like Aaliyah and Chase conversations, or rather exchanges, because they don't actually talk to each other. They don't like each other. All right, My Heart Will Go On. This is number 5. Do you have a forbidden romance in your book? No. No forbidden. So if not, see, that was good. Back up. If not forbidden, what obstacles must the characters overcome to stay together? Okay. It's one of those situations where the character gets in her own way, sort of. They don't have an obstacle to be in a relationship, except that she wants to be in the relationship for sure, but she doesn't want people to know about it. She just wants to keep it to herself. And then her love interest, Spencer, he could care less. Like, he doesn't care if everybody knows, if no one knows, if people are looking, if people aren't looking. He doesn't care. He just cares about her. And she's not shy. She just wants to be private. And in being private, she doesn't want people to know, because then she doesn't want to add one more thing to the list about her that they can pick on. So basically, that's it. All right, so The Heart of the Ocean. Do you have a MacGuffin in your story? Well, yeah, I guess, sorta. Okay, that depends on how you look at it. When the story starts, Aaliyah has this big thing that she wants, and that is just to be what she believes is a normal, average, basic teenager, because she's never had a normal, average, basic anything. So she is going for that thing. See, it's a thing. And she drops that notion, 2 seconds in, when she realizes being accepted at the school turned into a battle. So, I'm saying that counts. Do not call Alfred Hitchcock on me. I'm counting it. Paint me like one of your French girls. Is there a scene in the book you'll be embarrassed by when your family reads it? My family's never going to read my book. My family has no interest whatsoever in anything that I do. Period. One of them actually asked me, "You right?" No, I'm not kidding. That was her actual sentence, because I said I finished my book, and she cocked her head to the left like, "You right?" But I have never not written. I used to lay on the floor. They used to step over me while I'm writing or typing or whatever I was using at the time to tell the story. And then at dinner, when the family sits and eats, I would talk about the damn stories. So I'm just going to say I have no worries. If I had anything embarrassing, they would never know. Now, we'll pretend like I have a real family, and So in the book, will there be anything embarrassing? Nope. I do not get embarrassed by stuff that I write. I do not care. We all good. I hope that you would read something and go, oh my God, no, she did not say that. Ooh, what is he? He did what to what? What? Those are the reactions I want. So, yeah. Family, no worries. Number 8, the iceberg. How do you spot plot holes in your story, and what do you do to fix them? Okay. My trusty outline keeps me on point. I have no idea why I just did that. None. You know, I almost broke into like, by me, bis du chien. No breaking in the song this time. Okay, so the main way that I do it, and that's assuming that I actually do it. Like, I don't know if I missed anything, is my outline. Okay. Then my second thing is my beta readers. Okay. My alpha readers, even ahead of that, is like, Aphrodite, for real. She had green eyes in chapter 2. What's going on with these blue eyes in chapter 7? You know, so those kind of mistakes. And then plot holes, like, they just get you like, oh no, that shit don't work. No, that don't make sense. So that's how. And then I fix it. Because then either I made a mistake that I didn't catch while I was doing it, or I knew that it was there and I had to fix it, but I didn't fix it well enough. The process. Okay. We know. Sinking the ship. Characters from your book that could be shipped with other book characters. Okay, so let's see. Aaliyah and Spencer, they can only see each other. You can't ship them. I mean, you can ship them, you know, people will do it, but I can't do it because I know that they wouldn't. They just wouldn't. Let's go down my list of other characters that we could ship. Oh, Chase. Now, Chase can pretty much hook up with anybody, but not like he's just cold on the inside, but you don't know it on the outside. I don't know how to put that. He doesn't care. So he doesn't, by him not caring about anything or anybody, I shouldn't say it like that because he cares about stuff, but I mean, he doesn't care about that. He would just do it. Oh, recreation. Hey, how you doing? You're mostly human. We can do this. So Chase, I could say, just for fun, he could actually hook up with Hermione Granger. Hermione Granger, she's a nice girl. Why did you say that? Well, because Hermione doesn't take shit. He'd be attracted to that. And Hermione is powerful. And he would like that. So you have power. And then somebody is like, no, boy, no. Who are you talking to? I am Hermione. And he would dig that. So I would say for that reason. Not that he would deserve her. And in the vein of the Harry Potter world, I could see the Beach Twins hooking up with Voldemort. Because, both of them. They would totally give Voldemort whatever Voldemort asked for because they are worthless pieces of shit. And that's the kind of people Voldemort likes. I'm telling you, these kids suck. And not in that good way. The fun way. Now, Pooey could hook up with somebody like Kanye West. What do you mean Kanye West isn't a character? Yeah, he is. So, that guy who is like ridiculous is a real person and not a... Anyway, I see him on a TV show. He is a character. What, are you going to try to tell me Kim Kardashian is a real person now? Number 10, I'll never let go. Is there a character you've written that would be the hardest for you to kill off if you had to? Nope. I kill a bitch in a minute. No, I'm kidding. I actually do have a heart. And I hate killing off characters. I kill off characters, don't get me wrong, but I hate to do it. So in this particular story, Lisa, if I had to kill Lisa, which is telling you Lisa don't die, okay, she ain't dying. But if I had to kill her off, it would break my, I would have to take a break from writing for a while and just, tour the world and see things, pretty things, cherry blossoms. I couldn't, if I had to kill her, I couldn't do it. I would rewrite the story and work it so that I didn't have to kill her because she's so amazing. She is just an amazing person through and through. Does she have faults? Of course she does. She has a really quick and kind of bad temper. But I mean, it's also, you have to provoke her. So don't provoke her, and then you don't have to meet the part of her that has the bad temper. She's just a sweet little girl. Or she's not little, young girl. So is there another question? Was that the last question? That was the last question. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did it. I did the whole tag. No, don't sing. Don't sing. I'm not gonna sing. Like, so Whitney Houston just hit me and I'm gonna be like, but I'm not. See, look, I reined it in. I didn't do it. I wanna do it so bad. But I'm okay. I'm okay. I wore my fake glasses and lip gloss and I don't care about this whole, he's not a real person. No one acts like that in real life, right? I don't know how I always get these pages mixed up. I need to put big ass numbers on them or something. This isn't even the right tag. What am I doing? Near, far, wherever you are, I believe that the heart will go on. Okay, I'll be back because I'm fucking up. All right, there is a big motherfucking mosquito in here. I saw it. Now that's saying something if I can see it. What the fuck? Don't bite me. Where did it go? I swear to God, it better not fucking bite me. Turning the page. Because I have to write in large print. I literally have 3 questions on one page. That's how blind I am. Sorry.
But you're never gonna make it. Aren't you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that. Aren't you just gonna take that? Or will you fucking fight back?
Must be Thursday again because I am back with a tag.
All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good
Throughout my
girls
AuthorTube search for tags to do, I also came across reader tags and book tags as well. Some of them I couldn't really do, but I did find one called the Who I Am book tag that I thought would be really fun to do. So here you go. Question number 1. If your life were a book genre, what would it be? Whew, okay. Yeah. To be quite honest, life is pretty damn dull. I do some fun things here and there, but mostly I am in my studio typing. So I will answer that question with the genre I would like my life to be. It would be paranormal fantasy, the sensual kind of paranormal fantasy. the kind where you have shapeshifters and vampires or people, for lack of a better term, from other realms with supernatural powers who are hot, and I get to hang out with them. Yeah, that would be it. If I had my druthers. Question number 2. What villain from a book do you identify with? Let me state proudly that I don't identify with no damn villain from no book. None of them. I'm sorry. There are better ways to handle shit just because you got mad. I am not saying that some things don't happen to you that are absolutely wrong. Wrong. Completely screwed up. But some of the revenge, that goes on is absolutely, dude, get some therapy. Work it out. Okay? But to play along with the tag, I would have to say Maleficent. I understand why she acted out, because she was so absolutely mistreated and then on top of that disrespected. I get it. I would probably be a little vengeful myself. But I'm just saying. Number 3, what protagonist are you more similar to? Similar? I'm going to say Miranda Bond from Blood Deep by Sharon Page. We aren't similar, like physically similar, or some of the things she did I wouldn't do. But I like the fact that she was in a situation where she needed to choose between 2 men, and her choice was both. I'm sorry. I'm totally digging that. That was gangsta. She was like, nope, both. And that's what she got. So number 4, what book did you connect with in the past that you no longer do? I'm going to say the monster at the end of this book. I'm over it now. I get it. Okay. Number 5, what recent book read would you love to be a character in? OMG, this is the easiest answer I have ever given to any question that I have done on any tag. I would want to be a character in Rain. As a matter of fact, I specifically would want to be Jordan in Rain, which was written by Elizabeth Amber for the Lords of Seder series. I love Rain. I absolutely love Rain. I love Rain. I've read that book 800 times just so I could pretend to be Jordan, so I could be with Rain. Yeah. Number 6, how do your reading habits show off your personality? I hope my reading habits do not show off my personality, especially right now, because I am in writer's mode. When I write, I do not read. I do not introduce anything new. I could go a couple years and not pick up a book because I am writing. Now, I may reread something I've already read, but new stuff that I've been stockpiling and hitting the shelf, I do not do it. When I finally can focus on simply reading, then I binge like a crazy person. I get as much in as I can. Binge. So, no, it doesn't reflect any part of my personality except for the part where I stick to my plan. I don't let other stuff, really, fire truck? I stick to my plan. I do not let other things infringe on my time when I am writing. So I guess that's what it says. The final question, number 7. What book taught you something about yourself? No specific book taught me about myself, but the types of books that I started reading and really getting into pretty much pointed out to me that I'm a dirty old lady. But I'm pretty sure everybody already knew that too. I just didn't believe it. And now I kind of do. And I ain't mad. I am me, okay? Well, guys, that was it. Lots of fun as always. I'm a tagaholic at this point. Until next Thursday, you know what to do.
The good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
Y'all ready for this?
Are you just gonna take that? Make them take it all back. Don't tell me you believe that.
So today's tag is called the writing mistakes tag. Now, me being perfect, I never make actual mistakes. Okay, so I make a lot of damn mistakes. And I think it's real important for people to share their bad times as well as the good times, and it actually encourages people who are thinking that they are so lost and they can't do it and they can't pull through. You know, other people are pulling it off and why aren't they? It's like, well, trust me, we're all struggling with same or similar issues. The point is, everyone is going through it to some degree. So here we go. We get to share what's going on with us. Question number 1, the mistake that I made outlining. Honestly, I haven't made a mistake outlining. Now, I know I just joked about not making any mistakes, but I'm so perfect. No, far from it. I've had to redo outlines and change them and rework them and move stuff around and blah, blah, blah. But I haven't really made any mistakes with them. They are like probably my best tool. Love outlining. I know that's crazy. Love to outline. Love to put the puzzle pieces together and then work from it. And because I have an outline, like I know some people like to work like chronological order, as do I, but I don't have to. If I get into a mood where I just want, I want to do that scene in the 3rd act. I want to write that. I'm feeling that. I can do it without worrying about how I'm going to puzzle it back in later on because I know exactly where it goes. That is not to say that your outline won't change or, along the way stuff happens. Characters come in, characters go out. A myriad of madness can happen. But actual mistakes, I honestly have not made with the outline. Thank God for the outline. All right, number 2, the mistake I made during my first draft. We need a whole video by itself to talk about that. But I'm going to tell you the biggest mistake I made. I have been working on this story for a very, 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 very long time. And I don't have a problem with the fact that I have been working on it for a long time because I've been working on several projects all at the same time for a long time, which is why I have all these almost done works, but nothing that was completed. So I hankered down, picked one, and then worked on it. I was so anxious to get it done, to say I'm done, that I rushed through it. By rushed, what I mean is I literally only focused on one character and then wrote the story based on that one character and what was going on with her from the beginning to the end. And that took me 10 weeks. So 2.5 months to write that book. And yes, the book could stand alone just the way it is, like that. It would not be great it would be an okay book because it was based off the MC. But in my rush to just say the end, I left out tons of stuff. So right now what I have is a book full of meat, but I don't have any potatoes and gravy and stuff on it. And now I have to go back and do that. Whereas if I just stuck to the outline and did it as I went, I would not have this issue right now. And I made it so much harder on myself because I did this. So now everybody else's POV and stuff that's going on with them, I'm putting in, and they're going in the right slots. Thank God again. Amen to the outline. But I could have saved myself the headache of this if I just went straight through. It's not taking me any less time to get it done. So that was my biggest mistake. That was my biggest mistake. The second big mistake is I fucked up my tenses so many times. I went back and read it, was reading through it, and all my tenses are wrong, and I'm fixing that as I go. So I'm not too mad about that, but I am mad that the way I wrote it originally. I will never do that to myself again. So number 3, the mistake that I made with time management. I didn't make time management mistakes. I write every single solitary day. Every day like I said, without fail, unless someone is really sick and dying or something. Even when I'm drastically sick, I still write. So I don't have a problem with time management because I literally make the time, then I take the time. I don't worry about things I probably should, like eating, sleeping. I don't remember what that is anymore. But in all honesty, all jokes aside, I can't sleep and eat if I want to write. I can't. I'll lay in bed and the characters will talk to me, and then I'll just have to get up and write down what they said so they'll shut the hell up. So time management is not an issue for me. Not an issue at all. Number 4, my biggest newbie mistake. I think I made every mistake that you could make as a newbie. Like the only thing I knew was the story I wanted to tell. I didn't know anything else. As far as me wanting to be independently published, I was at -3 in knowledge. There was nothing. And okay, I'm going to say that my biggest newbie mistake was holding myself back, hesitating. There was so much that I wanted to do, so much that I knew how to do, that I was learning to do, that I could do, that I could have put myself out sooner, and I didn't do it because I was scared. I was scared, and I let fear hold me back. I let fear hold me back from way too much. And I'm not any less scared. I'm just not letting it hold me back anymore. And so, yeah, that if you are watching this and you want to write and you want to make vlogs or you want to do whatever the hell it is and you are scared to do it, my biggest advice to you is do it any damn way. Be scared. Be scared and do it anyway. Do it. The worst thing that you can have in life is regret for stuff that you did not do. You can do something and be like, oh, wow, why did I do that? But trust me, that's a less regret than it is to have wanted to do something and didn't. Please, if you can hear nothing else, please. Okay, so number 5 is the biggest mistake that I see other writers make. I think that would be, for me, in my humble opinion, because honestly, I love writers so much. I honestly, I know people say that this is corny, but I don't think you can write incorrectly or write wrong or whatever. Tell a story however you want to tell it. I mean, sure, somebody could get into your book and point out oh, you have a typo, and oh, you have a comma splice, and your participles are most surely dangling there. People can point out stuff like that and technically be correct, but there's a lot to say for style and technique and this, that, and the third, and blah, blah, blah. But that aside, the thing where I think that other writers make as a mistake is what I did with my first draft is they rush. They rush. They want their book out so bad, and they write it in 20 days, and then they publish it in 2, and if the story is important enough for you to tell, isn't it important enough for you to take your time with? Do not do this. That's the only criticism that I have for my fellow writers is tell your great story in a great way. Don't rush. Don't rush. Okay, so that's the writing mistake tag. I think I may have missed a question in there because when I was looking at my sheet, the same question was on there twice. So I don't know if I skipped one or I doubled that one, whatever, but it is what it is. This is good enough, right? Yeah, you're cool. So, okay. So until next Thursday, you know what to do.
All these opinions and all these positions, they come in millions, they blocking your vision. But no, you can't listen, that shit is all fiction, cause you hold the power as long as you're driven.
There's no way that you make it, and maybe you could fake it, but you're never gonna make it. Are you just gonna take that?
Ouch. Don't scratch. Shit. Walking down the street, smoking Indo, sipping on gin and juice, laid back with my mind on my money and my money on my mind. Why do I know that?
They go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
Let me just start off by saying, as you may or may not be able to tell, I am still dealing with some issues with my face being broken out. Driving me crazy. Not as uncomfortable as it was, but still a bitch to be dealing with. Just want to put that out there. And I also managed to scratch the shit out of my face and kind of fucked up some shit over here, which is just so lovely because who doesn't want to scratch their face all up, right? Anyway, today's tag is called the Writer's Process tag. Now this tag I have seen all over YouTube, but where I saw it first was my girl Sarah's page, so I will be sure to give you the link to her channel in the description. There are no rules for this, so you just answer the questions as you go. Okay. Question number 1 is, what genres do you write in? I 99.9% of the time write new adult. That is not a genre. That's a good question. I write... Wow. The genre that I have been writing in the most was fantasy. Romantic fantasy, shapeshifters and, vampires and all those good happy people. But lately I have delved a little bit over to some, what would you call it? I don't know what the hell it's called. But recently I've delved a little bit into some coming of age stuff. And that's been kind of fun. But for the most part, it has been fantasy. I love fantasy. I always write new adult, even though I will have a young adult series coming out. One came to me, gotta write it. But mainly new adult fantasy. Question number 2 is, what setting gets you the most productive? I really never thought about that. I can write anywhere. I can write upside down, okay? On the bus. Nothing feels like it stilts me production-wise. So I guess for an answer, I would just say I'm most productive in my studio because that's where I produce the most stuff. Question number 3. If you have multiple story ideas, how do you choose which one to start with? For a billion years, that has been probably the hardest thing that I've had to deal with, because if I have multiple story ideas, I work on all of them. And unfortunately, doing that leaves you with a whole bunch of started projects and none that are finished. So what I did was I asked a couple writer friends of mine, you guys know me. I got 11 stories in the works. Which one should I do? Like, which one is your favorite? What, blah, 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 blah. And one of my friends just clear as day, like, well, which one have you been working on the longest? Do that one. And it seems so simple, but yeah. So I'm working my way from the one that I started in the beginning up until where I get to now. Question number 4, do you outline? Hell yeah, like a beast. I'm an outlining queen, you hear me? I've got it down to a science. I love to outline. People who don't like to outline, I do not understand them. I do understand not wanting to, or, kinds of people say, oh, I don't use them. But it changed my life. I love it. Question number 5, do you start your first draft with pen and paper, or do you use a typewriter or a computer? My answer to that will always be yes. That's what I do. Whatever is in front of me when the idea happens. That's how I go. Question number 6, what do you do to get through writer's block? Okay, writing community, please do not crucify me. But I have never had writer's block, ever. Not going for a Micah. Question number 7, do you format from the beginning, or do you worry about that later? I don't necessarily format it entirely from the beginning. I kind of do like some soft formatting and then get into it. And when I just start running a little bit out of steam, then I go in and set up everything else to follow suit from then on. So a little bit of formatting in the beginning, and then somewhere 2 or 3 chapters in, I make it a little bit more legit. Hey, too legit, too quick. No. Sorry, can't help that. Number 8, do you edit as you go, or do you wait until you finish the first draft? I actually wait until I finish. This is not advice, though. Please do not do that to yourself. I'm not saying drive yourself crazy and do like full-on hard edits, but don't wait till the very end to do it. And this is just me. Just trust me on that. So from this point, moving forward, whenever I stop writing, I'm just going to stop, close it out for that day, go to bed. When I get up, before I start the next thing that I'm going to write, because I always end my writing knowing what I want to write the next day, which is why I don't get writer's block, by the way. I'm going to go back and read through and see if there's, little things, not drive myself crazy like I know I will, and then keep going. This may slow me down a little teeny bit, but it's okay. Slowing down a little bit while you're going through is a hell of a lot better than dealing with what I have to go through right now. Oh my fucking God. I'm so mad with myself. But that's okay. You live, you learn. It's called a process. Question number 9. How long do you step away from your completed first draft before you go back to it and start working on it again? For me, I swear to you, I try to just step away. I finished my first draft a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, yeah, I could take a break from it. I think I'm just a hardcore writer. There is no breaks. If I take a break, I don't feel like I'm going to break. I feel like I'm torturing myself because I should be writing. That's how my brain works. But I did need to give it over to beta readers to look at. So while they were looking at it, I just started writing something else. Yeah, I may need a 12-step program. But speaking on that, take a break. Take a break. Make yourself take a break. They will still be there when you get back. They will. Number 10. What do you prefer to do to get you through your writing? I really don't have to have any kind of rituals or anything like that. But I will create like playlists or what I like to call soundtracks for my manuscript, whatever I'm working on. And each one has its own, so I just like to imagine beyond the book, so to speak. And I always see the stories played out on television or on film. So I hear the music, so I do that. I don't have to do it to write though. Like I could write in complete silence or utter chaos. I don't care. I raised babies and did all this writing. Okay. Number 11, do you schedule your writing sessions? By schedule, I'm assuming you mean like, every day from 3 to 4 or something like that. I do not. But I write every single day without fail. I mean, there's got to be like some force majeure shit going down for me to not write. And I usually write at night after I finish doing mundane work for other people, which I also love. So, but I don't schedule it. I just make sure I get it in. So I'm gonna get it in her. That's what she said. I am going to hell in a handbasket. Okay. Number 12, do you have word count or chapter goals? Nope. I don't do that to myself. I sit down, I write whatever comes to me. I'm happy with it. And sometimes it's 1 page and sometimes it's 20. But I do not set myself up for a fail. And that's what I think doing stuff like that does. Generally, I write at the very least a scene a day. I don't think I've gone without writing at least one scene in one day in years. I can't even recall a time where I didn't do at least that much. But again, that could also be a page. So, answer to that is no. Number 13, are there any quirky things that you do to make your projects more fun? Not that I'm aware of. I probably do, because the kids are always laughing at me. I'm in the room by myself, and next thing I know, they're in the doorway laughing at me. So I'm sure I'm doing something amusing. But I don't think so.
Maybe I'm wrong to say that I could do everything. Since the first dawn, there's always been pain and suffering. But if you love me tonight, till the morning brings the light, then at least one wish in this world would come true.
So, no, I don't do quirky things. Number 14, do you work on multiple projects at one time? Yes, I do. The question should be, do you recommend it? No, I do not. You get an idea, write the idea down. If it's a good enough idea, you will want to go back and do it. Don't stop what you're doing, the one that you're working on, to go do that. Don't be like me with 5 tabs up, writing all the stories at the same time. That is not multitasking. That's called insanity. Don't talk yourself into it the way I do, like, because I can do it, I do it. Do not do this to yourself. Listen to mama. Write one story at a goddamn time. Trust me. You will get more done. Number 15, how often do you research what you are writing? Rarely. I don't really write stuff that I need to research. Like, I'm not doing science or sci-fi. And there will be instances where I wanted to look up like some vampire lore to see if there was anything, any little small nuance that I missed, or not that I missed that, but that people aren't using that maybe I could pull on. But rarely do I do any research. Now, if there's something that I do need to research, like one of my characters has epilepsy, I do not do the research while I'm doing the writing. I will put has epilepsy or had seizure, that sort of thing. Then I will go back and get medical information, stuff I need to know about it, and incorporate it after the fact. I do not research that stuff while I'm writing because it will stop me out of my groove. And that's the last thing you want to do. One of my favorite things that I read from Stephen King's how to learn how to write whatever in 10 steps or something crazy, was just don't worry about looking up a word. Like, you don't know what the capital of Maryland is. Don't look it up. Just write something stupid that you know is not the answer, and then come back to it once you stop writing. So when you finish the part that you're done and you're finished for the night, then research, hey, by the way, what is the capital of Maryland? And then put it in there when you get back to it. But don't stop your writing to do research, is what I was trying to say before I got all long-winded. Pain meds, okay? Bear with me. Number 16, how do you organize your projects? Ooh-wee. So, after I get to the point where I've created an outline, and that's a couple steps in and of itself. We'll talk about that another time. But when I get to the point that there's an outline, I use my outline to determine what my chapters will be for the draft. They always change. It's not written in stone. I'm just saying. So with my outline as my guide, I create chapters. So for each chapter, I create a folder. And in the folder, I have a file for each scene. And I mean each scene. So if one chapter has 12 scenes in it, then there's 12 little files waiting for all their stuff to go on it. I will definitely do a video to show you how I put that together. Because honest to God, regardless of how convoluted that may have just sound, it has changed my life when it comes down to my writing. It has made all the difference in getting stuff done, real and organized, and then put back together. And I can say, you know what, that doesn't go here, and move it with so much simplicity. I'll hit you up, y'all. I'll hook y'all up with that. Number 17, do you reward or punish yourself for missing out or achieving your goals? No. First of all, my people, my lovelies, my tribe members, do not punish yourself for not achieving a goal. Do not do that to yourself. Ever. If you didn't get your writing in that day, do not beat yourself up. Write the next day. Okay? That's the punishment. You got to write the next day. Do not punish yourself ever. Now, as far as rewards, so far my best reward has been completing my stuff. And I am over the moon over that shit because I never got that far before. I never got to where I can hold something in my hand. It's like, wow, it is fucking done. So that's been my reward. Now,
in May, when I finished my first draft of the current book, I did go out and buy myself a congratulations balloon. And I celebrated. Because nobody wanted to celebrate with me, but that was okay. Celebrated by my damn self. Number 18. Are there works out there that are similar to yours that you look to for inspiration? On all that is holy, I don't fucking understand that question. Nobody does that. Like, who does that? Do people do that? Why would you look at someone else's work in order to write yours? I'm going to say this. I do not understand what the question is really asking. But just based on my understanding of what the question is asking, no. No, I don't look at other people's stuff and say, ooh, that inspires me to write something just like it. Dumb. That's not to say that I have not been inspired by stuff, but not like to write something similar. Like I can hear a song, oh my goodness, hear something in a lyric and go, that would be like a perfect story. I've done that so many times. But no, I don't like that question. Whoever I tag, don't answer that question. It's a dumb question. Okay, number 19. When do you look for and hire an editor? I started looking for editors as soon as I knew I was going to legit move forward with writing this book. I knew there was no way in hell I was going to try to tackle this on my own. I mean, you shouldn't try to tackle it on your own. But so I started looking, and as far as hiring, I reached out to editors and who I thought were legit, who I felt like could really get into, you know, what I needed and weren't just people like, oh, I'll read it and you pay me $1,000 kind of thing. You know, I found 2 people who they're just magnificent. And when they say yes, I say yes. So basically what I'm saying is as far as hiring an editor, I hired an editor when I found the editor I wanted, and I started looking as soon as I knew I was going to write the book. Number 20, if you are done with your first draft, tell us how you feel after it was done. And if you're not done with it, you're still currently working on it, tell us how you feel at the moment. Well, I am done my first draft, and I'm actually done my first revision of that draft. And I am currently in my second revision, and I know I am a writer, but I can't even define how great I feel. It is amazing. You want to talk about success? I feel like if this book didn't sell a copy, I succeeded. I succeeded because it exists. So I feel over the moon. Oh, Aphrodite, you're so bloody cliche. Yeah, can't help it. What do you want from me? I'm a writer. We love stuff. All right. So number 21 is tag someone. I tag Steven. I tag Marissa. And I tag Amelia. If you guys have not done this one, do this one. It has been a blast. I want to also tag everyone, especially newbies. Newbies, if you're watching this and you haven't made your first video, or you haven't made many videos yet, do this bad boy. Do it. Do it. Get up there. Make it happen. Jean-Luc Picard, make it so. Do it. Don't make me start singing. I will sing. I will. I've been driving my neighbors batshit crazy, singing at the top of my lungs for the past couple days. Anything to keep my mind off the pain. I've been in pain, y'all. I've been in pain. Well, that's it for today. See you next Thursday with some more fun. Probably a tag. At this point, I'm pretty sure I need help with the whole tag addiction. But until then, You know what to do.
Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls,
I am so excited to do this one.
Drain my energy and I will never stop. I'm motivated by enemies, setting up shop so everybody remember me. And though I am not going through life regretfully, I'd rather work non-stop, what they call incessantly, than want some odd job just to live life pleasantly. Already got lost in my mind, not a fantasy. I'm
Greetings. Guess what I'm getting ready to do? Don't know. I'm not gonna sing. Okay. I'm here again today to do another writing tag, because basically that's all I do. I write stuff and then I tag. For now, I was watching Cam over at Wolfshot, which again I'll put the link down, below, and he did this awesome tag called "You're Not Good Enough." Don't let the fact that I'm kind of chill right now fool you. I'm trying to be chill to calm myself the fuck down because I get over anxious. Part of my anxiety, pay me no mind. So what I did was I put a whole bunch of names. I overdid it because it's like 15 questions or what have you. I put in like 35, 36 choices, just to cover my bases, you just never know. I was tempted to put Jon Snow in there like 20 times to make sure he was always in the mix, but then I thought, you're not playing fair, Aphrodite. Do not do that. So I didn't do it. I promise I didn't. So let's go on with it. Question number 1. You only have one more spot on your spelling bee team. Who would you pick to complete your team? Okay. Please give me somebody smart. I need somebody smart. Victor Frankenstein. Okay, I'm feeling Victor. We'll see. And Rose Quartz / Pink Diamond. Ooh. Okay, they're both smart, but I don't know. I don't think Rose Quartz can read. And now Victor, who is a doctor, can. So I'm going to just... It's Victor. I'm picking Victor for that. I feel confident in that answer. Question number 2. Both characters want to kill you. Who would want to kill me? Which one would you kill first so that you would have a better chance of surviving? I ain't killing nobody. I don't kill people. Let's see. Sookie Stackhouse. Can't picture a scenario where Sookie would want to kill me. Let's see. And Ebenezer Scrooge. Again, neither one of the two of these weird people will want to kill me, but let's pretend. Okay, Sookie wants to kill me. I'm going to kill Sookie because Ebenezer old ass ain't doing shit to me. I ain't worried about him. So I'll just knock herself out and like, all right, Ebenezer, come at me, boy. What? I ain't scared. All right, question number 3. You're on The Bachelorette, and you're down to these 2 characters. Which one are you going to give your rose to? Please let it be Jon Snow. Please let it be Jon Snow. Please let it be Jon Snow. Okay. Edward Cullen. Oh, Lord Jesus. Jon Snow, please let it be. And not Jon Snow. Percy Jackson. Ooh, so do I take a brooding vampire who's eternally 17, or do I take a half Greek god who ultimately is going to grow up, but is only about, like 14 or something? So, sex with a teenager. So I'm just going to assume that I can't go to jail for sleeping with either one of them. Damn. I'm going to pick Edward, but I'm picking Edward because for purely nasty reasons, because I think Percy is cuter in my eyes, but Edward just looks like he can handle some business. Okay, Edward just looks like he can take care of all this. Let's be real. I don't think Percy is ready. I don't think he's ready for this jelly. Oh, nope, no singing. Nope. Okay, next question. You've been chosen for the Hunger Games. I'm just telling you, that ain't going down. Who would most likely volunteer in your place? Who would? T'Challa? Wakanda forever. Or Garnet? Wow. I gotta pick between T'Challa and Garnet to volunteer in my place. I think they both will volunteer in my place. But I would want to send Garnet because they can't kill her. And then I can stay with T'Challa and be like kind of, get to know him better. Get all hugged up. Talk about some stuff. Woo! Are you kidding me? Whew. Whew. T'Challa. Okay, so Garnet. Not that T'Challa wouldn't. But that I just want to send her so I can keep him with me. Okay, question number 5. You're stranded on an island. Which character would you sacrifice to engage in cannibalism? This is where I want to have a quick talk. Number 1, first and foremost, I ain't eating nobody. So, the thought of having to kill somebody to eat them is even more remote, because if I got desperate enough to eat somebody, that person would have had to have been dead, not me killing them and then frying them up. No. So I just want to say that because I ain't eating nobody. All right. They gonna eat me. These 2 people are going to eat me. Let's see. Offred. She might actually eat me. And Tarzan. So I'm supposed to sacrifice one of those and eat them. I'm gonna sacrifice Offred. Couple reasons. Most of them sexual, because I just want to hang out with Tarzan. Most, just hang out, not sexual. Just, learn how to swing some vines and stuff like that. Right. But because if I sacrifice her, I'd be putting out her misery quick enough, because they is going through some shit in The Handmaid's Tale. Okay. All right. Next question. You're the next DC or Marvel superhero with your own TV show, of course, naturally. Who is your sidekick? I get a sidekick. Tony Stark. How inappropriate. Or Hermione Granger. Okay. Love you, Tony, but I know he's not going to play well with me as being my sidekick. Plus, it probably just wouldn't be a good idea to have me real close to Howard Downey Jr. We'll talk about that another time, but yeah, I would hit that. I would. So Hermione would be great. She's a kid, which is like a Batman Robin type thing. Like me, like da-da-da, like, and then she's da-da-da, da-da-da, and then I'd be like, get her, Wonder Girl. That's probably a character. Let's see. Anyway, I'll think of her name later, but I'm picking Hermione as my sidekick. Hermione. No singing. Number 7, you're a manager of an avocado admiring company for some dumbass reason. Who would you fire for lack of communication? I don't fire people. Pandora. Love me some Greek myths. Or Legolas. Ha! Okay, let's get a couple things clear. I am not going to do anything to Legolas that sends him away. What I'm going to do with Legolas is bring him closer. Therefore, I'm sorry, Pandora nosy ass is fired. Fucker. Keeping Legolas. I'm going to play with his hair. I think. Number 8, you just finished a book in which your favorite character dies. Oh. Which character is most likely to comfort you? Please let it be Jon Snow. Please let it be Jon Snow. Athena. Or Cersei Lannister. So I guess I'm gonna suffer because these bitches ain't gonna comfort me. Athena is not gonna care. She's gonna be like, grow a pair, bitch. Read a book. Be wise about the situation. People die. Get over it. And Cersei's gonna be Cersei. And plus I wouldn't want her to comfort me. She's got creep vibes. So, no. So, but I still gotta pick one of them two bitches? Who would comfort me? Who would comfort me? I actually do have to pick Cersei because Athena is not going to. She isn't. Cersei might have a window of a chance of an opportunity of being a little bit human for 5 seconds and go, there, Aphrodite, there. Might. Athena ain't. Okay. So, question number 9. Ugh, it's high school. Who would most likely be part of the popular clique? With me. No, I'm just kidding. Nothing about me was ever in a pocket. Ichabod Crane. Or Hades. Okay. Ichabod is probably a nerd. Or maybe more along the lines of dweeb. But I don't know. Hades doesn't play well with others. He wouldn't be cliquey. So how do we pick? Neither one of them would be in the popular clique. Okay, I'm going to give it to Hades because I'm going to say he's already in a clique and he's in the highest tier clique with his baby brother Zeus and Poseidon. Baby brothers, they're both younger. Zeus is the very youngest, which always pisses me off that they make him look like an old ass man when he's the youngest one. But another video. So Zeus and Poseidon and Hades, they are a clique. So that Hades. That's my final answer. All right. There we go. Number 10. The day arrived. You're finally a year older. Who would have the nerve to forget your birthday? What? Forget? Let's see. I picked up 2 by mistake. Well, I just picked up 3. Let's see. Rain or Thor? Okay. Rain probably would not forget, and Thor probably would, because Thor is a tad bubble-headed. I'm not saying he's dumb. He's more pretty. than smart. Let's just go that. Rain, on the other hand, is dropped at gorgeous, but he's also a little bit more conscientious, I would say. I don't think he would forget my birthday. And then if he did forget my birthday, makeup sex would be great. Oh, sorry. Off topic. Okay, number 11. You just found an upcoming AuthorTube star. Go ahead. Go ahead. Who would it most likely be? Okay, Darian. Oh, I love Darian. Or Jon Snow. Damn it, why did I pick him on that question? Damn it. Okay, who would be... Okay, I'm sorry, John, I love you. This changes nothing between us. But Darian, I believe, would be more popular as a YouTube, other tuber, whatever tuber sensation. He just would, because it would be his focus. It would be what he wanted to do. And he's just that cool. And John, he has issues, and he has stuff he needs to take care of. And he couldn't concentrate on doing a good job as a tuber with those issues. So, sorry, baby. Number 12, sleepover time. God damn it. I just pulled John out the mix. Sleepover time. Unfortunately, you can only invite one person. Who would you invite? Can I put John back in the mix? I would invite John. Okay. Flynn. Oh Lord. Or Jughead Jones. Okay. Just to be clear, I would love to spend some sexy time with Flynn. I would. But his little evil ass, I'm going to go with Jughead Jones. He's who I would invite to spend the time with, because he would not have any kind of agenda to do any kind of harm to me. And we could talk about other things that are fun to do at sleepovers. Not saying that me and Flynn couldn't talk about those things, just saying that I don't trust him. Right. Number 13. Bam! You're pregnant. Damn it. No more Jon Snow. I want a Jon Snow baby. Who's the father? Who's the father of my baby? Steven Universe. This better be in the fucking future. Because Steven Universe is what? 13? Shut up, everybody who knows me. Or, I can't use this one. Thank you. Or Hercules. That would be Hercules. Thank you. Question number 14. You just written a super important text. Who would see it but not reply? How dare you? Dorian Gray. Or Josie. Okay, this is easy. Dorian will see it and not reply, because Dorian is a jerk. He would be like, oh, it's just Aphrodite. Bother. Even though I clearly said in the damn text that it was important, he would ignore it, because that's how he rolls. Josie, on the other hand, probably wouldn't get the text for a couple days, and if it was truly important, we're like, Josie, I'm gonna die, she wouldn't see it until the funeral. So, but if she saw it, she would answer it. So yeah, Dorian. Dorian fucking Gray. Fuck. All right. Last question. You've just woken up and it's time for breakfast. Your mom's been replaced by whom? First of all, why? Why is this happening? I'm gonna need some backstory. I'm just saying, don't tell me I woke up and my mom ain't there for some dumbass reason. I want to know why she isn't there and why I'm still okay to have breakfast. 4 pieces of paper left, so we're just gonna read all of them. Sailor Moon, Kez Brecker, Tobias, Tobias the Flyest, Tobias the Flyest, Peter Pan. Okay, so what really just happened is my ass is going hungry for breakfast because they're not going to make me breakfast. None of them are going to make me. Okay, Tobias might make me breakfast because he's sweet, but trust me, he's probably trying to escape from me because I may be slightly inappropriate around him. I'm just saying. I mean, so okay, play the game. Kaz ain't making me shit. He ain't worrying about me. Sailor Moon, aka Serena, might make me something, but I wouldn't eat it because her little ass can't cook. It's been established. She cannot cook. And then, let's see, Peter. No. Like, what is he gonna give me? Like, some, like, chopped up bananas on a leaf or some dumb shit. Candy. Because, he's a lost boy. He doesn't cook. So, I have to go with Tobias. So, since it's breakfast, and it's, why can I fantasize that it's Tobias the Flyest? Breakfast in bed, comforting me because my mom's gone. I mean, y'all did establish that my mom is gone, and I'm okay with this because I'm still willing to eat breakfast. So, breakfast with Tobias in bed. Makes sense to me. Oh, poor Aphrodite. Your mom is gone. Yes, she is. Can you pass the syrup? Tobias. Okay, so, well, gang, that's it. I got through another tag, and I think I was, not as inappropriate, or I'm going to edit it so you won't think that I was as inappropriate as I was with some of the answers, because I'm special. And I will see you the next time with another tag, because until I run out of tags, that's all I'm going to do. Okay, you know what to do. If I was your girl, all the things I'd do to you, I'd make you call out my name. I'd ask who it belongs to.
So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. I'm taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you, I ain't never. So let me break it all down for you. I ain't never giving up, I ain't never giving up. I'm taking that crown from you. I ain't worried about you.
Sup? Hey guys. Forgive me for using my avatar on this one, but I am really sick, and trust me, you don't want to see me right now. Anyway, today I have for you the Yule writing tag. This is created by Amelia, and I will link you her channel in the description. So be sure to check her out. She has some good shit, okay? Now, this is a drawing of Bianca and Dal. They're the only ones I made thus far, but I still wanted to show them to you. Just wanted to share them real quick. Anyway, moving right along for the Yule writing tag. The rules are pretty simple. Name your work in progress and give a brief description. Number 2, try to use the character only once if you can help it. And 3, share on social media platform of your choice. Obviously, I'm choosing YouTube, but you can do it anywhere. My story doesn't have a title yet, which is highly unusual for me. The working title is The Chronicles of Bianca de Mouton. I absolutely hate that title. So if you guys have any suggestions for me, I am listening. The story is about a human girl named Bianca who accidentally gets enrolled into a school of paranormals. Question number 1, rebirth. Which character gets a clean slate through the course of the story? That will be Chancellor D. If you have ever met a complete and utter asshole who blindly follows the rules and believes that he is always right, then you can understand the kind of person Deed is. But once he truly sees the error of his ways, he does try to do the right thing for the better of all involved. Eventually. Wassel. Whose fruits of labors turn out to be a reward throughout the year? That will be Beauregard Kennedy. Because he is Gorgon, he and the other Gorgon students are really mistreated. In order to even attend school with the others, they have to keep at least 80% of their faces covered at all times. I mean, that is necessary. But the coverings that they are forced to wear are hideous. It's given to them as a reminder to the other students not to look directly at them. Bo takes all that is given to him, no matter how bad, and he is determined to prove that he and his kind deserve to be a part of the population, and ultimately he makes strides in making that a reality. Number 3, evergreens. What is the common view of immortality in your setting? Immortality. Well, that will depend on what species you are and what incarnation your immortality manifests. There are plenty of immortals in this series. They are held in high regard and are pretty much considered gods over the rest. If you are a species that dies and are reincarnated, you're sort of middle class and no one cares one way or the other. You are not important until you shake your mortal coil once and for all and move on into the next plane of existence. So now, if you die and don't reincarnate and don't move on, essentially becoming a ghost or specter, you are an outcast. The ghost community are fighting hard for their rights, and currently they are losing. Number 4, log. Who's always too cold during the winter? Well, that would be Peter. He is, as he likes to say, almost 14. He never just says 13. He's almost 14. And he's a ghost. So naturally, he's chilly, winter or not. He's been at the school for quite a few years, but this year was the first time he was given the same rights as the other students, such as a dorm and roommates, Before this year, all ghost students were left to just roam the halls since the council didn't feel as though they needed accommodations. But after years of fighting, they won this small victory. Number 5, introspection. Twist. It's for the author. What do you do to help you plan your work in progress? Excuse me. Well, I start off like most everyone else with brainstorming and info dumping and all that groovy stuff. I take that info and then I create character bios and my first outline. Then I begin setting up folders and files based on the outline. I determine how long I will need to then write the story. I'll break it into sections based on that determination. Then I will write until I'm done the first draft. After that, I'll take the first draft and create a new outline if I need to, or update the original one, and then write the second draft. I'll make a video that better explains this in the very near future. Number 6, night. Which character is fondest of the night and or the wintertime? That would be Melody Diaz. She loves all the seasons equally for their various gifts. So she doesn't really, necessarily have a favorite with that. But she loves the night. She thrives. Melody is Lycan, and she's also a princess, second in line to the throne. Her father has been the main reason so many other races are getting the rights they deserve. So the Diaz clan are both well-loved and well-hated. Whew, there's some stuff y'all not ready. Number 7, gifts. Who deserves a gift after all they have gone through in your work in progress? Well, that will be Bianca de Mouton. This poor girl is placed in the middle of a war zone. She is abruptly introduced to a world and beings that she either didn't know existed or believed to be myth, and at a time when the races are fighting each other for equal rights for everybody. It's a mess. The only race not included in the fighting are humans. They're not especially light, so basically the others are pretty much waiting for them to all just go extinct. Of course, everyone doesn't feel this way, but since humans tend to be more trouble than they are worth, not many stand up for them. So Bianca arrives on the scene totally unaware of all the stuff going on. To say the least, she is not safe and narrowly escapes death on more than one occasion. Even the folk who believe that she should have equal rights still feel that being at MSA is not a good idea. Number 8, caroling. Who would lead the caroling effort for your characters in an alternate universe? That would be Esperanza Diaz, crown princess and next in line for the throne. She is probably the sweetest, the smartest, and the toughest kid in the school. Even though the Lycan are considered top tier of all the races, Esperanza treats everyone equally. She is always fair, and she is fun-loving. She's just great. Everyone loves her. So no matter who they are, they just love her. Whatever side you're on, you still love Esperanza. All right, number 9, Kris Kringle. What's a winter holiday myth from your setting? Bonus imaginary points if it's not a Santa clone. Well, in all honesty, my setting is this current world. So any and all winter holidays are observed. Actually, it's if it's a known holiday, it's celebrated because this world is our world. Think about it like this: all these races live together. Humans are the only ones in the dark, and that's on purpose because of how much of a bother humans have proven to be. So you may think the people that are next door to you are human, but they could very well be Nosferatu, Fae, Lycan, or a myriad of others. So all winter festivities are just observed. Number 10, mistletoe. Who wants a romantic night for the holidays? That would be Dao Lo Singh. The boy is just fresh, okay? But come on, he is only 16, so he can't help it. Plus, being Nosferatu, he's a little more amorous than others. His amorous drive is heightened all the more. So yeah, he's going to use mistletoe and anything else he can get to corner someone into some smooching. Yeah, gotta love that. Number 11, cookies. Who stole all the winter holiday treats? Chad. Yeah, Chad. Chad is a Squatch. Like Melody, his father has a lot of clout and has been known to be the deciding vote in how shit goes down. But at the same time, they are very chill. Just think like Surfer Dude. Then you have the Squatch. If they don't want to play along, they don't. And no one can make them. A little tidbit on the Squatch. Okay, that's not actually what their race is called. But once a group of human Americans, as they are referred to, started referring to them as Sasquatch, they liked it. So they adopted the name and now refuse to share their actual name with others. So they are referred to as Sasquatch Nation, and individuals are just called Squatch, which tickles them to no end. They can really dance too. And their hide and seek game is unrivaled. Number 12, gold. Who goes all out on gifts and who does everything homemade to avoid the cost? Well, that's going to be Mary Shelley Academy just as a whole. The school takes great care of its students. It's not easy to get into this private school, but if you do, you are treated like gold while you are there. No one really thinks along the lines of avoiding cost or whatever. They just give. So that's that. Number 13, witchery. Who would use magic purely for world peace? Hands down, that would be Barack. He is amazing. One of the immortals, and he is the High Chancellor. He's the voice between the two planes who speaks for the other immortals regarding race relations and species affairs. He rarely interferes, at least not in the way he would like to, but if shit gets, to be too heavy, he will put his foot down. His word is instant law and is not questioned nor challenged. So, that's my Yule writing tag. I hope you enjoyed it. And until next time, you know what to do.
All the roads have left me lost. All the open space leaves me lonely. But constant you will remain.
We all have that one friend.
Here we go again. We're sick like animals, we play pretend. You're just a cannibal and
Today, in honor of October and all things spooky, not to mention the upcoming day of all spooky days, All Hallows Eve, I would like to talk to you all about terror tropes. These tropes address scary themes, or at least scary to me, from horror, thrillers, chillers, the lot. Now, I had to reach out to my friend Penelope for some expertise since I don't naturally gravitate towards this genre at all. I do not find being frightened entertaining, but I realize that people do. But the thing that puzzles me the most are the people who don't find it frightening. Like, really? Which is, When I told her about the terror tropes that I chose, she laughed. She laughed. She said none of the stuff that I chose was actually scary, that they were all funny. I decided that she was crazy because they were not funny. So we argued about that. And her actual answer to, my absolute proof that I'm right was, and I quote, "Cabin in the motherfucking woods is proof that this shit is funny." She's from Alabama. I can't do her accent. So forgive me for trying. So me, who by the way thinks that Bambi is a horror movie. And before any of you try to come for me about that, if you are not terrified about being caught in a damn forest fire, then I need you to seek some help. That shit is scary. I don't care. When I tried to bring up that point to Miss Penelope, her response to that was, "You better check and reflect." I'm not sure what that means. I didn't want to continue the argument. So without further ado, here are my terror tropes. And since they are my terror tropes, I named them what the hell I wanted. Number 1, the not so joy of sex trope. Let's face it, if you are a teenager trying to sneak off somewhere in the woods or in a car or whatever to go get your groove on, you're just asking for the resident axe murderer to kill you. I mean, come on. My words to that are simple. If you have to sneak off somewhere to go have sex, then you're probably too damn young to be having sex to begin with. I'm just saying. You know I'm right. Number 2, that quote trope. You and your buds are kicking it. Wait, do they still say kicking it? Whatevs. And then you get up to go into another room. You tell your friends, "I'll be right back." Why? Don't you know by now that that is the calling card for the serial killer to kill you? Telling people that you are hanging with, that you will be right back, is going to cause the opposite effect. What is wrong with you? Let me help you out on this one, because I know some stuff. I lived to be a ripe old age of whatever I am right now. The next time that you have to leave the room, do these 2 things. First, take somebody with you. Take a buddy. Do some buddy system stuff. And second, more important than the first, do not explain to the people that you are obviously hanging with that you're leaving the room, but you will be coming back to the room. They already know that. Seriously, I promise you. The only time that you need to inform the people you are with what you're getting ready to do is if you had no plans of coming back. Then you tell them, "Hey, I'm gone for the night." But if your ass is just getting up to go pee or to go grab a snack, they know you're coming back. Don't send out the dog whistle serial killer call with that statement, okay? Don't do that. Number 3, the got melanin trope. Most scary movies are filled with people who look like these folks. This is true. But every now and again, you get some people who look like these folk to show up and hang out. To that, I would like to say, don't get attached. They already did. This one is akin to that whole red shirt trope when you have to deal with like Star Trek. Oh, well, it was nice knowing you, but we definitely know you're not making it to the end of the damn book or movie or whatever. Sorry. I mean, sure, quite a few people are also going to die in the other group, but come on, if you are popping with melanin, you definitely are dead. It's definite. Somebody in that other group may live to tell, you're not. Oh, and a word of advice to people of color. Listen, I'm going to tell y'all something real quick. If you find yourself in a situation where you and your white friends are having fun and doing all kinds of groovy stuff and just ha 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 kicking it, and then you all notice that Tommy is missing, you're next. Number 4, the fake it till you make it trope. Gotta love the sociopaths. Oh my God. This could be the top, the bottom, and a whole bunch of spots in the middle on the list for me as like one of the most scariest of all. They blend in among us, pretend to be okay and pretty much normal as far as the word normal goes, fooling the masses while the whole time racking up head counts like a woo. And you never even get to know about them. Some of these people go on for decades doing what they're doing. You don't know until they slip up or they die, and then you discover that, oh my God, there are bodies in the basement for missing people for 20 years. That kind of thing. That shit is scary. I mean, I don't even have any words to say beyond that. That's some shit. Number 5, the stupid idiot trope. Give me a damn break. You have the wandering Willie or Wilhelmina dummy who has every freaking opportunity known to man to actually be able to escape. But instead, they choose to go deeper into the house, further into the woods, and they are always armed with the best weapon. I know what you're thinking. A gun, a knife. No. A flashlight. I hear a noise in the basement. Oh no. Let's go out the front door and call the authorities because this is what they do. Just once. Just once. I want to hear that. I want to see that. I want to read that. I don't want to hear about any more dummies dying. I do not want to know about she walked down the dark alley 4 o'clock in the morning alone, and then the next thing you read is that they found her body. No. Find her body the next day. But let's not have her walking down the damn dark alley at 4 o'clock in the morning alone. That is stupid. That is asking to be murdered. Number 6, the hotel hell no trope. Oh my God, why? The house is abandoned and believed to be haunted. I know. Let's go there and spend the night. This motel looks sketchy, but let's pay these people money to stay here anyway. A lone cabin in the woods for joy. Let's break into this place that doesn't belong to us and go do whatever. Because how come no one ever listens to the voice of reason? How come the one that might be in the group making sense that says, oh no, we shouldn't stay here, let's just stay in the car, or let's keep going? How come no one ever listens to that person? Whew, okay. And finally, number 7, the I'm sorry, but it's your own damn fault you died, trope. Come on, people. The shark ate you because you were in his damn house. And why are you in the pyramids fucking with shit? Those people went to great lengths to keep you out for a reason. But no, you just gotta explore. You gotta be nosy. It's one thing if you find something. It's another when you do all that crazy shit that you gotta do to get into a tomb, which is obvious that you weren't welcomed. That's just me. Oh, wow, look at this spell book that doesn't belong to any of us. Wonder what this one does. Read it out loud. You bred raptors? So there you have it. Some scary or funny, depending on your level of crazy. I am now going to go wash my brain out with some actual comedy and binge watch the first 2 seasons of The Good Place. Until next time, you know what to do.
I'm afraid I won't get out alive. No, I won't sleep tonight. Oh, I want some more. Oh.
I have no shame.
Yeah. I take a cold hard look at the world now. On my hand, yeah. Got a plan now.
Today I want to share with you the tropes that I hate to love. I say hate because I get so much crap from people who tease me about the kinds of stuff I get into, especially when it comes down to tropes and romantic tropes specifically. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you watching will also agree with my friends and family and my choices. But I'm corny, okay? I'm a cornball, and I like goofy stuff. And some of the tropes that I like have gone into the land of cliche because they're so overdone, but I don't care. I gravitate towards weird and corny. It's me. That's why these things exist, because of people like me. I apologize. So let's get on with it. Number 11. Secret baby. I love secret babies. I do. It's so corny and it's so wrong. And I still, when I find out that is the storyline with, she had a baby, but she didn't tell and blah, 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 blah. I always like to look at and see what the motives are and just how it's going to fall apart and blow up in her face. So initial motives get me like, I just didn't want him to know. Now, sometimes they don't want to know for good reasons, like the dad is no good or asshole or abusive of some sort, so you get that. But a lot of times it's more like selfish reasons on the chick's part. And I like to watch how it all blows up and then how it comes back together and everybody's happy. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I do. Number 10, May, December. Yes, I love May, December romances, but I am biased. I only like them when the woman is older and the guy is younger. I don't know. I think that the women get a bad rap. They're like a cougar and then, and just blah, blah, blah. But there are people who love each other regardless of age. And I like stories like that. And I'm hoping that some more people will write better ones. Still, even the sucky ones, I will still watch because I just like that. Number 9, Utopia turns out to be a dystopia. Dun, dun, dun. I love when you have stories, and they're all about how perfect and wonderful everything is until, someone lifts up the sheet and you realize that there's some mess going on here, baby. Love it. Love it. And I like it when every kind of way that it's been done, like when it's people don't realize they're in a dystopia and they're just living their life because they don't know anything different. Why would they be able to distinguish it? And I like when people find out that, oh my God, just we've been lied to. Logan's Run. Even like something similar like Soylent Green, that disturbed me though. Logan's Run entertained me. Shit like that, you got me. Number 8, Mary Sue. That's right, I said Mary Sue. Because I think that the Mary Sues of the world get bad raps. No one gives a damn when it's a guy who knows everything and is pretty and beautiful and has, 100% just perfect. No one cares. No one cares. No one bats an eye. But when it's a girl, then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, la la la, she's a Mary Sue. Well, that's damn right. Good for her. I like Mary Sue. Stop giving them a bad rap. Stop it. Nothing wrong with being a pretty, smart girl who knows everything. Number 7, the red shirt. Whoa, yes. I love the red shirt. Yes, okay, so you're watching Star Trek and Kirk and McCoy and Spock, Uhura, they're going down, and then Ensign Reynolds got that damn red shirt on. I love it because it's like he's gonna die. And you get to just watch. How long is it going to take? How is it going to happen? You're not unaware that this boy Ensign Reynolds is gone. It's just, it tickles me to no end. Yes, I love the red shirt trope. I do. Love it. Okay, so number 6. And I know everybody's going to be screaming at me when I say that I love this trope. But I like amnesia stories. I like the amnesia ones and the cousins to the amnesia ones. It was just a dream. I like them. They are stupid, but they tickle me. I like them. Sometimes they can be done really well. Sometimes. But I don't care about that. They entertain me. And isn't that the point? To be entertained? Oh no, it was just a dream. Oh, who am I? What am I? Where am I? Especially, I think the best ones, and I only know of one, where the person who has amnesia doesn't get their memory back. I like that. But I'm sorry, even the ones that do, it just makes for entertainment. Number 5, warring houses. Yes. It's been in my recollection that anytime there's been a warring house, like, this family doesn't like that family, it has always been over something dumb that could have been solved in their little lifetime, but because it wasn't, it turns into this mega mess that generations and generations are fighting, and they don't even know why they are still fighting. I'm like, wow. You mean to tell me that your great uncle bumped into their great uncle one day at a dance, and they got into a fight, and so now the families are still fighting about that? Are you serious? I think the best way they handled it was on the Flintstones. Yes, on the Flintstones. And they had, I think it was like the Hatfields and McCoys kind of, parody, so to speak. And they didn't realize, they didn't even remember why they were still fighting. They just knew they hated each other. And it turned out that one of the people from one of the families had made a bad comment about a painting. I think the painting was of someone's grandmother, but they said something's not like, oh, it's an ugly painting or whatever it was. And that started the feud that went on for generations. Man, I tell you. You want to really make me laugh and sit and watch some stuff? Warring families. Okay, number 4, the fake romance. I really enjoy fake romance stories because you always know that they're going to fall in love, or one at least is going to fall in love with the other one, or one was already in love with the other one and never said anything. Doesn't matter to me. The in love part is like that I like to get to. I love how good people pretend to love somebody else for show, and then it turns into actually loving the person because during their pretense they actually had time to get to know each other. Like it's almost like they were dating, but they didn't realize it. I love that. I think that is so adorable, and I know people are like, I don't care. It's adorable. Come on. What's wrong with you? Number 3, road trip. I love road trip stories. As long as I can get at least 5 and have those 5 archetypes together on a road trip, I don't care if it's a serious movie, a comedy, anything in between. I love it. I enjoy watching whatever is gonna happen. No, you're never really fooled. I don't care that I'm not fooled. I just like watching them. I like seeing them come together. Number 2, the Cyrano. Oh, I love that. I love that. Even though some of it to me seems really sad, and some of it is kind of corny, and most of it is, come on, you know how this is gonna end. I still like it. Oh. That's all I'm going to say. I like Cyrano. And my number 1 trope that I hate to love is love at first sight. I'm admitting it. I admit it. I love love at first sight. I love insta love. I know it's cornball. I know it's not actually a real thing, or I shouldn't say I know it's not, because I don't know it's not. But I don't believe in insta love. I do not think that love at first sight, really truly happens. Lust at first sight and insta, I want to get in that person's pants at first sight is real. But actual love at first sight, I don't really think it's real. But I don't watch those movies because I want to see something real. Okay. I don't read those books because I want to read something real. I love that whole, and then she saw him, and then he saw her, and they saw each other, and they are in love. I love it. That's right. Come at me. I don't care. I stand my ground on that one. I like that one. I love to be entertained with that one. Now, I do really recognize that it should be instant attraction as opposed to love, because you can't love somebody you don't know. But I don't care. I don't care what they call it, as long as I get to read about it or watch it. So those are my 11 tropes that I hate to love. And again, I don't actually hate to love them. I just hate that everybody gives me so much crap about loving them. But I share them with you because you all love me, right? There you go. So until next time, you know what to do.
No pain, no gain, no shame. Work hard, play hard. Okay, I think I get it now. Don't wanna let them down. I'ma take the ground and speak my mind out loud. Here I go, proud of my notes. Teach them what I wrote, teach them all the hope. Keep them on the road to the dream. All I need is a team. Build your own self-esteem. You can do anything, prove everything. Say what you mean and believe in your dream. Find that thing that you love, that you really wanna be, and don't give up till you've given absolutely everything.
I have no shame.
Yeah. I take a cold hard look at the world now. Hold my hand, yeah. Got a plan now.
Today I want to share with you the tropes that I hate to love. I say hate because I get so much crap from people who tease me about the kinds of stuff I get into, especially when it comes down to tropes and romantic tropes specifically. And I'm pretty sure a lot of you watching will also agree with my friends and family and my choices. But I'm corny, okay? I'm a cornball, and I like goofy stuff. And some of the tropes that I like have gone into the land of cliche because they're so overdone, but I don't care. I gravitate towards weird and corny. It's me. That's why these things exist, because of people like me. I apologize. So let's get on with it. Number 11. Secret baby. I love secret babies. I do. It's so corny and it's so wrong. And when I find out that is the storyline with, she had a baby, but she didn't tell and blah, 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 blah. I always like to look at and see what the motives are and just how it's going to fall apart and blow up in her face. So initial motives get me like, I just didn't want him to know. Now, sometimes they don't want to know for good reasons, like the dad is no good or asshole or abusive of some sort, so you get that. But a lot of times it's more like selfish reasons on the chick's part. And I like to watch how it all blows up and then how it comes back together and everybody's happy. I'm sorry. I don't know why, but I do. Number 10, May, December. Yes, I love May, December romances, but I am biased. I only like them when the woman is older and the guy is younger. I don't know. I think that the women get a bad rap. They're like a cougar and then, and just blah, blah, blah. But there are people who love each other regardless of age. And I like stories like that. And I'm hoping that some more people will write better ones. Still, even the sucky ones, I will still watch because I just like that. Number 9, Utopia turns out to be a dystopia. Dun, dun, dun. I love when you have stories and they're all about how perfect and wonderful everything is until, someone lifts up the sheet and you realize that there's some mess going on here, baby. Love it. Love it. And I like it when every kind of way that it's been done, like when it's people don't realize they're in a dystopia and they're just living their life because they don't know anything different. Why would they be able to distinguish it? And I like when people find out that, oh my God, we've been lied to. Logan's Run. Even like something similar like Soylent Green, that disturbed me though. Logan's Run entertained me. Shit like that, you got me. Number 8, Mary Sue. That's right, I said Mary Sue. Because I think that the Mary Sues of the world give bad raps. No one gives a damn when it's a guy who knows everything and is pretty and beautiful and has, 100% just perfect. No one cares. No one cares. No one bats an eye. But when it's a girl, then all of a sudden it's like, whoa, la la la, she's a Mary Sue. Well, that's damn right. Good for her. I like Mary Sue. Stop giving them a bad rap. Stop it. Nothing wrong with being a pretty, smart girl who knows everything. Number 7, the red shirt. Whoa, yes. I love the red shirt. Yes, okay, so you're watching Star Trek and Kirk and McCoy and Spock, Uhura, they're going down, and then Ensign Reynolds got that damn red shirt on. I love it because it's like he's gonna die, and you get to just watch how long is it gonna take, how is it gonna happen. You're not unaware that this boy Ensign Reynolds is gone. It's just. It tickles me to no end. Yes, I love the red shirt trope. I do. Love it. Okay, so number 6, and I know everybody's going to be screaming at me when I say that I love this trope, but I like amnesia stories. I like the amnesia ones and the cousins to the amnesia ones. It was just a dream. I like them. They are stupid, but they tickle me. I like them. Sometimes they can be done really well. Sometimes. But I don't care about that. They entertain me. And isn't that the point? To be entertained? Oh no, it was just a dream. Oh, who am I? What am I? Where am I? Especially, I think the best ones, and I only know of one, where the person who has amnesia doesn't get their memory back. I like that. But I'm sorry, even the ones that do, it just makes for entertainment. Number 5, warring houses. Yes. It's been in my recollection that anytime there's been a warring house, like this family doesn't like that family, it has always been over something dumb that could have been solved in their little lifetime, but because it wasn't, it turns into this mega mess that generations and generations are fighting, and they don't even know why they are still fighting. I'm like, wow. You mean to tell me that your great uncle bumped into their great uncle one day at a dance, and they got into a fight, and so now the families are still fighting about that? Are you serious? I think the best way they handled it was on the Flintstones. Yes, on the Flintstones, and they had, I think it was like the Hatfields and McCoys kind of, parody, so to speak, and they didn't even remember why they were still fighting. They just knew they hated each other. And it turned out that one of the people from one of the families had made a bad comment about a painting. I think the painting was of someone's grandmother, but they said something's not like, oh, it's an ugly painting or whatever it was. And that started the feud that went on for generations. Man, I tell you. You want to really make me laugh and sit and watch some stuff? Warring families. Okay, number 4, the fake romance. I really enjoy fake romance stories because you always know that they're going to fall in love, or one at least is going to fall in love with the other one, or one was already in love with the other one and never said anything. Doesn't matter to me. The in love part is like that I like to get to. I love how good people pretend to love somebody else for show, and then it turns into actually loving the person because during their pretense they actually had time to get to know each other. Like, it's almost like they were dating, but they didn't realize it. I love that. I think that is so adorable. And I know people are like, I don't care. It's adorable. Come on. What's wrong with you? Number 3, road trip. I love road trip stories. As long as I can get at least 5 and have those 5 archetypes together on a road trip, I don't care if it's a serious movie, a comedy, anything in between. I love it. I enjoy watching whatever is gonna happen. No, you're never really fooled I don't care that I'm not fooled. I just like watching them. I like seeing them come together. Number 2, the Cyrano. Oh, I love that. I love that. Even though some of it to me seems really sad, and some of it is kind of corny, and most of it is, come on, you know how this is gonna end. I still like it. Oh, that's all I'm gonna say. I like Cyrano. And my number 1 trope that I hate to love is love at first sight. I'm admitting it. I admit it. I love love at first sight. I love insta love. I know it's cornball. I know it's not actually a real thing, or I shouldn't say I know it's not, because I don't know it's not. But I don't believe in insta love. I do not think that love at first sight, really truly happens. Lust at first sight and insta, I want to get in that person's pants at first sight is real. But actual love at first sight, I don't really think it's real. But I don't watch those movies because I want to see something real. Okay. I don't read those books because I want to read something real. I love that whole, and then she saw him, and then he saw her, and they saw each other, and they are in love. I love it. That's right. Come at me. I don't care. I stand my ground on that one. I like that one. I love to be entertained with that one. Now, I do really recognize that it should be instant attraction as opposed to love, because you can't love somebody you don't know. But I don't care. I don't care what they call it, as long as I get to read about it or watch it. So those are my 11 tropes that I hate to love. And again, I don't actually hate to love them. I just hate that everybody gives me so much crap about loving them. But I share them with you because you all love me, right? There you go. So until next time, you know what to do.
No pain, no gain, no shame. Work hard, play hard. Okay, I think I get it now. Don't wanna let them down. I'ma take the ground and speak my mind out loud. Here I go, proud of my notes. Teach them what I wrote, teach them all the hope. Keep them on the road to the dream. All I need is a team. Build your own self-esteem. You can do anything, prove everything. Say what you mean and believe in your dream. Find that thing that you love, that you really wanna be, and don't give up till you've given absolutely everything.
La 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 la.
Yeah. All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for.
So last week I brought to you tropes that I hate to love. This week I'm bringing you tropes that I love to hate. And again, I hate to use the word hate because I don't actually hate anything. There are tropes that I just do not like as much. They don't entertain me. I guess that should be the best. They could be good. They're not necessarily bad. They just don't entertain me. I don't gravitate towards them. So, without further ado, here they are. Number 11, the rich person rule. I'm so tired of seeing that trope. I am so tired. I would love if they just had some rich people who didn't think that everything that they did was okay, they can get away with it, and all that other crap that goes along with the rich person rule. Because I know every single solitary rich person on the planet doesn't feel that way, and I would just like to see it represented. But every time you have the rich kids, they're always snotty, snobby, sons of bitches, little asshole, jerky, blah, 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 that can do whatever they want or think they can do whatever they want. And when they do crap that's wrong or bad or should get them in trouble, they get away with it because they're the rich ones. And, mommy and daddy can buy them out, or no one even cares because, so-and-so did that. Well, he's rich, so they let it go. That is highly annoying to me. Highly annoying. And I just hate it. Oops, sorry. I just dislike it. Number 10, the femme fatale. I, as you already know, love strong women characters out there taking names and, but also super smart, super pretty out there. But I am so tired of it having characters where the woman uses her body or sex as the weapon. Not saying that I have a problem with using sex as a weapon. I have a problem with that being the only weapon. That gets on my damn nerves. And where is what's the homme fatale? Where is he? Right? Give me a book with a dude doing that shit, and you got a new fan. But I am tired of, I just don't want to see it anymore. Stop it. Number 9, the wise elder. Give me a damn break. There are some dumbass old people out there. There are. I'm not trying to hear that every time you come in contact with some old person, they're just so wise. I want to see a character walk up to an old person and thinking that they're all knowing and all this good shit and going to get some good stuff, and the guy's just a complete and utter moron. Give me that. Give me that. Just like just like every rich person isn't a snob and a catty and think they can get away with everything. Every old person isn't smart. There are some wise young people. Give me a break with that one. Number 8, the unattainable one. Okay. I think the reason why this bugs me is because 9 times out of 10, the one that you think is unattainable is probably alone because everybody thinks they're unattainable. I doubt if there are many humans out there that are actually unattainable. So this just makes me feel like this. I don't mind stuff not being real and not being true and impossible, but this one just feels dumb. And unfortunate for the person who you just put on a giant pedestal, who's probably wondering why no one calls them. What is wrong with me? Why don't I have any friends? Why doesn't anybody love me? Meanwhile, you got all these fools at the bottom of the pedestal looking up going, wow, I wish I could get to know her. I wish I could touch him. Blah, blah. No. Just no. Okay, so number 7, the pretty ugly girl. I'm not even going to go into this. I don't like it for all the reasons that you could come up with. I'm sure they're on my list. The pretty ugly girl. Can we stop? Oh my God, she has pigtails and glasses. She's so ugly. Oh my God, what was she thinking? Did she really come to school with those glasses on and her hair in ponytails? Number 6, the final girl. Oh my God. So you're watching a horror movie for some reason, and all the teenagers are being killed one by one, just being taken out until you get to that last girl. She doesn't just get taken out. She gets chased. She gets dragged. She gets pulled by the hair. She gets tortured. All kinds of crap happens to her. She's not lucky enough to just be killed, and die. She has to go through the last few pages, or if it's a movie, minutes on screen, being utterly tortured and terrorized before she is killed, if she is lucky enough to be killed. Please give me a story where everybody got tortured for the same length of time, and the last person who dies is a damn boy without his damn clothes. Okay? Okay? Or just kill everybody. Stop. Just, if you're hatcheting people, in the backs of their heads, hatchet the last girl too and make sure that her clothes are on. Please leave her clothes on. If she runs, can she not trip? And can the person chasing her actually also be running? I'm just saying. Can her clothes not fall off? Okay. I'm coming back now. Woosah. Woosah. Number 5. The Taming of the Shrew. Okay. So you have this strong-willed woman. And it's wrong for her to be this strong-willed woman. So she has to be broken in order to be the suitable companion mate for the guy. And this ultimately makes her happy. Get out of my face with that. Give me a strong-willed man who loves a strong-willed woman beside him. Who, when his boys tell him, oh, you gonna let your woman talk to you that way? Was like, yeah, she's smarter than me. I'm smart enough to know that. Or whatever the scenario will be with that. But to say that it's wrong for the woman to be the way she is organically, and she needs to be a certain way to be a proper partner to the dude, says a lot about weak-minded ass dudes. That is crazy. And then to end on a note where she's so happy and grateful that she got her essence beaten out of her. I don't necessarily mean physically beaten out, but sometimes it actually is the case too. Beaten out of her, that it's like, oh, this is how things were supposed to be. I didn't recognize it. Oh, Charlie, give me a break. Kill me now. So number 4, the mediocre secondary character. This is one that I promised myself that I would not do. I would never have a character that was there for the sole purpose of making the main characters look better or cool or different or whatever. I promised myself I wouldn't do this, and I have not. It is worse in movies, I think, than books, because in a book you can kind of imagine the characters the way you want to see them, and maybe you jazz them up a little bit, And oh my God, and please, that generic brown character who's, you don't know, and the ambiguous with the glasses. No. I need y'all to stop. I need you to stop, please. Number 3, and this one was almost my number 1, but I hate stories. The protagonist is in the dark tales. I really actually do hate that one. That is not to say that there aren't good ones. Nothing about what I'm saying, for these tropes that they're necessarily bad, except for the Taming Shrew. No. Burn that one. Make that one illegal. But I really don't like stories where, oh, this one is a elf and he doesn't know. We can't tell him, and everybody knows and except him, and blah 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 blah. And it goes this whole thing, but he needs to know these things in order for his survival, and he's not told until he's fucking 16 when his parents are now dead and he has to make some shit work. And oh, by the way, you're so and so. I hate those. Now, I like the ones where the protagonist is in the dark and so is everybody else. Or the protagonist is in the dark and the reader is also in the dark, where we don't know, just like the kid doesn't know. And then there aren't people whispering in corners saying, what are we going to do about Tommy not knowing? That kind of crap. That irks my soul. But if you have it where it's going along and it's like, it does come up later like, oh my God, this whole time I've been an elf and no one else was talking about it, then I can get behind it a little bit. But that is the only way I can get behind it. The only way. I can't stress that enough. Number 2, the hot person card. This is kind of along the lines of the rich people, but because they're beautiful, they can do and say stuff and get away with it. Like, it makes me think of The Notebook, where dude is like, if you don't go out with me, I'm going to kill myself. And no one puts him in a mental hospital because he's cute. Oh, he's going to kill himself for you. He's so adorable. Are you kidding me? And then because they're so pretty and they do all these stalkery-esque stuff, and they get away with it because they're good looking. But if Charles Manson down the street was saying all this crap, he'd be locked up. Wait, okay? He is. I really can't stand when they have, not when they have, I really can't stand when people get away with doing stuff just because they're pretty. And everybody's like, oh, are you kidding? This dude just said that if you didn't do something that he wanted you to do, that he was going to cause some kind of harm. And no one cared because he was pretty. No. Get out of my face. And my number 1 trope that I love to hate is the Planet of the Hats. For those of you who do not know what that trope is, and it's basically if you have a world and the whole entire world all believe in the same thing and they dress the same way. Star Trek does this a lot. You go to a planet and they're all worshiping the same gods and they're all following the same politics and they all have the same opinions, kind of, so to speak. A world wouldn't be that way. Think of our world. Think of the planet Earth. We do not all follow the same garb. We don't speak the same language. We don't have the same politics. We don't have the same religions. We don't even have that in small little, the United States of America alone doesn't even have that. We have 80 billion languages in the United States, countless religions, it's dumb. And I can't stand seeing societies in books and in movies where that's the case. It's probably the one thing that will turn me off the most. I don't even know what else to say. Like it, I think it's really bad writing, and people just don't think that enough through. Like really, honestly, if you're writing a book right now, look at your characters, especially if you're writing a fantasy or sci-fi. Please tell me everybody doesn't have on the same kind of spacesuit or speak. Everybody speaks one language. Everybody follows one religious system. It's just not good writing. And I remember the first time where I was actually aware of this, believe it or not, the TV show Alien Nation. And I'm not going to get names and stuff right as far as like their religion, but the main family had this one religion that they followed, and it was pretty cool. And the human guy was learning so much about it, and then he goes to see his girlfriend who was also an alien, and he was talking to her, and she was saying that she wanted to do something, and it was against whatever the religion called for. He was like, oh, well, you're not following blah, blah, blah. And she said, well, that's not a part of my belief system. And he just looked at her like she had 5 heads. And she was like, what? We don't all have the same belief system. Mine, and then to make him understand it, she told him mine would be more Eastern culture based, like for your world. And I was like, oh my goodness. She's right. Why would they all believe the same damn thing? There are a whole planet of people who lived in different parts of the planet, grew up in different cultures. They're different. Love that. So whenever I see a Planet of the Hatch trope thing going down, yeah, I don't even finish. I'm not even going to lie. It just annoys me. So there you have my tropes that I love to hate. Until next time, you know what to do.
Girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they
Of all the things I had to be under, why does it have to be the weather?
Yeah. All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor.
Hey there, darlings. Whew. Sorry I can't be with you in person. Your girl is just, let's just say, having a bad day and calling it that. Are you ready to make this happen? Well, let's go. It's good to have a map to help you get to where you want to go, right? So here's where all the hard work and planning becomes a glorious thing. If you missed all the stuff that happened before this video, be sure to check them out first so that you can catch up. So, you did all your dumping. Oh my. Unpacking. You fleshed out characters. You created an outline. You broke it down into a blueprint, totally tailored to you. Now, the final step before diving into the tale is upon you. Now, I'm sure you've written some stuff for it already because, who wouldn't be dying to write some really steamy stuff? But what's about to go down is you are going to take out your blueprint and break it down one final step further. Your writing schedule. Emphasis on your. Only you know how much time you have to write, how many words or scenes or pages you want to do during each sitting. This will help you determine your writer deadline and give you a much stronger idea of when things will happen and all that good stuff. More details during the scheduled clinic that we have on Saturday. To wet your whistle until then, there's a sample schedule available for you to download based on the previous examples from the previous videos. It's the final countdown, darlings. See you next time. Until then, kisses.
Just let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow. Just let your mind be free and come in close. All the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
We need a sexier word than dumping, 'cause, yeah.
All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull it much quicker. It's never...
Hey there, darlings. Before we get started, I want to say this one thing really quick. Erotica and sex scenes or sensual scenes are not the same thing. Yes, sex is erotic, but having a sex scene in your tale does not make it erotica. There are many, many, many books that will have an explicit sex scene in them, but the work in its entirety is not erotic. For example, in George R.R. Martin's books, he describes sexual acts in great detail, but this does not make his books erotica. So to be clear, having a sex scene in your book does not make that book erotica. Erotica is a story with stimulating or sexually arousing subject matter where sex plays the central role. Okay? Second, if you are not comfortable with the subject matter, here's your chance to bail now. It's okay. Just like with any genre, everything is not for everybody. For those of you still here, let's go. Well, obviously the first thing that you're going to do is dump. This is where you write down all the snippets and tidbits and ideas and anything that comes to you. No matter how random they may feel, you just dump them. Just do it. Just get it all out. You don't have an idea? You just want to be smutty? Well, here you go. Consider, since you are just trying to get your toes wet, doing a sensual retelling. Mythology and fairy tales are a great place for inspiration. And don't let folk tell you it's been done to death. No one will tell the tale the way you will. So yeah. After you've done all the dumping, let's just stop right there. Put your notes away. Just put them off to the side. And let's start fleshing out some main characters. There's a link in the description with a cool character chart that I created that you can use to help you out. Doesn't matter if your characters are human or other. You can use it to really dig deep. A while back, we did a live stream where we randomly created a character for Tamara Woods, just for fun, just to have fun with. I will leave the link to it below as well if you want to check that out. Now, if after you created your charming characters and that leads to more ideas, go back to your original document and dump some more. Just add it on to it. Keep going until the ideas just stop coming to you. When the well runs dry, then we get to move into phase 2. Be sure to join me back here on Saturday for our dumping clinic, where we're going to share and dump and give each other feedback in real time. We are going to put phase 1 into practice. See you next time. Until then, kisses.
Just let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow. Just let your mind be free and come in close. All the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage. Oh, the good girls, they go to heaven, but the bad girls, they get backstage.
Second base already?
All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull it much quicker.
Hey there, darlings. If you have been following along with the series, you would have dumped all your story ideas and all that. You would have created your characters, or, some of them, and you would have an outline. So now you are just tingling all over to write your tawdry tale. Congratulations, because you are now on the verge of making that happen. Oh, and if you haven't been following, no worries, I got you. Go check them out, catch up on everything, and meet me back here. Okay, so creating your blueprint does have a few steps to it, but they are easy steps, so don't fret. There's a link below in the description with a sample blueprint based on the previous outlines and stuff that we have been working on the whole time. Be sure to download it so that you'll be ready for the clinic that we're going to have on Saturday. The cool thing about the blueprint is you get to totally tailor it to your needs and how you roll. Pat yourself on the back if you got this far, darlings. Commitment is the key. And making the time to write is the prime directive for success. See you next time. Until then, kisses.
It's never too late to get down and party. Switching from good to bad, cause you're naughty. Feel it inside, oh inside your body. Let it come out with shots of Bacardi. Just let your body go. We'll take it nice and slow. Just let your mind be free.
Such a naughty word.
All the good girls you take out for dinner, but all the bad girls you take out for liquor. All the good girls, they don't pull the trigger, but all the bad girls, they pull it much quicker. It's never too late.
Hey there, darlings. First, if you missed part 1 of the series, go back and watch the first 2 videos so that all this makes sense to you. Then come back and, hang out with me. The links to those are below. Okay, moving on. So after you have the idea for your story and you have fleshed out most of your characters, maybe even wrote a scene or 2, it happens. It is time to create your outline. Yes, I felt the cringe from the Discovery writers.